Dara Khosrowshahi, the CEO, who is going to join us a little bit later, but he's saying, look, thus far we haven't seen a particular impact on the consumer, but yeah, revenue growth had been slowing.
Fikk du med
We're
deg
seeing
pop-upen
overall
om natta?
revenue up about 14%. People
Nei, jeg
are
fikk ikke med
perhaps a
meg
little
hva som
bit
skjedde.
faster than that sort of a growth. The delivery side of the equation still very strong, but it really seems to be about people getting into cars. How much are they having to pay a little bit extra? So the insurance costs that they've been blaming, they are looking at more affordable
Det falt jo som faen I går.
products. But the second
I
quarter
går.
guide
Ja,
was
og så gikk det rett
so I
opp
think some
etter
analysts
børs.
and investors are saying, look, we're trimming back because this stock is up more than 40%
På grunn
so far
av
this year. It's a massive
Bessen
outperformance. And
prater om
perhaps
at de har en avtale med
didn't
Kina
live up
I
to
morgen.
analyst expectations for fiscal first quarter
Som
when it
Trump
comes to
sa for
buying
2 timer
inside
før
the
at det hadde de ikke.
focus. But they've got a lot of levers.
Stemmer. Men det har skjedd noe nå, men jeg vet ikke hva.
They're looking at AVs in particular.
Men nå vi jo på det lov.
Cars over in Austin going great guns. They say this is really bearing fruit.
Og så det Fed-møte I dag. Det Fed-møte blir nok antageligvis uendret rente.
Great point.
Det gjør det nok.
How high the expectations were heading in.
De har baller I Feds.
In terms of the stock outperformance.
Jeg tror det eneste viktige som skjer I dag. Det Fed-møtet. Det kan annet som skjer I dag.
On this chip maker, the first quarter was actually.
Det blir ikke en forventning om hverken opp eller ned.
Nei, det blir veldig dødt.
I mean, it's interesting that Uber's doing deals in China. At the moment, AMD, Lisa Su, the headache is the $1.5 billion hit to revenues that they're seeing because they can't access the Chinese market with certain chips in the same way that they're tailored for NVIDIA. AMD does the same thing, and some of the more sophisticated chips they had managed to get into China now curtailed. But Lisa Su was really buoyant on the second half of the year.
Nå har det prøvd seg på nedsiden nå, egentlig 3 dager på rad nå. Prøvd å falle ordentlig, før han Trump har sagt et eller annet.
Hver gang han holder kjeft, så prøver det seg nedover.
Rather than perhaps taking away market share so substantially from an Intel. But they also, of course, had the pull-forward effect of PCs, gaming looking relatively strong. And for Lisa Su, she's really just trying to talk up that AI infrastructure demand.
Hvordan ligger tredagene dine an
We
nå?
are anticipating
Mai?
a stronger year more broadly for AMD. And
Jeg gjorde ikke noe I går, jeg bare satt helt rolig. Jeg var nesten, jeg var I pluss på den ene I går, sånn litt innimellom, men jeg skal ikke ta den nå.
Ja, det pluss på den nå, ikke det?
Jeg tror ikke det.
Soaring pre-market after the company beat on its full year profit forecast. Catalyst there were its parks business also streaming.
Den første inn på.
Nei,
jeg må ha på 16,7. Nei, 19,7. 19,7.
A beat and raise from Disney. I think some on the street were
100
surprised to see this, given that
Ja, men
trip to Disney World is
Håper om det.
about as discretionary as you can get.
Ja, det kan fortsette på, men jeg tror ikke jeg skal ta den, skjønner du. Jeg tror jeg skal sitte litt, når jeg først har sittet som jeg gjør nå, for det ser ikke bra til deg.
jeg skal det jo først ned, så det greit å ha med seg, skal du se, dem du går I pluss på først, for da trenger du ikke så langt ned for å få hele traden til å gå I pluss.
Nettopp, jeg har fått mye bedre snitt.
Riktig.
People aren't going to cancel trips on their kids, but they during the call, which is ongoing, they have pointed out they've had some strong bookings for the next 2 quarters.
Og så kom Uber-stand med bom, 18% bom.
Chris, I mean, how much longer can U.S. consumers or even global consumers keep up with Disney's rising prices?
Well, they have some very sophisticated pricing models, as you can imagine. They offer a number of different options for consumers. Listen, for many, many years, the U.S. consumer has surprised us with their resiliency, and that continues to be the case. And by the way, it's not
Så det jo full krasj med India og Pakistan. Pakistan fikk grønt lys I stedet for å svare tilbake.
Ja, det var jo kjempehardt.
Så jeg vil jo tro at det også vil være med på å dra ned markedet I en sånn normalt marked da. Olje vil jo stige.
For å si det sånn, jeg tror ikke det bra for India-fondet, nei.
Og helt så sa jeg, det kan ikke være bra for Apple. Nå skal flytte hele businessen til India.
Ja, jeg bare det tomt, det nå.
So, I think the unfortunate outcome from that is that it's going to depress investment. And,
Men jeg synes ikke det har stått så mye om det med det, egentlig.
just how this tariff is going to work, or if it's going to be.
Ja, det har nå vært litt, da.
Chris, I want to ask you about Formula One. You covered
Riksavisen, ja.
media as well. They had a tough comp because of the.
Altså, det liksom, den ordner seg. Jeg tror ikke det blir noe fullskala krig. Problemet der jo det som skjedde med Kashmir for et par måneder tilbake, når pakistanske, eller sånne kallerne terrororganisasjoner, tok knappen på hele med turister. Og så har ikke myndighetene gjort noe, og så står India og sier at Pakistan skal stå ansvarlig for det. Og så har de hatt sånne treningsleirer der, og så har de bare og det har de gjort nå.
Det jo folk som faktisk bor I India, men vil tilhøre Pakistan.
Ja. Jeg vet ikke hvem det
A movie coming out, Formula One, Brad Pitt. That's going to stir a lot of interest, we think, globally.
Yeah, Brad Pitt also, by the way, narrated hitting the apex about MotoGP.
Which is a
far more exciting motorsport. What do you think their odds are of getting that deal done, and what can they do with MotoGP?
Yeah, I think the probability of that them
teknisk støtte nå på 1900. Og så man flakser gjennom nå.
And basically we've got a blueprint in what Liberty did when they bought Formula One, basically improving sponsorships and promotion deals, etc. And you're right, it is, if you haven't seen it, very exciting.
Hvordan volumet på det her, da?
They're very shorter races.
Hvordan volumet på det her?
Det mer volum I dag.
All right, Chris.
Ja, det
Unfortunately, we have to leave there. Always great to speak with you. We'll do it again soon. That is Chris Morangi of Gabelli Funds.
For at markedet reagerer som det skal. Kanskje.
Ja, det kan ha noe med det faktisk.
Giving up some of its pre-market momentum. It's still higher, but only by about 0.2%. You have big tech flipping as well, even though investors
Jeg tipper at de siste dagene så har det bare vært algoritmebotter som har liksom tradet på ordlyden og det som Trump har sagt. De snakket om det stad på Bloomberg, de sa at det bare et latterlig. De sa det at du kan ikke gjøre noen ting, du må bare vente til han ferdig å prate. De har aldri sett et sånt marked før. De sa det stad, var en egen greie på Bloomberg. Han bare ristet på huet. For det var snakk om Fed skal møte I dag. Så sier de, hva det viktigste Fed kan si I dag? Så sier de, det viktigste han kan si, betyr ikke en dritt. Alt dreier seg om at Trump vil si om tariffene. Bare altså. For det blir ikke rentekutt I dag.
Nei, jeg tror ikke det.
Nei, jobbtallene forrige uke var alt for sterke. Hvis han setter ned renta, så får det høyere inflasjon. Det vil skade økonomien mye mer. Så de kommer til å få et problem. Men det Trump har belaget seg på, han har belaget seg på å kjøre økonomien I dass, få rentekutt, og så kick-off med tariffene, ikke sant? Det jo hele planen hans. Og Disney skal åpne en ny park I Abu Dhabi.
I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Starbuck here in Sydney where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context.
Det ble produsert en kabel oppi Namsos her som ble sendt ned til Abu Dhabi.
Ok.
Den ble satt inn med noe skikkelig svineri som skulle ta kverken på noe sånn, ja, etter det rannet nede I sanda der. Noe giftig.
Hva du jobbet som før du var?
Jeg jobbet 20 år for Nexans, eller begynte jo til Alcatel da. Så jeg var prosessoperatør der, og så etter det, skal jeg si, første 10 årene nedpå der, så begynte jeg å kjøre drosje for en som tok et drosjeløyve mens han jobbet der. Så jeg ringte og spurte etter nøkkelen til et skap bak den maskinen jeg kjørte, og den skulle jeg få på en betingelse at jeg begynte å arbeide på den. Så ble det noe sånn da.
Ja, det ofte det som skjer da, sånne ting, sånn helt...
Ja, jeg måtte jo med drosjekjøring også.
Nå alt på day low her. UK ikke gått rett. Får vi se.
Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizon Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Jeg vet ikke om du så på Telegram i stad, men det er noen svære store institusjoner som driver også og forbereder seg på et kjempesmell. De også kjøper her med opsjoner. Venter på et stjernesmell i markedet i andre kvartal.
Ja, det er jo da du først må ta land.
Det er noen svære fond, eller privatpersoner, jeg vet ikke hva det er, som har laster opp og venter på krafteren i andre kvartal.
Det blir lenge å sette i short i 200-giring, altså.
Hva sa du?
Altså, det blir lenge å sette i short med 200-giring.
Det går jo ikke.
Our interest look at what's making headlines around the world. The Fed is expected to leave rates unchanged today, a move likely to frustrate President Trump. Officials have stressed recently that while uncertainty is unusually high, monetary policy is still in a good place to balance their goals of fostering maximum employment and stable prices. Bloomberg special coverage of the Fed decision begins at 1:30 p.m. New York time. And the dollar may face a $2.5 trillion avalanche of selling as Asian countries unwind their stockpile. That according to Stephen Jen of Horizon SLJ Capital. He says the U.S.-led trade war may lead some Asian investors to repatriate funds or ramp up levels of protection against a weakening dollar, potentially triggering an exodus from the world reserve currency. Bloomberg's dollar gauge has dropped about 8% from a February high. And Weight Watchers is filing for bankruptcy. The company, known for its diet programs, once endorsed by celebrities like Oprah Winfrey, has struggled to compete with blockbuster weight loss drugs like Ozempic and Wegovy. The company did offer a few weight loss drug options on its platform, but found it challenging to convince clients that its programs were still worth their time. Katie?
Well, Matt, on that topic, Novo Nordisk lowering its outlook for this year, reflecting headwinds in the U.S. market, but investors are looking past that forecast and focusing on the upsides, mainly diminishing competition for its blockbuster obesity drug, Wegovy. Earlier today, I sat down with the CEO of Novo Nordisk, Lars Fruergaard Jørgensen, and asked about those diverging data points.
We are now in a situation where we can supply the demand in the U.S., and FDA has taken us off the drug shortage list, and that means that it's illegal to do compounding, so that has to stop, and that creates the opportunity for us to drive a bigger growth in the scripts for the legitimate high-quality product from Novo Nordisk. And when we lower the guidance for the full year, it is really because of what the impact was of compounding in the first quarter and probably also a bit into the second quarter, and we have a relative steep comparator in the second half of the year. So you should see this guidance as one of us really stepping up in the second half of the year and getting to more and more patients and really moving forward in a business environment with a much lower compounded share of the business, really down to the rare cases where personalized is really needed.
I also asked him about how he's preparing as President Trump threatens tariffs on the pharmaceutical industry.
It's one of those that's a bit difficult to predict right now because there are quite a number of different messages coming out. If you look at our manufacturing footprint, that's one of having invested significantly. Specifically, we invested $24 billion in the U.S. operations.
Aldri kjent så mye penger som akkurat den tida der.
Hvorfor har jeg glemt i chatten? Working for us in the U.S. and we actually produce and export more from the U.S. than we import to the US. So when other companies were moving manufacturing out of the US to perhaps save tax, that was actually the time where we started.
Uber kommer til stå med veldig dårlig tall.
API manufacturing in the US, we have fill finish products, and when you talk about an all obesity treatment.
Jeg vil vente litt på det til vi kommer oss ut at Trump-hølet her, så kan jeg være litt mer på. Akkurat nå så bare er veldig forsiktig.
To Americans. So I think we have a good setup.
And that was my conversation with Novo Nordisk CEO Lars Fruergaard Jørgensen earlier today, and it's hard to overstate the impact of these drugs. Of course, the shares have struggled of Novo, but just the cultural impact. Just today, there was a story about how Weight Watchers has filed for bankruptcy due to these GLP-1 drugs. These drugs that Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly have put forth, they've been the ultimate disruptor when it comes to healthcare.
Right. On the other hand, these drugs have really helped other companies like Hims and Hers, for example, or CVS, as they Novo Nordisk makes partnerships with them. It's interesting that during the shortage, U.S. compounding pharmacies were able to make copycat drugs, but that will no longer be the case after the end of this month.
Yeah, Novo really optimistic about that, saying that they're going to face reduced competition from those compounders, and as such, the second half of this year for them should be pretty big, but that remains to be seen. And it's a nice reminder that earnings season is still going on, and we have plenty of movers.
Also, I really need to fight for just one shot. Just one shot of these things. Some more movers on our radar. Arista Networks forecast clouded by the tariff overhang. You can see those shares down 6.5%. So Supermicro offering a weak outlook. It sees customer delays. You can see those shares down by 6.5%. And Marvell, chipmaker, delaying investor day and narrowing earnings guidance. Those shares almost decimated today. So a lot of concern in kind of the smaller cap AI universe.
Yeah, big time. And it's interesting to see Marvel see such
a
big
decline.
Up a little bit. It seems like investors weren't very impressed by how some of their peers are faring. Not so bad. Coming up, we're almost 10 minutes away from the opening bell, and we'll begin today's trading day with Meredith Whitney. That conversation up next. This is Open Interest.
Ta pling med dem, da. Greit, ha det. Ha det. Hallo. Yes. Ingenting, men jeg bor i Uganda nå, så jeg vet ikke om det funker å gjøre det her. Bor i Uganda. Nei. Det bare afrikansk business.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Massive outperformance from Bitcoin.
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
Ja, gi gass, stå på.
Emanating from Washington.
All they're looking for is clear rules and the ability to build in the United States.
Men du bare, hvis du bare skriver videre, så slipper man nesten å få sammen, for det er fjerde gang jeg sånn.
And the technology.
Det er bare en by som heter Fatwati.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
Takk skal du ha. Ha det. Jeg bor i Fatwati i Uganda. Nå ringer ikke de noe mer i hvert fall.
ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ.
Nå fikk jeg dårlig samvittighet. Det var hyggelig da.
Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in more than 100 bureaus across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Hvis du lurer på hvor jeg er hen, jeg bor i Fatwati, i en landsbygd i Uganda. Sånn er det bare. Det er bare med afrikansk business. Her er det ikke noe salg i hvert fall.
I'm Kriti Gupta. And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onim, only on Bloomberg.
Well, some S&P 500 companies are under pressure due to U.S. consumer concerns. Goldman Sachs strategists note that earnings estimates for consumer discretionary and consumer staples have been slashed by about 8% and 4% respectively. That compares with 3% for the broader S&P 500. Let's unpack this all with Meredith Whitney. She is CEO of Meredith Whitney Advisory Group. And Meredith, it is fantastic to see you in person.
Thank you. It's great to be with you guys. It's been a while.
It has been. This is the first time I've met you, so it's really great to have you here. And I want to start exactly with this consumer because it feels like that's where a lot of the epicenter of concerns about the recession are right now. How long can the consumer hold up and whether this resilience that we're seeing is sustainable? And I wonder where you fall on that today.
So I love studying the consumer. It's my favorite pastime because the data is so granular. But it's still really hard. So the banks reported, it seems like a year ago, but just 3 weeks ago.
Nigeria-kopping. Nigeria-koppetrading.
You go from
Det sikkert bedre enn Tesla-koppetrading jeg har gjort nå siste uka.
They didn't really show much. But then you go into the quick service restaurants last week that said the lower end consumer they saw less foot traffic. And I look at Walmart numbers. One of my favorite functions on Bloomberg is ALTD. You get weekly retail data and foot traffic data, which is, so you don't have to wait a month to see the data. And Walmart had said that more of their consumers are high-end, more high-end is driving business. And the foot traffic is trailing spend. That's not the case with some of the lower end, like dollar stores. But my point is things didn't fall off a cliff with spending. So the last data point is the last week of April, and things didn't fall off a cliff from spending. So it's down from the Easter week, but it's still positive. And so you'd think that if the consumer were really struggling, and look, over 50% of households have been struggling since COVID stimulus checks dried up. After-tax earnings in the year after consumer stimulus checks dried up were down on average 18%, right? Because COVID was non-tax. And you've seen home equity rise at a faster clip than credit card lending. So people are tapping into the equity in their homes. And it's seniors, right? So 44% of home equity is taken out by seniors, which is counterintuitive.
It's crazy.
It's crazy, right? So I divide it into different cohorts. So the senior, which everyone thinks the boomers have all this money, that's a small portion. Seniors are living paycheck to paycheck.
Even though we hear from, I mean, we were talking with people who are saying $75 trillion is how much the baby boomers have. I think Ed Yardeni said that. And
that aggregate number is correct, but only 1 in 10 seniors can afford assisted living. So they're staying in their houses. This is one of the problems with housing inventory. They're staying in their houses longer because they can't afford to move out. And the problem is Invitation Homes that reported last week, and they're one of the larger single-family rental companies, said that their move-out to first-time buyer ratio was the lowest it's ever been.
All right, Meredith, we're going to keep you with us. Very excited to ask you also about any parallels you may see between now and the financial crisis. Meredith Whitney with us through the opening bell. This is Bloomberg.
DraftKings hit a milestone in the second quarter of 2024. For the first time as a public company, it turned a profit.
Is this a new era for DraftKings?
There's an inflection from when you're cash flow negative and you're operating off of equity raises from the past to when you're self-funded and you're cash flow positive and able to control your destiny a lot more.
You've had your first quarters of profitability now. Does that take pressure off? Does it increase pressure?
I think it increases pressure. I mean, once you start making profits, people expect you to make more, and all of a sudden you're valued on a multiple of those profits as opposed to the theoretical what could be. So very important, I think.
When you're cash flow negative, you've sold a vision of what the company should be working on, and you're very focused on working on that and delivering against that. When you've pivoted to profitability, the world of what you can work on is a little bit open, and there's a lot of different ideas, and it requires more focus than ever to make sure that you are prioritizing on the most important things that are going to deliver the most value.
DraftKings' solid standing in a booming sector gives them the luxury to play the long game. They're not under pressure to cut costs.
When you have really strong revenue growth, you don't need that. If you look at where we are today and where we want to be and where we believe we will be, the vast majority of the incremental EBITDA is not coming from any cost reduction. It's coming from increased revenue.
We don't feel like we need to cut costs because we're growing our revenue so much. We want to grow our revenue into our existing cost structure, and there's no need to reduce the cost as long as we're being efficient with what we allow our cost growth to look like.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Vi har falt mye nå på free.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
All right, we are looking at futures that are slightly positive after a couple of down days. That 9-day rally coming to an end, but still hovering over 5,600 at the close yesterday. You can see S&P futures up 0.2%, NASDAQ futures up 0.1%. A little bit of AI chip maker weakness today, but it hasn't come through in NVIDIA, which is still unchanged, and that's very important. You can see the New York Stock Exchange here, FSM ringing the bell there, Fortuna Mining.
Har du også fikk med sånn nyheter på Nvidia? Hvorfor den
Marketplace Net Zero, I should say, down at the NASDAQ marketplace. What we're really focused on today is
hvorfor den for weakness I dag? Det var noen som sa det var nyheter på Nvidia.
Surprising Wall Street with a beat and a raise, beating on earnings, raising its 2025 outlook on strong demand for parks and for streaming. You can see shares reacting in a big way here, Matt, up 10%. This has been a badly performing company, but totally different story, at least for this morning, at least right at the opening bell.
All right, Uber missed estimates in the first quarter, citing issues like the LA wildfires, as well as what they said is worsening U.S. consumer confidence. Obviously, we've seen that come through in the soft data for sure, and economic uncertainty. And the shares, you can see intraday down 3%. So not as bad as we saw in the pre-market, but still down substantially. Of course, Uber has been up about 43% year to date. So it's been an incredible year for the ride-sharing company. We are back here at 731 Lex with Meredith Whitney, the CEO of Meredith Whitney Advisory Group. And Meredith, I spent so much time reading your research during the financial crisis. You called essentially that collapse, and Bloomberg dubbed you the Oracle of Wall Street. I had hair then. You look exactly the same. Do you see parallels between the great financial crisis and what we're seeing right now, what we're possibly at the beginning of?
I don't. And here's why. I think you had unemployment go to 10% during the great financial crisis, and I think unemployment goes 5.2, then 6.2, and that's from the retail sector and the hospitality and leisure sector. I think those get hit first.
Det spørs JE. Det kommer an på hva Trump sier for noe. Vi skulle fått det i går, vi skulle hatt det foregårs. Men hver gang Trump prater, så kommer det opp. Mens markedet blir verre og verre.
Can mitigate that, but I'm not convinced that they're the priorities of the administration. It seems as if my understanding, my expectation.
Som jeg sa I går, jeg tror ikke den rapporten blir noe sånn spesiell. Jeg tror det kommer ikke til å være noe sånn veldig styrke der før ut I tredje kvartal kanskje.
So it's different sequencing of how things happen. And so if charge-offs go to, I don't think charge-offs go to 7%, but I think consumer spending slows down materially. And if banks I mean, banks can outperform because they've got so much capital. If they relieve the regulatory capital constraints, they can do okay, but there's not a lot of demand. So what you see in consumer credit is people aren't spending. So credit card debt outstanding isn't growing that rapidly. It's up like 4%. So I think people are pulling back.
There's a lot to dig into there. I have to go back to 6% unemployment by the fall. Does that also translate into a recession? I mean, I don't know how you have a spike up to a 6% unemployment rate and not have a recession. And if that's the case, how do you position in that environment? What should investors be doing to prepare?
Well, I don't think a recession is priced into the market, and I don't think it's a deep recession. I think it's a mild medium recession. You had a deep recession after the financial crisis. That was, a year and a half in the making, or 2 years in the making, right? Because subprime blew up in 2007, and it just caught up with the big banks. The big banks will not be involved now, but the consumer,
they've learned their lesson,
which is already struggling, is going to struggle further, and that will relate into job losses. And I'm not the 6%, 5-6% by the fall doesn't include what happens to ports and trucking, and I'm just focused on hospitality, leisure, and retail. And those are, I think, the jobs that get hurt the most are the Main Street jobs. And ironically, that's what the administration says it's rooting for. And it's just, there are going to be all sorts of unintended consequences that didn't happen. Like, people knew what they were doing before what caused the credit crisis. I think this is just sort of self-inflicted unintended consequences.
I wonder what the Fed does, because, I guess today we could hear kind of a hawkish tone from Powell, but this Fed, if we got to 6% unemployment, would cut drastically, wouldn't it?
I mean, they would cut. I think you're probably going to get 2 cuts by the end of the year.
Only 2 cuts.
I think so. I mean, 5%? What's the natural rate of unemployment? 6% isn't. I mean, it's still 40% less than a severe recession. So they'll be careful about sequencing this right. And the data is not, the data's on their side. They don't have to do anything. What they could do today is, what they did last meeting was take their foot off the brake of quantitative tightening. And that might allay the markets a little bit. But,
today, you mean today?
Today, they could do that. I'm not sure, obviously I don't know, like you guys don't know, but they're not going to do anything with rates.
Right. That seems to be the expectation. And just for those looking for context at home, the unemployment rate, as we learned last Friday for April, was 4.2%. So, as you say, I mean, 5-6% unemployment. When you take a look at the long-term average, it's not that dramatic, but certainly the rate of change, I think, would turn a lot of heads.
And for a generation of investors, that seems unreal.
Well, it has it has implications to so many different stocks. And the way I get there, to explain, the hospitality and retail sector, unemployment went down 5% in the great financial crisis. So you take that 5% and you get to 5.2. And then you add on if it goes to 10%, which it very easily could, right? I mean, there are retailers that are hanging on by a thread. That's to 6.2%, and that does not include transportation or a host of other industries. That's just conservative.
So there's a lot of potential pain coming. I mean, if you map out that environment, retailers, like you say, hanging on by a thread, in your words. Is there any sector, is there any particular industry that you think manages to do well, at least relatively speaking, in that sort of landscape?
I'll tell you what has held up well is grocery, because grocery is unaffected by tariff, and people are eating at home. They're not eating out. So grocery usually is a good recession.
De som vil gå long vil å kjøpe her nå, da.
It's a staple.
Akkurat
I
her.
hope we can have you back soon.
I'd love it.
Been great to talk to you.
På 17.
Look forward to getting your
Hvis
research.
vi tror det skal ned på grunn av all makro, Uber, pisset på Nvidia nå,
More of the movers
så
on
må
our
vi brekke
radar
her.
for today's trade. AMD, Katie was
Her
mentioning.
blir det en breakout nå,
warning
Trevor.
that China rules will hit revenue, and that clouds the outlook. But AMD is up 3%.
Yeah, I mean, you compare it to what we saw with Marvell and maybe investors doing a little bit of a pair trade there, because it wasn't that bad when it came to AMD. Let's also talk about Arista Networks, because China's tariff overhang obviously hurting that company, and those shares today down about 8%. And then Supermicro Computer, Matt, issuing a weak outlook, sees customer delays. This is the story that just...
Profit warning, guiding ny fra Supermicro Computer akkurat nå.
For the news,
det også AI.
Still a $42 billion company, so it's a very interesting shop there, and it's right now down about 5%. Did I look at that?
I think you were looking at MSCI.
I was looking at MSCI. Sorry.
We're gonna do
SMCI, Supermicro Computer, is actually that's still a $19 billion company, so it's still pretty big for a company that had to say goodbye to any reputable auditors for a little while. Coming up, Barrick beats earnings as it continues its move into copper. We're going to speak with Mark Bristow, the CEO and president of Barrick, next. This is Open Interest.
What makes it India's time?
It's us women who are going to transform India. I truly feel that the time for Indian women has come. They're not only breaking glass ceilings, but they are redefining, you know, whether it is in sport, whether it's in medicine, whether it's in creative arts. They are everywhere, and I have so much positive energy that comes back to me when I'm talking to Indian women. And I just think at all these little girls and boys, I don't want to discriminate, who are now in school-going age, imagine once education, sports, we empower them. What a difference they would make not only to India, but to the planet and the world. And the world needs it now than ever before.
Det sånn veldig spesielt, for hver gang jeg skal sitte og trade, så skal alle ringe meg samtidig, og alle skal komme bort. Det liksom, det hver jævla gang.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the US are the companies.
Det så da var det en liten breakout.
Different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets
with the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Gura in Ottawa, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories.
And we're here, where the action starts in Sydney.
And in Tokyo, get ahead as the global...
Ricky Markedet stakk av fordi Bessent sa at han skal prate med Kina med tariff I morgen. Altså han sa motsatt av det Trump sa 2 timer før, når markedet falt. Trump sa, vi ikke avhengig av Kina, Kina avhengig av oss, og så gikk du ned. Så falt det som av faen, og så gikk han ut, ekstra pressemelding, når det var på det verste, så sa han at vi I dialog med Kina på 8. mai. Og så gikk det opp. Basically på lovnader da. Det ikke noe konkret ennå. Det håp. Det som ikke håp at Uber kommer ræva tall I dag. Det ikke håp. Det hard facts. Det som også hard facts at Supermicrochip kommer enda dårligere guiding. Det hard facts. Det AI. Det som også hard facts at Nvidia taper masse penger på Kina-opplegget her. Det også hard facts. Hvorfor Nvidia bare ned 0,33%, det også veldig spesielt.
The opening of a new casino resort in the Middle East as a key catalyst that will help de-risk its China exposure. Next up, we have Marvell getting a downgrade over
Nå har vi falt Jævla mye da.
Its revenue forecast and postponed its investor day, citing an uncertain economy. Cantor analysts, for their part, worry about the lack of stickiness in Marvell's custom silicone business. Stickiness is a good thing here. Finally, Constellation Brands, it's the maker of Corona Beer and Kim Crawford wines, just delicious, getting upgraded to a buy over at Truist. The firm says that investor cynicism on alcohol consumption is too high, Matt, and that investor sentiment on Constellation has bottomed. The shares higher by about 1.4%.
Wait, what's the cynicism on alcohol consumption?
They think that people are moving away from alcohol. I assume Gen Z doesn't really like alcohol is one of the narratives that's out there.
What, because they prefer weed, or what's the idea?
I don't know. It just seems like Gen Z, they don't drink, they don't date the same way as people used to, and non-alcoholic options are really popular.
I bet they're gonna drink. They're gonna drink. Let them get a little bit older. All right, let's move on to actual gold right now. Barrick is one of the world's top producers. It posted higher than expected earnings this morning, and the surge in gold prices obviously helped the company raise cash as it continues to move into copper production as well. Joining us now is Mark Bristow, the CEO of Barrick. Mark, great to have you on the program. Obviously, you're in a good mood. We just were showing your shares there and the price of gold year to date, and it's been just a win-win-win for you guys. How long can this go on? I mean, are we, you think, peaking in terms of the price of the yellow metal?
Well, Matt, nice to see you again. The question is, can the gold price stay up at these levels rather than peaking? I think the answer is that it's more likely to stay higher than go lower at the moment, given the dynamics across the global economy, and that's what we're seeing. And on top of that,
tror gull kommer til å pike mer.
Industry is ex-growth.
Barrick, de driver med gull og nå skal over på
Significant demand. I think the
sølv, var det sånn. De leverte bra resultater. Gullprisen stiger bare av, hentet masse cash. De tror gull vil pike videre på grunn av svakhet i økonomien.
I think we're now starting to see the investors sort of embrace the higher gold price, and that augurs well for equities who've been lagging for some time now.
Well, your ticker, your stock ticker is gold, which is one of the best tickers that's out there. But I want to talk about the copper business a little bit, because some of the commentary coming from Wall Street from the sell side was analysts noting that you had weaker performance at your copper mines, which was offsetting to some degree that first quarter earnings and revenue beat. Walk us through what's going on that side of the business.
Send gull opp.
Jeg tror gull kommer til å gå som av faen.
Jeg kollet det ut i stedet i chatten.
Med Pakistan og India-sølet så kommer det til å gå som av faen.
What we call in geology porphyries, and that means they come with both gold and copper, and a classic example is the world-class Reko Diq project that we're developing in Pakistan, which is a gold mine in its own right, as well.
Nå er det 54 long og 46% short, så nå begynner det å skifte om litt her da.
Going forward, at the same time, we're privileged with 6 tier 1 gold.
Ja, det jo ikke så veldig mye forandring nå.
1%. Nå er det I hvert fall overvektig på long da.
Of these gold copper projects around the world.
What are your biggest costs, Mark? I have to imagine energy or fuel.
Det spennende hva som skjer I kveld.
Men Fed?
Ja, og det jævlig artig om de bare smelter opp 0,25.
Det skjer jo ikke da. Da pisser han på Trump.
Da hadde jeg trynet.
Han gjør ikke det. Han kommer til å si det uendret. Så kommer han til å få spørsmål hva mener han om Trumps politikk, så kommer han til å si det har jeg ikke noen formening om. Det det han kommer til å si. Han kommer til å si at økonomien, siste arbeidsmarkedsrapporten var såpass sterk at økonomien går bedre enn ventet. Vi trenger ikke gjøre noen ting, vi kan bare sitte og vente til dette ror sånn der. Inflasjonen er stigende, det ikke et problem foreløpig. Vi ser for oss 4 rentekutt I år, men på nåværende tidspunkt så gjør vi ingenting. Vi må også se hva som skjer videre med tariffene. Det han kommer til å si. Hvis han setter opp renta I dag, da krasjer vi. Det ikke han kommer til å gjøre.
I also want to get your thoughts on M&A. Obviously, your shares are doing very well this year, as Matt highlighted. I know that you're selling mines as well, but when it comes to acquiring potential assets, is that something that you're looking at, M&A on the horizon potentially?
You know, Katie, I've been in this industry a long time, as you know, and M&A works at certain times in the cycle. It's tough to see M&A deliver value at the top of the cycle. We had a spate of mergers and acquisitions back in 2019, 2020. That built the foundation of Barrick. What we're pointing to now is the ability to grow organically. We're pointing to a 30% increase in what we call our gold equivalent ounces. So both
Apple droppa med 0,25% på sekundet.
It's all organic. It's cost us about
Nvidia, det så jævla sånn algoritmetrading. Det helt sjukt. Du snur på nanosekunder samtidig, liksom.
Discover and develop and deliver organically and not have to pay a premium on a premium in the market.
Teknisk så var det jo nesten et kjøp her oppe. Og så bare banker det. Det så mye vanskelig å trede på dagen når Fed skal opp. Det vanskelig å trede hver dag Trump prater. Det som Fed hver dag. Men så lenge vi vet hva som skjer, så det greit.
$2.5 trillion of reserves build up
from
mostly Asian countries. Do you talk to people who are looking to get rid of their dollars and hold gold at high levels?
I think, Matt, you know, it's a very important, and as a member of the World Gold Council, we're seeing this, is that some of the emerging
Sånn gull bryter ut der, da.
Some of the central banks, and it's been going on for a couple of years now. You know, started out 30 years ago. Very clearly, the primary reserve in every central bank was US dollars. And what's happened is that many of the emerging market central banks, as well as the developing economies like Russia and China, have spent some of their dollar reserves to buy gold to balance their central bank reserves. And as you know, the gold price has gone up, so that's reinforced that behavior. So, you know, I think the view is that de-dollarization has moved.
Kaller for de-dollarization. Folk går ut av dollar inn I gull. Det ikke bra for økonomien I hvert fall.
Gold is becoming an important part of those reserves.
And that has certainly been to your benefit. Mark, great to speak with you. That is Mark Bristow. He is the CEO of Barrick. Now coming up, Disney jumping after beating estimates and raising its profit forecast. We'll take a closer look next. This is Open Interest.
Faen diesel opp så mye, og så går vi ikke mer opp på indeksen. Det stemmer det blir, men forskjellen nå før Donald Trump, nå har han balletak på markedet, for nå det tariff. Han løsningen på alt. Tariff. Nå blir det veldig spesielt. Først var det Fed som på en måte styrte markedet. Trump kunne si hva faen han ville, liksom, for det var Fed som styrte renta. Nå det Trump som styrer tariff, og det bruker han for alt det vært.
Companies in Asia are betting on tag.
David Weston, join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week, telling stories of capitalism from business, markets, finance, tech, and commodities. Each week, we'll go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
Above all else, it's a mission.
It's done nothing but grow immensely. To me, that's an extraordinary sign.
We can be the change that we want to see.
Watch the all-new Wall Street Week. It's more than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial and geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacroix in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
Ja.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. Quick check on what stocks are doing right now. The S&P higher after 2 days of decline, 56.22. The cash level, Nasdaq also gaining, but only 1/10 of 1%. We have
ingen
if you look under the
som har stjert noe her.
AMD is actually
Ingen er bare lover deg. Du har lagt ned den, altså.
We've had some negative news out of
Hvis den ikke er i klinikken, så er den borte.
Ja, og da er den I hvert fall ingen som stjert den her, i hvert fall.
Novo Nordisk
Hvor skulle det vært da?
Lars Borgard Jørgensen
Og
this morning.
liksom.
Analysts or investors, I should say, are optimistic about their chances when it
Hver gang
comes
du har
to
mistet noe, så vil finne inn, og da har du glemt det.
on the other hand is down. One
Hvis den
driving
ikke er i
the other
skuffen på jobben, så er den i stedet, for jeg vet at jeg la den der en gang.
news, but Disney is up on positive consumer news. So there's Katie, arrows going in both directions wherever you look.
Let's talk a little bit more about Disney as you highlight, up 9.5% right now. We're joined now by Geetha Ranganathan of Bloomberg Intelligence. So a beat and a raise. I want to talk specifically about streaming because in your preview note you had written that Disney had gone all in on streaming and looks like it's really paying off.
Paying off big time, Katie. And we've seen that not just with subscriber growth, which they again posted a modest increase in their subscribers, and they guided to an increase in the fiscal third quarter as well. But more importantly, it has really been this whole turnaround story. I mean, just a few years ago, this company was losing about $4 billion on its streaming unit. And so far in fiscal 2025, in the first half, they've already posted about $630 million in operating profit. On track to meet their goal of well over $1 billion in operating profit. And it's not just the near-term outlook, right? It's like as you look out the next 3 years, there's going to be a sort of tremendous upside for them. I mean,
Et kjøp her da, Stig, hvis vi skal ta en treg, liksom.
you look at Netflix and you know they're at 30% margins, so that's kind of what we're tracking to in the
Hva sa du?
Geetha,
Jeg har faktisk sett noe Nasdaq.
intention to put tariffs on
Ikke fulgt
films
med.
made overseas. How do you work that into your
Du
model?
ser bare
Does Disney film a lot
på
overseas?
gull nå, eller?
They do, just like
Ja, jeg
most
sitter i en trade på
companies,
gull nå.
I mean, you know,
Kjøpte?
obviously they get benefits
Ja.
in terms of tax concessions, you know, filming in different parts of the world. But, you know, his post was just so cryptic and there's just not so many details at this point. But even if you kind of look at, you know, a 100% tariff scenario, even in a worst case scenario, yes, it will have, you know, a far-reaching effects, I think, not just for Disney, across the whole ecosystem. But again, remember, Disney is a very, very well-diversified company. If you just look at the studio itself, it's less than 10% of Disney's revenue. So I don't think it would be as onerous as, you know, one might think at first glance.
All right, Geetha, thanks very much. Geetha Ranganathan there of Bloomberg Intelligence talking to us about Disney. Coming up, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is on Capitol Hill again. He's going to testify
Det var
before
Snekkerens unge
the
som kom innom.
Financial Services Committee, and we're going to bring you that testimony next. No doubt he's going to talk a lot or be asked a lot about tariffs and negotiations with the Chinese. They're going to meet in Switzerland.
He was at Milken, now he's in DC, going to Switzerland, and we'll track all of it.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Skeptisk. Hva er det, jenta? Ser Lucy sin hånd?
Jeg er redd over.
Nasdaq får det opp der.
Ja, akkurat på der han skal gå opp også da, men jeg tør ikke sette en longer ass, når det kom den drittmeldingen i sted. Neste runde kanskje tar den. Det er liksom 19.800, det er der han på en måte stopper hver gang. På support der.
Ja.
Men jeg tror ikke det noen som faktisk kjøper den. Altså, det virker som det for det ikke noe volum i dag. På det lille greiene. Det var volum på vei ned i dag. Det falt i ganske mye i stad. Og så bare tikk, 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 tikk. Sånn var dritten. Det har ikke vært noe volum på nesten en uke.
We'll have to see over the next 3, 6, 9 months how the tariff discussions play out and what does it mean.
I do factor in some effects of tariffs now on inflation, on prices.
I like the idea of the 10% tariff across the board.
I've spent my entire career focused on fiscal discipline. I don't think these people have the foggiest notion what they're doing. And I think DOGE is doing tremendous damage to government.
Musk is Holder du fortet, Robert og Stig? Jeg tilbake om halvtime-ish.
Ja. Hvorfor godt?
Jeg kan predikere hva som skjer. Du kommer til å falle etterpå, og så kommer det til å falle mye, og så kommer Trump til å prate seg opp. Det står i noe også.
Do you think, Don, that the market is correct to be, as of now, pricing in 3 rate cuts in 2025?
I would take the other side of that bet.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are basically deep in the European earnings season. Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Matt Piper. It is nearing election time for the most senior members of the Catholic Church. We are close to that secretive, centuries-old ritual known as the conclave for cardinals to pick a new pontiff.
I'm Seth Doan outside Vatican City. There is an air of excitement here around Vatican City, around St. Peter's Basilica, even among tourists who some find by chance they are here for a conclave.
I'm not religious at all, but I would say that it's still quite a historic moment.
The world will be watching, waiting to see if there's that white smoke or that black smoke, waiting to see what cardinals decide.
Today is the day a real ID is needed to fly domestically or to get into a government building. Transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve.
TSA says the most important thing is to get to the airport extra early. Now, here at LAX, the checkpoints have just opened. They are moving. I would say that they appear to be going a little bit slower than they normally would, but people are getting through.
The Trump administration says 2 officials will meet with their Chinese counterparts to discuss trade in the coming days. But there are still many questions if trade deals will even happen, as our Nancy Cordes reports.
Over the last few days, he's been saying everybody expects all these trade deals to happen. Well, actually, we don't need any deals. I'll just set the deal. I'll set the rate because I am the shopkeeper and I am in charge. So it's a little unclear right now whether all of these trade deals that the administration are actually going to happen.
Following the 2-day closed open market committee meeting, Jerome Powell will announce whether interest rates will change. That is set to happen at 2:30 Eastern. Business reporter Jason Brooks.
Fed members have been insistent that they need more data on the impact of tariffs before making a move with interest rates, and members have been concerned about inflation remaining elevated.
Tensions between nuclear powers India and Pakistan are rising after India fired missiles across the border into Pakistani-controlled territory. It was in response to a recent terror attack. Dozens were killed. CBS's Arshad Zargar is in New Delhi.
India has been kind of mixed one.
There have been celebrations in some Indian streets for what they said was a revenge attack on Pakistan. But at the same time, Indian security forces are very alert since Pakistan has said that they are going to have some kind of a response. So all eyes are on Pakistan to see what their next move is going to be.
A miniature dachshund named Valerie, who was lost for 18 months, about half her life on an Australian island, has been reunited with her owners. It was thanks to a wildlife rescue. This is CBS News. The Trump administration is poised to end a program many consumers have come to rely on.
It's the blue label on many home appliances.
If you need a new water heater, you've got to ask for one that's Energy Star certified.
Reports say the EPA plans to end Energy Star, the program that certifies the energy efficiency of home appliances. It's all part of cutbacks and reorganization at the agency. Back in March, the Chamber of Commerce and trade groups urged the EPA to keep Energy Star, calling it recognizable for consumers and saying its elimination could lead to decreased features and performance and increased costs. There's been no comment from the EPA. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Idaho State Police say a pickup truck that collided with a tour van near Yellowstone National Park last week, killing 7 people, crossed the center line and hit the van. Police are still investigating what caused the driver to veer into oncoming traffic. Matt Piper, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are 2 big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Hi, good Wednesday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. We are also streaming live on YouTube, so head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast Live. That's where you'll find us. Busy day today. Around 10:25 today, we're going to take the Q&A down in Washington, D.C. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will be testifying in front of the House Financial Services Committee. We'll bring you that Q&A when it starts later this hour. It's also Fed Day, so there'll be complete Fed coverage this afternoon. Here in Bloomberg Intelligence, we're going to check in with Geetha Ranganathan. Disney reported some pretty good numbers, and they're opening a new theme park over in the Middle East in several years. So big momentum behind that stock. The streaming business doing better. Danielle DiMartino Booth, she is the CEO and Chief Strategist for QI Research. She is in our studio. We always like to have Danielle in our studio on Fed Day, get her thoughts of where this Federal Reserve is going to do. So busy day, we'll bring it all to you. And we're going to kick it off with John Tucker with a Bloomberg Business Flash. John.
All right, thanks, guys. And this market drivers report being brought to you by IBKR with a year-over-year change of the U.S. CPI. You can see 2.6% in April 2025 at IBKR Forecast Trader. The yes was recently at 26%. Start predicting today at ibkr.com/forecast. Last trading day for this contract is May 12th. Ahead of today's Fed decision, major stock averages for now are higher, and the parade of earnings continues. Best performing stock in the Dow Jones Industrial Average. You want to guess? Disney.
Mickey Mouse.
Yes, they forecast adjusted earnings per share for the full year that beat the average analyst estimate. Julian Emanuel of Evercore ISI, meantime, says it does remain a really tough environment for investors.
We do believe that you are going to, and it's obviously a difficult path, avert the recession, barely. But again, when we think about where the market is right now, there's that high level of uncertainty.
Right now, the S&P 500 up 26 points. That's up 0.5%, 56.33 on the index.
Jag gick ut avgången med någon gul.
249 points. The Nasdaq 100, 65 points higher. Steve Madden, ticker symbol SHOO, S-H-O-O, the latest company to pull its sales and profit outlook for the year amid the trade war. The shoe retailer forecasting almost 20% growth just a few months ago. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right. Thanks so much, JT. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. Market Movers is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. Offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. All right, let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Alex Steele with Paul Sweeney, and we are joined by Bloomberg's Carmen Reinecke. Let's start with Weight Watchers. So interesting on a day where you have Novo stock up, and then you have Weight Watchers having to file again for bankruptcy.
Yeah, for sure. So Weight Watchers, it's ticker WW. It also rebranded as WW International. Shares are down about 42% right now. The company said that it will file for bankruptcy after failing to compete with GLP-1 drugs like Ozempic. And this is interesting because Weight Watchers actually even tried to offer some of these drugs on its platform a few years ago. It really tried to sort of get behind this wave of weight loss. But it didn't work, so it's filed for Chapter 11. It's looking to restructure and cut about $1.2 billion in debt from its balance sheet. The proposal still needs to be approved by a bankruptcy judge. And this, I mean, 42% seems like a lot for this stock. It's fallen so much. It was over $100 a share, I think, in 2018 or 2019, and now it trades for, pennies on the dollar.
Wasn't Oprah Winfrey involved in this at one point?
Yes, she was. She was one of their spokespeople.
But I'm going to guess she sold her stock already.
TBD. We don't know. Okay. We can check it on the Bloomberg terminal.
I'm looking at it right here.
Sure.
All right, let's go to Charles River. What is this company?
Yeah, so I actually was not familiar with Charles River Labs, ticker CRL, either, but it's a company that provides research, tools, and support services for drug discovery and development. So important, in getting new drugs to the market. Shares are up about 20% right now after it raised its profit forecast for the full year and reported better than expected first quarter results. The company also said that it's in a cooperation pact with Elliott Investment Management, sort of the famed activist investor, which is also its largest investor. So we'll be working with them going forward. And Elliott has a great track record of boosting the stocks of companies that it's working with, both sort of on the day that the news is announced and even a year after.
Cool. All right. Mickey Mouse, what's going on?
Yeah, Disney is the top performer on the Dow today. Shares are up 9%. So the company reported results that were better than expected and also gave a boosted full year guidance at a time when we've heard so many companies either cutting or just pulling them due to tariffs. One of the things that was doing well is the streaming business added subscribers even after they boost prices, so showing some strength there. They also announced that they are going to open this theme park in Abu Dhabi, which is a major tourism hub. And actually there is a Ferrari World, a Warner Brothers World, and a SeaWorld World park there.
Really?
So
I didn't know
interesting.
Ferrari Park.
Yeah, Matt Miller.
Yeah, that piqued a lot of people's interest in this room.
So another thing that's interesting about Disney, so they said that they are going to be announcing more about this ESPN flagship next week, and that it also will not be called ESPN flagship.
Good. Can't wait to see. Plus is going to be in there somewhere. So, Carmen Reinecke, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Carmen Reinecke, equities reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Let's stay on that Disney story again. The stock's up 9%, although it is down 9% for the year. So they got some work to do there. We're going to go to the analytical side of this story. Geetha Ranganathan, she is the media analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence based down at Princeton. Geetha, you followed this company for many years. Have they finally turned the corner? and can they become a stock that most people need to own?
I think so, Paul. I think, this turnaround story has now been in the works ever since Bob Iger came back more than 2 years ago. And it looks like, everything that he's kind of put in place along with the CFO, Hugh Johnston, is really working. So they did raise guidance, for the full year. But it's not just that. It's just the conviction in the outlook as you kind of look out and build out the earnings model for the next few years. I mean, we are basically looking at them doubling their EPS from close to almost $6 this year to well over $10, $11 in the next 4 to 5 years. So just a lot of conviction, I think, now in their long-term growth trajectory with those new parks, with the added capacity, with the $60 billion investment, with, the Abu Dhabi park, new cruise ships. Everything seems to be finally kind of coming together.
Last quarter, though, the question was about their theme
Ah,
parks.
thing I'll
Prices
talk
are
about.
too high, the consumers pinched. There was a competitor opening up a park in Florida, and everyone was kind of worried. What changed in 3 months?
Yeah, so they did say at that point that, summer bookings were strong. Of course, nobody really believed them. But, when they kind of reported the numbers today and you saw that 13% increase in operating income in the domestic parks are really the bread and butter of, the Disney theme park business, makes up 70% of revenue. Then that has really managed to, I think, allay fears. And they, it's not just what they reported, Alex, it's what they said for the remainder of the year. So they said bookings are up this quarter 4%. They said advanced bookings are up for the fiscal fourth quarter 7%. And that is with that new Epic Universe coming on board. So still demand seems to be really resilient. It seems to be strong. Even though there's a little bit of softness internationally, domestically, they seem to be in very good shape.
So, Geetha, talk to us about the profitability of their streaming businesses writ large here. How profitable are they? Do you think they can approach the profitability of, say, Netflix?
I think they can. Over time, they definitely can. So this year, Paul, we're looking at just over $1 billion in operating income on a $25 billion in revenue. That's about 4-5% margins. But really, what we're looking to, the North Star here is definitely Netflix, as you just pointed out. Netflix should get to 30% operating margins this year. So that's really what Disney is working towards. So even as we kind of build out, or we look at the earnings trajectory for that streaming unit over the next couple of years, I mean, we look at them getting to, 15-16% margins over the next 2 to 3 years. And then, of course, a lot more upside with, the pricing power, with subscription growth, with password sharing, with, their advertising build out. So they have a lot of different levers that they can pull as well.
Is the goal to catch up with Netflix in terms of streamer subscribers? Is it about profitability? Like, what's the goal there? Because Netflix is so far ahead just in basic numbers.
Netflix is absolutely far ahead. And there's no doubt about that, Alex. They have well over 300 million subscribers just in terms of scale. Disney has about 125. So there's 125 million. So there's a lot of catching up to do. But there is one area where Disney is far ahead of Netflix, and that's advertising. They have a very, very good advertising infrastructure. And this is an area that Netflix is kind of really struggling with. And then remember, Disney has a big weapon that they can use, I know, but with that ESPN streaming launch coming a little bit later this year, they have, they're spending something like $11 to $12 billion in sports rights that they are going to monetize from a streaming perspective. So that is where, they're going to have an unrivaled streaming product, even when you compare it to Netflix, because they're going to offer you entertainment, they're going to offer you sports, there's going to be something for everybody. So it's going to be, I think they can, I'm not sure if they're going to completely be able to match Netflix in terms of subscriptions, but they're going to be able to get to that profit number, I think, pretty quickly.
Geetha, if I'm an investor in Disney, do I just kind of write off what used to be the core business, which is the cable network business, and just say, it's in secular decline. I'm focusing more on the growing streaming business. Is that kind of the play?
That is the play, Paul, and that's across majority of the space. So, yes, it's just kind of, humming along, if you will. Advertising is a big concern there. Affiliate fees, again, is in secular decline. We know other companies are actually trying to separate out their cable networks business just because it's been struggling and the outlook doesn't look good. Comcast actually is separating out its cable networks a little bit later this year. They even have a new name for that new business. And, we kind of expect WBD, Warner Brothers Discovery, will do something similar. But yeah, I think it's pretty much at this point, it's pretty much written off, Paul. The linear networks business is dying.
All right, Geetha, thanks a lot. Really appreciate Geetha Ranganathan, Bloomberg Intelligence Analyst on U.S. media on Disney earnings. Just for an update here, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is currently testifying before the House Financial Services Committee. We will bring that to you live when the Q&A portion starts. Bessent is currently reading his opening statement. All right, well, yesterday he kicked off meetings on Capitol Hill, starting with the House Appropriations Committee. While answering questions in front of the House Appropriations Committee yesterday, he did warn that his department is on the warning track towards exhausting its capacity to stay within the federal debt limit.
We will share with Congress when we believe we are approximating that date, so that will be forthcoming. But I will tell you, just as an outfielder running for a fly ball, we are on the warning track. And when you're on the warning track, it means the wall's not far away.
Clearly, I don't know what a warning track is. But now, for those of you, I hope you do know.
We had that conversation off air during that.
We did?
With visuals.
Oh, we did right
Yes,
now. Yes. And then John Tucker was pretending he was in the outfield. It was a whole thing. So now we got that. All right. Well, joining us now in studio to discuss and also look ahead to Fed Chair Jay Powell later on today is Danielle DiMartino Booth, CEO and Chief Strategist of QI Research. Lots to get through. Just to start on what we're going to see in Capitol Hill. Any key things that you're looking at? Maybe if there's something other than a sports reference?
Well, I think that there's likely to be more discussion of the X date. In fact, I think that one of the reasons that that Powell was seen, at least by his Chief Lieutenant Christopher Waller, as being more preemptive in reducing quantitative tightening was because of the unknown of how quickly this X date is going to creep up on us. So at least the Fed is in a position to not be pulling too much liquidity out of the system as we approach this kind of due date, if you will, for the financing of the country. So I think he'll be pressed on that further, as well as on the nature of tariffs. And yesterday there was quite the back and forth, and a contentious one at that, between one of the members of Congress and Bessent about isn't a tariff a tax to the consumer. And Bessent kept pushing back and saying, it depends. We will find out. So
if you're Fed Chair Jay Powell, can you wait and see how it plays out? Or do you have to get a little preemptive? Because I'm not sure if you're a hard data or soft data kind of person, because they're kind of telling two different stories a little bit.
Well, actually, Torsten Slott put out a great chart a few days ago that shows that there's a record disparity between what the soft data and the hard data are showing if you're looking through the prism of the unemployment rate and U.S. households' expectations for rising unemployment in the next year. We've never seen this kind of a disconnect. And we unusually have 6 Fed speakers out of the gate on Friday. I mean, it is a deluge of individuals. And most of them, right before blackout, were starting to say, we're going to have to pay closer attention to the risk for rising layoffs. We need to pay attention to some of the sentiment surveys. All Americans can't just have something in their mind. They have to be seeing something on the ground. And in fact, if you look at the beginning of the month of May, you were just talking about Weight Watchers a few minutes ago, for the entire month of April, BCY Go on the terminal had 7 large bankruptcies. So far this month, we've had 6, plus 1 massive strategic default, Office Properties Income Trust. S&P downgraded them to strategic default as tantamount to default yesterday, $2.14 billion in liabilities. But we've effectively seen 7 in early May, whereas we saw 7 for the entire month of April. There's fallout when we start to see these bankruptcy flows, and household bankruptcies in the month of April were up 16% year over year. That's according to U.S. bankruptcy courts. That's hard data.
Yep.
So you've been concerned for a while. How much more concerned are you now than maybe you were 3 months ago? And what is an appropriate policy response?
So whether you're looking at Macro Edge or the long-term provider of layoff announcements, Challenger Grain Christmas, after the Department of Government Efficiency layoffs kind of worked their way through the data February and March, all of a sudden, boom, we still had 100,000 layoffs in the private sector announced in the month of April. I think that this is relevant. I think we are going to see a pop. Anna Wong agrees with me that the damage that's been done in transportation, logistics, warehousing, that we're going to see that show up before the Fed meets again on June 18th. Just to say nothing of higher layoffs coming from other channels.
All right, Danielle, we're going to go down to Washington, D.C. Thank you very much for coming on. It's an important day here today, the Fed Day. Danielle DiMartino Booth, CEO and Chief Strategist, QI Research. We always love chatting with her on Fed Day. Let's go down to Washington, D.C. The Q&A is the beginning of Treasury Secretary Bessent as he testifies before the House Financial Services Committee. Chairman French Hill is asking questions at this point. Let's go down to Washington.
That the World Bank should make that a key effort.
Mr. Bessent is speaking at the moment.
Thank you. I also referenced my work over the past 5 years with the Treasury and others about IMF reforms. You also referenced that in your talk. Recently, the IMF shareholders agreed to a quota increase, and I appreciate the agreement that this agreement does nothing to increase the voting power of China or Russia, but were Congress to approve this agreement, it would allow future administrations to greenlight more general special drawing rights allocations close to $1 trillion. And that would mean $60 billion of new unconditional liquidity for the Chinese Communist Party, $25 billion for Moscow, and $7 billion each for the regimes in Caracas and Iran, with no sign-off from Congress. So even if rogue regime FDRs are rejected by Western countries, which we've seen in the case of sanctioned countries, they still could be exchanged behind the scenes for Chinese RMB, for example, and I believe this is unacceptable. Would Treasury, under your leadership, work with me to reform the SDR allocation process at the IMF?
Mr. Chairman, we believe the SDR process at the IMF should serve the goals of the United States of America and not other states. And as I said in my speech during IMF week, this administration is aligned with you in your goals on the SDR. And furthermore, we believe that the IMF needs to get back to basics in working with countries when there is a market failure in financial markets rather than helping large, well-financed countries.
Thank you. Well, we look forward to following up with you and walking through this. It won't be an easy task, but with international leadership from the United States, I think we can get there, and I think we will all benefit. And that means countries in trouble will benefit instead of just a general allocation approach. The president, since he's been in office, has championed high-profile investment issues revolving China. As everyone knows, he's been negotiating U.S. investors' acquisition of control, for example, over TikTok. In his State of the Union address, President Trump announced a major investment would see Americans take control of 2 ports near the Panama Canal that are currently owned by a Hong Kong-based business. I'm concerned that recently established outbound investment restrictions could make deals like this even more challenging. Under the regulations, U.S. investors don't actually know which companies are off limits, and Americans face bureaucratic hurdles if they want to take control from Chinese owners. What are your views on revising outbound program to change this? Since the president wants strategically to see American investors take control perhaps of some Chinese-owned entities, how do we make sure we get outbound rules right?
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you and the members of this committee for leadership on this. I had a very good discussion with 2 members yesterday where we talked about the importance of establishing either red light or green light and not having a yellow zone for outbound investment. The Outbound Investment Security Program is an important national security tool in our effort to restrict the PRC from exploiting the benefits of U.S. investment. We've been receiving notifications from the outbound program. We're monitoring the market, and we're trying to ensure that the investment community is aware and familiar with the program. We appreciate the interest from Congress, and while legislation will be important and helpful, we would like a bit more time to process, including the work mandated by the President to inform legislation.
I appreciate that. We look forward to working with you. I yield back, and I'll turn to the distinguished ranking member of the committee, Ms. Waters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr.
You're
Chairman.
listening to
Secretary
Maxine
Besson,
Waters. The House
this is
Financial
the
Services
first time
Committee is
we've
now
met.
questioning
Is
Treasury
that correct?
Secretary Scott Bessent.
No, ma'am. We actually met one New Year's Eve in the Bahamas. And I was...
He didn't make an impression.
Why don't I remember that?
Well, you were much better at the electric slide than I was. And I was with the Prime Minister of the Bahamas yesterday, Prime Minister Davis, who sends his regards.
Well, were you with my husband when he was the ambassador to the Bahamas appointed by Clinton?
So,
well, you're not going to like this. And so this is the first. I didn't remember that, but that's odd because you've been at Treasury, and I've sent you 5 letters to ask about what was going on under your leadership and only received a couple of cursory replies from your staff. Why don't you respond?
Ma'am?
I guess you don't know why you didn't respond. Secretary Benson, you worked in finance before, right? You will find bipartisan support on this committee for small businesses and the institutions that finance them. I worked with Trump's first Treasury Secretary to pass $12 billion in support for community development, financial institutions, and minority banks and credit unions. So I was surprised when Trump first tried to eliminate the CDFIs, but it caught you by surprise also. You said that the CDFI fund plays an important role in expanding financial access. Unfortunately, you were not very persuasive last week. Trump proposed to basically cut all CDFI funding. Now, let's discuss your job before becoming secretary. Your hedge fund had a secret sauce for how you would make money for investors, a proprietary trading strategy. As CEO, you guarded that strategy. You never allowed unrelated persons to access your firm's computer records, data, personnel files, and algorithms, right? And I'm sure you wouldn't have allowed just anyone unfettered access to copy, change, or to use those records, right? I suspect not. And that makes good sense. What doesn't make good sense is why, as Treasury Secretary and acting CFPB Director, you would allow DOJ unfettered access to the government system that handles trillions of dollars in payments to the proprietary business records of entities regulated by the CFPB, or most alarmingly, to the tax records of hundreds of millions of Americans. But you still threw up the gates of our finance system open to Elon Musk and his band of 22-year-olds. Yes or no? Do you know the level, type, or nature of the clearances and security training required for individuals to access the information held in the computers of Treasury, IRS, or CFPB?
Yes, I do, and I think we would have a disagreement over the definition of the word unfettered.
Mr. Secretary, did all the individuals working with DOJ who were given access to Treasuries and CFPB's computer databases receive all of the required clearances and security training before they were granted access?
Again, they were granted read-only access at Treasury. There were two.
So let me just say,
DOJ employees.
please, you can't filibuster here. This is not the filibuster playground. And so what you did was you let these strangers into our Treasury with access to all of the data, all of the personnel information, and you just opened the door. Why'd you do that?
No, ma'am. They were Treasury employees.
Oh, are you saying today in front of this committee that all of them were Treasury employees, that the 25-year-old who's being identified, who worked for Elon Musk, was allowed into the Treasury? Was that person there?
He was a Treasury employee, as was Tom Kraus, the senior person on the DOJ team. There were only 2 people.
There were DOJ employees also.
Sorry?
Do you know, were you aware that there were DOJ employees coming into our Treasury getting all of our personal information?
Well, ma'am, there is no such thing as a DOJ employee. There were Treasury employees.
I tend to disagree with you based on the information I have. Has any information been downloaded by anyone working with DOGE from any of Treasury's or CFPB's computers? Answer yes or no.
Not to my knowledge.
You better learn.
Gentlewoman yields
I yield
back. The gentleman from Michigan, the vice chairman of our committee, Mr. Heisinger, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. And I just have to note that it's ironic that this has been declared a no filibuster zone by the same people who walked out of a hearing yesterday in filibuster. So, and just to give you one quick brief moment, are you saying that there was no unauthorized or unsanctioned persons that had access to the systems that you are in control of?
Again, there were 2 employees.
Yep.
There were very strict guardrails, and they were there for an ERP function.
Yeah, so they were authorized and they were sanctioned.
Yes.
So not unknown, and Elon Musk wasn't one of those 2 people?
No, to my knowledge,
Okay.
Mr. Musk has never been in the Treasury building.
Okay, all right. I have to hit on Burma and a little crypto, and if we have time, China. So I want to thank you for your actions that Treasury took this past Monday regarding Burma. The KNA, the Karen National Army, has become a haven for transnational criminal organizations that run illicit operations such as human trafficking and smuggling. The group has strong ties to the Burmese army, which has targeted religious and ethnic minorities such as the Rohingya since the civil war broke out in 2021. While the U.S. and our allies continue to impose sanctions against the military junta, unfortunately, the atrocities continue. My district, the 4th District of Michigan, is home to approximately 5,000 of these ethnic Burmese. And I'm just asking you, we need to do more to protect the people of Burma and to stop the genocide. Yesterday, I reintroduced the Brave Burma Act, a bipartisan piece of legislation that would require the president to determine on an annual basis whether to impose stronger blocking sanctions against the Myanmar oil and gas enterprise, the Myanmar Economic Bank, and foreign persons operating in the jet fuel sector of the Burmese economy, which has been a tremendous amount of their revenue. And it further limits the junta's ability to borrow at the IMF, which I think is one of the issues that the chairman was touching on. So these actions would target the heart of the military junta's revenue. So can I get your commitment that you're going to continue to work with my staff and us on a bipartisan basis as we try to address these issues in Burma?
Congressman, we're happy to work with your staff on this legislation, and thank you for your leadership on this issue. I share your concern about imposing consequences on persons who threaten the peace, security, and stability of Burma. Treasury has the tools to continue to take action for the people of Burma, and working with you, we will continue to do so.
That's great. And what's frustrating is while some of these sanctions have been put in place, a sanction's only as good as the willingness to enforce it. And we have seen them receiving financial support, the junta, from around the world, especially, frankly, as they ramped up production during the last administration. So I'll note it's not just Burma, it's places like Iran, that this illicit activity that has gone around the sanctions has been allowed. In some cases, Treasury has granted these licenses. I sit on the Foreign Affairs Committee as well, and we see this all the time. I want to touch on crypto. Yesterday, as I had mentioned, the committee held a hearing with House Agriculture, or attempted to hold a hearing with the House Agriculture Committee. Turned into a very important roundtable as well regarding digital asset market structure reform. So can you quickly explain how important it is for America to take the lead here, especially as we see China leaping ahead?
Yes, sir. We believe that the United States should be the premier destination for digital assets. And as members of this committee and the Senate are attempting to do, create good market structure around that, so that U.S. best practices are used around the world.
And that's really the point, right, is having American U.S. best practices to sort of set the pace for others to follow rather than us trying to fill in the holes that, that may be created by as others set that pace.
Yes, sir. And also that digital assets are an important source of innovation that will drive the, that can drive usage of the US dollar around the world, as with stablecoin legislation. There is speculation that there may be up to $2 trillion of demand over the next few years for US government securities from digital assets.
My time has expired, but I'll send you my question regarding Chinese debt trap diplomacy. So with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York, ranking member of the Small Business Committee, Ms. Velasquez, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I want
You
to raise
are listening currently to Congresswoman Nadia Velasquez from New York, questioning Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in the House Financial Services Committee.
I would like for the witness to be swearing in before I ask my questions.
The chair doesn't see a need for that. You may ask your question. Your time can start the gentlewoman's time over at 5 minutes.
Secretary Bessent, you were on CNBC earlier this week making claims saying we are very close and maybe we will see some deals this week on tariffs. So tell us, tell the American people, tell small businesses and consumers, tell retirees, specifically which countries are you close to striking deals with?
I'm sorry, Congresswoman, but that would not benefit the United States.
No. I'm asking you a question based on the statement that you made on CNBC.
And I am telling you that it would be detrimental to the interest of the United States for me to answer that question.
Why will that be detrimental?
Because as the negotiations may still be in process as we speak, as we are not at the end of the week yet, I am sure that you through your question, would not want to compromise the U.S. negotiations.
Reclaiming my time,
Would you?
Secretary Bessent, the president goes into a press conference and claims that there are negotiations going on. And then the next day, there's no negotiations going on. So why would you not answer my question? And that will be considered detrimental to the American people, to the American economy. I do not understand. Despite your claim,
I'm happy to say there are negotiations going on. I'm not going to reveal the details.
no filibuster. No filibuster here. So how long do you think those negotiations will take before they are concluded?
There are numerous countries, as I have said, if you saw my CNBC interview, which you referenced, that there are 18 important trading partners, and we are moving forward at all deliberate speed with those.
Do you consider these negotiations advanced negotiations?
Some of them are quite advanced.
So you expect this deal to be more than memorandums of understanding? You expect them to be full negotiated trade deals?
I believe that they will be the agreements in principle, and then we will paper them over in the coming months. But once we reach an agreement, then I am sure that the other countries will live up to it.
Okay. In congressional testimony yesterday, you said the U.S. has not started negotiating with China on tariff reductions. Does that continue to be your position, yes or no?
As you may have read,
yes or no, sir?
As you may have read in the press, I will be going to Switzerland, and the negotiations will begin on Saturday.
Okay, so the president told you that that will be your answer today. So can you tell who from the Trump administration is engaged in those discussions?
Which discussions?
With China.
Trade discussions?
Pardon?
I'm sorry.
Trade discussions, yes, sir.
Well, The trade negotiations will be led by myself and Ambassador Jameson Greer,
And,
USTR.
and what about Pete Navarro?
Sorry?
Peter Navarro.
He will not be joining us in Geneva.
Thank God for that. Are those negotiations considered advanced?
Pardon?
Are those negotiations considered advanced?
As I said, on Saturday we will begin, which I believe is the opposite of advance.
Secretary Besson, as Treasury Secretary and a senior member of President Trump's economic team, has President Trump given you the authority to finalize any trade agreement with China or any other trading partner?
As President Trump has stated, he will have the final decision on any trade agreement.
So you're telling me all of these increased prices, the stock market losses, the production delays are all based on the whims of Donald Trump, that you could strike the best deal with Canada, Mexico, or even China that is completely in our favor, giving us everything the administration
Gentlewoman's
is
time has
seeking.
expired.
And if President Trump decides at any certain moment,
Gentlewoman's time has
for whatever reason, not to take the deal, that will be it. I yield back.
The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, who is chair of our Task Force on Monetary Policy, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
Frank
Chairman.
Lucas, a representative from the state of Oklahoma, speaking to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in the House Financial Services Committee.
Can you give an updated assessment of those events, and how would you characterize the functioning of the market during that period? During the dust-up in Treasury markets?
How the market was very well functioning. It was volatile, but the underlying infrastructure worked quite smoothly, sir.
Does the Treasury Department have the tools necessary to address market volatility? You've said you may increase the use of the buyback program. Are there other authorities that might be helpful to address the challenges of the market?
Yes, sir. We have a very large toolkit that we can deploy, as does the Federal Reserve.
Taking a step back, Mr. Secretary, can you provide us with a sense of what regulations the administration is working on to bolster resilience in the Treasury market and the timelines when you would expect those changes to be announced? This is a core issue on the task force I and a number of my colleagues are working on.
Sir, the auction sizes, the current issuance sizes leave us well positioned to address potential changes in borrowing needs. I can tell you that investor participation in auctions, there's been broad investor support. Our weighted average maturity is about 61.2 months, which is quite fulsome. And we have implemented a buyback program with two objectives: liquidity support and cash management.
One last question along that line. I've long said that the administration should look at reforming regulations like the supplemental leverage ratio to relieve some of the constraints that market participants are facing in the Treasury market. I hope you'll consider looking at that.
Sir, Treasury does not look at that, but I believe that it is a high priority for the three regulators, the OCC, the FDIC, and the Federal Reserve.
Thank you. And as the SEC continues to implement their clearing rule, a number of firms, including those outside the United States, are looking to provide clearing services for U.S. Treasuries and their derivatives. How are you working with the SEC and the CFTC to ensure the integrity of the Treasury markets as these firms look to intermediate?
Sir, the Treasury market is a global market, and we welcome new participants, and we want to make sure that best practices employed in the U.S. are also employed globally.
And the reason I ask that is, and if you could specifically comment on the clearing of U.S. sovereign debt outside of the United States, what risk could that potentially present? And I come at that from the perspective, if there's a challenge in the market, if it's a U.S.-based entity, then the regulators who would make the difficult decisions are here. If it's outside of the United States, they might have a different perspective.
We are constantly studying that, sir. As of now, we do not believe that it presents a risk, but I will, as we continue our studies, I will have my staff interact with your team.
Absolutely, Mr. Secretary. And one final question. Primary dealerships ships has become an expensive proposition for firms, which in one explanation for participants leaving the market, it's one of the many explanations. Should we be looking at ways to make the environment friendlier to investors wanting to become primary dealers?
Sir, we saw at the recent auctions very low participation by the primary dealers, which tells me that there may be the regulatory function there that is preventing them from using their balance sheet for the benefit of the U.S. Treasury.
So clearly the task force that Chairman Hill was kind enough to set up and yourself, we have work to do. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Would you yield?
I would yield to the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, and I can get my China question in, so I appreciate my colleague doing that. I want to talk a little bit about the international financial institutions, the IFIs, such as IMF, World Bank, and they're falling short of addressing key challenges.
Bill Zinga of the House Financial Services Committee, representative from Michigan.
Debt trap diplomacy. How should the IMF really help borrowers take the fund's advice when it keeps giving China a free pass?
Well, Congressman, as I said in a public interview after one of my IMF speeches, it is time for China to graduate from developing country status. It is the second largest economy in the world. They are a large, important economy, and they should no longer be granted the status of a developing economy.
I'd like to invite you, Mr. Secretary, to continue that answer in writing, and I thank the Vice Chairman and Mr. Lucas. Let me call on the gentleman from California, the ranking member for our Capital Markets Subcommittee, Mr. Sherman.
First, a parliamentary inquiry. Since the
Sherman,
last speaker had an extra
California.
30 seconds, can I have an extra 30 seconds?
Right.
I would be happy to do that.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you that special drawing rights should be increased only with congressional input, and I agree with Mr. Huizinga that we have to focus on Burma, Myanmar. I ask unanimous consent to put in the record a chart showing how the value of the dollar compared to other currencies has declined precipitously since Trump's so-called Liberation Day, and to also put into the record a CBO report issued just an hour ago that shows that Republican proposals to change Medicaid would in one case take 1.5 million people would lose their Medicaid benefits, and in another proposal would cost 3.9 million Americans their Medicaid benefits.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to put in the record a letter I sent to the Secretary, responded to by his Assistant Secretary, dealing with direct file, which means you don't have to pay TurboTax because the IRS has the software. And the response that I got, an absurd response, was basically, well, as long as, we just want to make sure TurboTax makes a lot of money, so we're not going to do that. And I would point out that the IRS could send every American, for their voluntary use, a proposed first draft of the tax return, since you already have the W-2, you already have the 1099, and you don't have all the input errors that come from people doing their own returns. But that is something that your administration is stopping. I would ask you, Mr.
Without objection.
Yes. I ask you, Mr. Secretary, to provide for the record within 1 week your best estimate of when the U.S. will hit the debt ceiling and exhaust our borrowing capacity. Can I count on you to provide that for the record?
Sir, the so-called X date is a moving target.
I'd like your best shot.
As I stated yesterday, we are moving on to the warning track, and we don't want to be on the warning track. And
I would ask you to provide the Congress the best information you can, but I'm going to go on to another question. I represent one of the two areas devastated by the Los Angeles fires. I spoke directly and on camera to President Trump and asked him to exempt building materials from these tariffs. The National Association of Home Builders says that these tariffs will add $11,000 to the cost of these fire victims rebuilding their homes. Can you assure us that in a country where we have a devastating housing shortage in general, but we have thousands of people in Los Angeles who have to rebuild their homes in particular, that these fire victims are not going to face this additional cost to rebuild their home?
I will look into that matter, and I was...
That is exactly what the president said in January.
I was in Los
so
Angeles
far
this weekend, and I toured the devastation.
Thank you. I hope you saw the devastation of the Palisades, and I hope you won't be imposing another $11,000 cost on every home builder. Now, as to capital markets, where I devote most of my time, all of us on the subcommittee agree that we're trying to get people to invest in American stocks and build the American economy. And in fact, our tax code has hundreds of billions of dollars of incentives to get people to invest in America. China also has incentives to get the Chinese people to invest in Chinese stocks. But there's a difference. China only provides those incentives to Chinese people if they invest in Chinese stocks. American billionaires like investing in China, making tens and hundreds of millions of dollars in profit. Can you think of a reason why the American tax code should provide enormous tax benefits like the capital gains allowance to American billionaires who invest in Chinese stocks? Why is that in our national interest?
Sir, it's not just available to billionaires. If you were to buy...
Right, so why do we want to encourage...
buy a Chinese ETF, a very...
Why would we be neutral on whether I buy an American ETF or a China ETF? Don't we prefer American capital to be invested in America, or are we just fine with encouraging Americans to invest abroad?
Well, sir, we don't want to close the capital account, and we do want investors to be able to maximize their judgment where they should invest.
Let me go on to one more thing.
I have said I wouldn't bet against the U.S., but
please, next question.
People can.
Next question. Abu Dhabi and United Arab Emirates just announced that they were going to give $2 billion to a stable coin put forward by World Liberty Financial. This stable coin pays no interest. So you and I are both finance people, just want to check my math. Assuming a 4% rate of return, is this interest-free loan of $2 billion worth $80 million every year to World Liberty Financial and its Trump owners?
Sir, I haven't seen that. I don't know the expense ratio, and as far as I know, no stable coins pay interest.
So the New York Times is wrong. Please read the article. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
You were
Secretary,
listening
welcome.
to
We're
Representative
delighted that you're here.
Sessions from
Part of the,
Texas in the
challenge
House
against
Financial
you
Services
this
Committee
morning,
questioning
and I'm sure
Treasury
some
Secretary
days
Scott
is
Bessent.
the explanation of the tariff matter that President Trump has initiated and sticking by. I'd like to provide just my input on that if I could, that I think that President Trump sees the relationship with China by what it really is, and that is an unfair relationship, one in which needs to be not only looked at, but really something done about it. And I know that while we have PNTR, it should mean that we treat them the same way they treat us, but that is not happening. President Trump, as part of these changes, has changed the de minimis rule, and that de minimis rule was the amount of money that a package, when it comes into our country under this circumstance, whether it was looked at or not, whether a tariff was paid upon it. And I believe that there were Chinese companies taking advantage of that. Some 4 million packages a day were coming to the United States. And I say were coming because I do not believe that that rate is still occurring. As a result of that, what happened is it contributed to the fentanyl issue that we had because we did not look at these packages with the same viewpoint that others did. My point in bringing this up is that I believe that with the new numbers of 177,000 net new American jobs being created in the private sector, that there's an understanding by people who want to invest in America that this president is finally taking on the Chinese who undermined not just intellectual property, but undermined with their government, the Chinese government, undercutting the price and manufacture of many products.
Så jeg dropper heftig her. Har 110 points på shorten min. Jones kommer for øvrig straks. Han sitter I trafikk. Sitter fast I trafikk.
Be on the internet at $400 or $500, and for a Chinese product to be brought in for $40 or $50. That undermined not just our intellectual property, but actually undermined the manufacturing that takes place in this country. And I'm delighted that you and the president are engaged in balancing that out. And I think that's what this 177,000 new American jobs net provided for us, because it's people who want to invest in the United States, knowing that finally we have a president that will protect that onslaught of Chinese goods, undercutting American, not just jobs and intellectual property, but the events that take place therein. And I think this president has done a great job, and I want to offer my support for that, because I think that part of what the president has done is set a new challenge and mark.
Fint å droppe der, altså.
Now to pick up that part that was before challenged by China. Mr. Secretary, Russia still earns over $700 million a day in fossil fuel revenue that helps its war against Ukraine. And I think that most
Jeg tok mesteparten litt lenger opp der, og så heller jeg en. Den blir jeg nok bare å holde. Jeg har satt selger profit. Så han tar den ut, og så blir det heftig.
That the Biden administration exercised with regards to Russia and Ukraine support a big dichotomy. On one hand, they're giving aid to government of Ukraine. On the other hand, their sanctions against the Russian Federation were very, very weak. The sanctions were just against some of the lower-level oil companies. There was a price cap that has never worked. On his way out the door, in a fit of bravery, the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, raised the sanctions because the Biden administration
London session nå.
About upsetting the
Nå kan jeg egentlig bare droppe.
pushing up oil prices during an election year. The Trump administration, through our energy abundance and signaling to the energy markets, crude oil is down about 20% thus far this year. I read with great interest this morning that Russian revenues were down 12% last month, which will put a dent in the Russian war machine, sir.
Mr. Secretary, I hope that you'll
Droppe ordentlig, så kan vi droppe en 500-600 poeng. Det var fint å droppe ned til 18.331.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bassett.
Ja, klokka 20 blir spennende.
I'm just a plain, simple man, the average everyday American.
Spent på om vi blir å gå opp eller ned.
This hearing today.
Sånn som utsiktene ser ut nå, så er det egentlig ned, men
Does trade deficits
det er ikke tors å gamble på det, for å si det sånn. Ja, her er det spinnvilt. Ungene har mellomste leke med minsten.
Yes or no? It does. It does. You're telling me trade deficits equals a national creates
persistent and prolonged.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And do you know also, sir, that
Og da er det tydeligvis sånn brøling som gjelder. Nei, de er mellomste er 7, og så minsten er 1. Ja, litt over 1 år. 1 år og 2 måneder, tror jeg. Nei, det er ikke 4 måneder. 1 år og 4 måneder.
An emergency, because it hasn't been for 4 decades. It says to me that we should bring tariffs back to the United States Congress so that we
Størsten sitter og gamer på rommet sitt.
as the Constitution has said, and not try to go around Congress. That's just unbelievable to me. Let me ask this question. Maybe missed it. Who was the president? And who has been the president since January 20th, 2025?
Donald J. Trump.
Jo da, han har trada, han. Han gjorde om 10 000 om til 20 000 på 2 dager, faktisk. På en demokonto. Så han er litt sånn spesiell. Han har en genfeil som ikke noen andre har.
Do you believe in the Constitution of the United States and it should be abided
I believe in the Constitution of the United States.
So you believe in it without any second thought. You don't have to think about it. You believe in it and you would abide by it. Is that correct?
I have and I do, sir.
Okay. Well, do you know that a president has said he may or may not? He don't know? Let me ask this question. I couldn't believe my ears. Sunday, during NBC's Meet the Press, President Trump credited himself
Ja, det stemmer det, Tommy,
the
dessverre.
economy in 2024 when
Ja, Prepina har 3 gutter.
president, but then he blamed President Biden
Og nå blir det snipping. Snipp, snipp.
2025 when
Hva faen ikke ha flere.
president.
Det var nok.
I'm not so sure how the American people puts that together. In 2024, strong economy, he tries to take the credit. In 2025, when he's the
Ja,
president,
det blir tatt ved rota.
he
Det
blames
går an nå igjen.
That doesn't make sense to
Det
me.
fungerer alt for godt.
I don't think it makes sense to most Americans, and I hope, Mr. Secretary, you're a businessman, it doesn't make sense to you either. It can't possibly make
Nå
sense.
kommer det, hvis det er jente, sier de, så vi får se.
If
Vi får se.
government, say, look, Argentina, I remember when I came here, and Argentina
Tesla fortsetter ned.
failing to pay its debt. Not once or twice or 3 times.
Apple fortsetter ned.
And we were all upset about it, and we said that they needed a host, somebody needed to take over their government. You know, somebody should help the president of Argentina. If the United States or didn't pay his debt or something like that, we'd be very upset about that if we couldn't pay our debt. I mean, that's one of our focuses. Is that not correct?
Sir, the United States will always meet its debt obligations.
Always. Well, let me ask you this. Donald Trump, the deal maker, and you didn't answer Ms. Velasquez's questions, no deals, although he said 3 weeks ago that there would be deals. But Donald Trump, not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, but 6 times failed to pay his debt.
Nei, jeg tror ikke Trump skal prate noe i dag. Nå er det FOMC som skal prate. Mulig Trump kommer ut med noen kommentarer etterpå.
The gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, the chair of our subcommittee on capital markets, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You were listening to Representative Ann Wagner, a Republican from Missouri, questioning
And I thank
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent
for your
on the House
testimony.
Financial Services
I, sir, am going to try to stick to the actual
Kun sekretær, ja.
title
Og hun er jo helt rå.
of this hearing and why we're supposed to be here today, which is the state of the
Synes jeg.
international financial system. So here we go. Mr. Secretary, under the Biden administration, Congress required
Jeg er ikke sånn
the Treasury
26 eller noe sånt.
whether any Chinese financial institutions were engaged in oil purchases from Iran. No matter how small or how large.
Ja, men hun må vel være det når hun har den jobben hun har.
These Chinese entities to secondary sanctions, sir. And just last week, the president himself ordered such sanctions for any purchase of Iranian oil, which helps, obviously, the Ayatollah finance
Gir
terrorism
40 points
around
på
the world.
shortmen.
Mr. Secretary, can you describe how, well, I think we all know how Iran uses oil sales to fund its proxies.
Jævlig lyst til å ta
Hezbollah,
den jo, egentlig.
the Houthis in Yemen, to the extent that there's any Yemen left. Treasury is now over half a year late with its statutory determination on Chinese buyers of Iranian oil. And I have three questions, sir, related to missing this deadline. The first is,
Jeg bruker som regel ikke å holde så lenge.
to Congress, had the previous administration done anything to prepare this determination? And third, when can Congress expect to receive it?
To all three of those, I will have my staff get
Hvor lang
back to you.
tid tar det med den Ja, det vet jeg faktisk.
Representative Wagner,
Det
what
kan
I
ikke jeg
will
svare på.
tell you is that since I become
Dessverre.
Treasury Secretary, the Treasury has repeatedly sanctioned so-called Chinese teapot refiners who are very large buyers of Iranian oil. These are independent refiners away from the state-owned enterprises. We have begun that program over the past few weeks, and we will continue as needed.
Good. Well, and I know that you're in negotiations with, I'll say, that 18th country, which is China. We are thrilled to hear.
Du må bare flytte ned stopplåsen,
there,
for
and I
at
hope
det
this is something that you will discuss with them in
er
terms of their
garantert å gå
purchasing of
opp,
Iranian
og så
oil.
begynner jeg å ta
That
meg
does
ut, og så
nothing
begynner
but
jeg
lift
å
up a
tryne
regime
sikkert.
that
Men
is funding terrorism
Ja.
throughout
Fuck it.
our
jeg tar profit på 100,90.
What
Ja,
actions has Treasury taken to combat cooperation
over
between Iran
forrige fem
and China
candle,
on illicit
så da stopper det.
finance and money laundering?
Well, again, the secondary sanctions
Skal i utgangspunktet falle videre, men den traff jo en liten sånn supporter. Så vi
when
får se på
President
den.
Trump left office, Iranian oil exports were
Hva den
between 100
gjør.
and 300,000 barrels per day. Now they are 1.6 million barrels per day, which allows the regime to finance its terror proxies, not just in the Middle East, but all around the world.
Correct. Yes, and we've seen it, and we've lived it, and it has caused unbelievable death, devastation, and grief, and resources, and loss of life throughout our world. And I am proud that the president himself endorsed sanctions just last week for any purchase.
Jeg bare sender, du kan sende mail til support, Finn.
So I
Finn gjør
hope
det.
that we can get a report on what's been happening with China. Switching gears, in February, several members of this committee and the Senate, including myself and the chairman, and the Senate Banking Committee sent you a letter voicing concerns about the European Union's Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, or CSDDD. This directive, which was finalized by the EU last year, will require many American companies to evaluate their supply chains and end certain business activities not based on U.S. law, but due to UN principles. This directive not only hurts our economic competitiveness, but also undermines our jurisdictional sovereignty, sir. It would force both public and private companies to comply with regulations that have not been approved by Congress, while also exposing them to
Total
increased
profit
litigation
før eller
by
etter den
companies in the
30.
EU.
Altså det
Time, Mr. Chairman, but this is something I feel very strongly
total
about.
profit er vel etter.
In the international realm here, and I have two questions regarding this
Hæ?
that I will submit for the record. Thank you.
Nei, han sto fast i kø i stad når han ringte meg.
Thank you, Chairman. Secretary.
Nei, det var jeg husker ikke hva klokka var. Det var en halvtime, time siden. Eller noe sånt.
FDIC plays a very essential role in safeguarding our depositors, ensuring prudent bank supervisors, and maintaining the safety and soundness of our
24 til 48 timer, ja, men da er det bare å vente. 24 eller 48 timer da.
FDIC is essential to the U.S. financial system.
And on Monday, you said this, and I quote, you said this, that the president tasked you with helping him choose the leader of the financial regulators so that we are all aligned, all regulators, to be safe, sound, and smart. And you went on to list the key positions that you've done that, including a new vice chairman for supervision of the Fed, a new head of the OCC, and Paul Atkins of the Securities and Exchange Commission, and a new CFTC commission. But as of this morning, we have no FDIC chairman full time. It is now under
Det er ikke jeg som eier
an
dette.
acting chair named Travis Hill, with the president having no current plans to either formally nominate him or find a replacement.
Jeg var med og startet Frontbroker for er det 2 eller 3 år siden?
Of the FDIC. So my question is,
Ja, men så ble det, så går vi lenger. Men så ble det noen som ble med, som ikke var helt bra, så han presset meg ut. Så jeg er ikke på eiersiden.
Acting chair of the OCC for 5 years. 5 years. That Mr. Hill is the
Men de er heller ikke med lenger.
As a matter of fact, the head of the
Heldigvis.
OCC, the head of the
Ja, det er jeg eier Frontbroker AS. For at vi skulle bruke det, så jeg opprettet det selskapet. Men så ble det jo aldri presset meg ut. Så har det bare stått brakk.
have you been instructed by President Trump to refrain from offering a list of viable candidates to lead the FDIC?
No, sir. I am constantly reviewing the list and thinking who is best to lead that important institution.
Well, I want you to know that I wrote a letter to the Trump administration, here it is, expressing grave concern with the erosion of financial regulatory agency independence. And, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit this for the record.
Without objection.
And we remain highly alarmed by this growing perception
Det er fortsatt litt lenger ned nå når det brøt i det, synes jeg.
have acquiesced to political pressure from this administration.
Hvis det er noe sinnssykt å ta
Perhaps
profit.
even from the president of the United States.
Jeg er short fra, jeg har 136 points i profits akkurat nå.
This vacancy at a time when we're running
Shorta fra toppen,
tariffs all over the
cirka.
when our economy is in these kinds of difficulties. The nation is watching us. Russia is operating us. As the
Jeg har stopplås i 100 points, så det er ikke noe.
upsetting Canada.
Leading in nød.
Around the world. So I just want to know that where are we going?
Nei, jeg tror ikke det.
We're going to have a chairman.
Jeg har ikke hørt at han har
Are
gjort
we
det.
going to have it? And answer me truthfully. Has President Trump asked you to delay this appointment?
Ja, han venter nok til han er ute av den shorten. Det gjør noe med hodet å sitte i sånn feil vei, pluss du sitter på copy trading. Det gjør noe med psyken. Det er ikke sånn kjempekult.
We have OCC nominees, we have a CFTC nominee, we have a vice chairperson nominee.
Mr. Chairman, I'm
And
a financial
I would ask
student
you to urge your Senate colleagues to,
Ja.
on the Democratic side, to vote for it.
Ja, da gjorde han det godt.
Well, when
Secretary,
is he going to
Ms.
do
Scott,
it?
your time's expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent discussion.
Thank you.
I recognize the distinguished chair of our Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Barr of Kentucky, for 5 minutes.
Secretary Besson, thank you and President Trump for, in February, issuing the
Oh,
National
det er mye
Security
nyheter.
Memorandum entitled
Hva holder på med
America
ungene?
First Investment Policy directing federal agencies to address outbound investments
You were listening
in
to
China.
Representative Andy
In
Barr,
March, as you
Republican
know,
from
Senator
Kentucky,
Cornyn and
questioning
I
Treasury Secretary
reintroduced my
Scott
bill
Bessent.
to restrict outbound investment into China, specifically into Chinese
Apple
military
has
industrial
revenue
complex
share agreement
entities,
with Google then.
primarily through OFAC sanctions. Tell me, Mr. Secretary, what do you think about that legislation in the context of the president's national security memorandum?
Så kom det noe
Congressman, I want to
marijuana
thank you for your
der.
leadership on this matter. My team and I appreciate your input and
Hva jeg tenker?
this important issue, one of the most important financial issues of our
Det var
time.
særlig at jeg følger ikke med
It is a
på
international security tool that we
Jeg følger ikke med
here
på,
see
på det som
exporting
skjer.
benefits. And we appreciate that Congress wants to move forward legislation that is important and helpful.
Jeg har bare fått med meg at det var noen raketter som fløy i veien i går. Og...
Process, including the work mandated by the president to inform the legislation so
Ja, og det
that
var noe
it
sånt.
is durable because of the importance of this.
Well, thank you, and I look forward to working with you and the president to align our legislation with the president's policy on this, and I want to give you and President Trump another tool of economic statecraft to
Stemmer det, Tommy?
increase President Trump's leverage in his negotiations with General Secretary Xi. This is a very important issue, and as you probably noticed, there was recently a $75 million venture investment into a Chinese artificial intelligence firm, Manus. Is Manus AI on the CMIC Treasury entity list?
I will have my staff get back to you on that, sir.
And I think the answer is no, and that's why we need this legislation.
Jeg tror jeg må lage noe mat til ungene. Det høres ut som han begynner å bli sulten.
Not just at entities, but also technologies of national security concern, like militarized artificial intelligence that this
I'll be back.
Manus AI is doing. I would also note
The
the waiver authority that I embed in this legislation with Senator Cornyn would give you, as Treasury Secretary, the ability to authorize BlackRock or other U.S. firms to invest in Panama to displace the Chinese. So thank you for your collaboration with us on that. Secretary, you've said that with President Trump, we're going to reprivatize the American economy. That is music to my ears. That's music to the American people's ears. When federal bank regulators are talking about reproposing the Basel III endgame proposal, they have been saying now for a long time we should do it in a capital neutral way, abandoning former Vice Chair Barr's approach of a huge gold plating of bank capital. Since the Federal Reserve started to use the term capital neutrality in 2019, however, capital has increased by 10 to 20%, making the concept of capital neutrality really arbitrary. Large banks are now subject to stress tests, CCAR, GSIB surcharge, and a number of liquidity and resolution requirements. When looking at our bank capital regulations in the context of an America First agenda, Mr. Secretary, should we be aiming for capital neutrality, or should we be instead looking at capital levels that actually promote American competitiveness?
Congressman, as you know, I've been very concerned about our community banks, our small regional banks, and the growth of private credit outside the regulated system tells me that many of the regulations may be too tight and that the business is pulled into the so-called shadow market. I think we want to safely and soundly expand the regulated financial system and get them on equal footing. And I think that these capital levels that are predictable are very important for that.
Last question about China investment in Venezuela. Last week, Venezuelan Vice President Rodriguez asked Chinese officials to increase oil purchases as the country is feeling the squeeze on its energy sales. Tell me what you think about OFAC licenses for U.S. companies operating in Venezuela when those American firms could displace China to enhance American energy dominance.
It is a very acute balancing act there between displacing China, but U.S. entities providing hard currency for the Maduro regime, and we are constantly
Gentleman's time has
weighing
expired.
that.
I look forward to working with you on that issue.
Thank
I
you.
yield back.
Recognize the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, our ranking member of the Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Artificial Intelligence Subcommittee, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for coming before this committee and helping us with
From
our
Stephen
work.
Lynch, representative of
Mr. Secretary,
Massachusetts.
between March 11th and March 15th, 2025, you and more than a dozen senior officials, including of the Trump administration, including Secretary Hegseth, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, used a commercially available, non-governmental, encrypted, non-secure app to discuss and coordinate imminent U.S. military strikes in Yemen in a group chat entitled Houthi PC Small Group. Particularly, Defense Secretary Hegseth shared actionable intelligence, including sensitive and classified details of an imminent military operation against Houthi rebels and other military plans. These included precise launch times for U.S. jet fighter assets, targeting locations for those Houthi rebels who were, by the way, equipped with anti-aircraft systems. Mr. Hegseth shared the targeting sequencing against Houthi rebels and described the weapon systems, the U.S. weapon systems involved. National Security Council has confirmed that this signal chat was authentic and that you had participated. You realize that for you, Mr. Secretary, because of the responsibilities you have, even outside the Principals Committee, that group, you have a target on your back from our adversaries, China, North Korea, Russia, and others. Can I ask you, have you been briefed on the proper protocols for discussing information such as active military plans?
I have, by my general counsel.
Very
and
good.
If you will look,
I got a bunch of questions. So I'm just trying to narrow this down because this is really a concern. Just reclaiming my time.
To that chat
So
was
let me ask you.
my chief of
Are you,
staff's name, which was
sir,
widely available.
Let me ask the questions and you provide the answers. Okay? How about that?
Waiting for the
Are
question.
you preserving records, Mr. Secretary, of these communications as required by the Public Records Act?
Yes, sir. My
Good.
general
Okay.
counsel has
Are
photographed.
you still discussing sensitive military intelligence on a non-secure line?
I have never done that.
Okay. The National Security Council says you were on a chat that discussed those details. Are you saying that wasn't the case?
I have said that I have never discussed them.
Someone discussed it with you. You were on that. You were on a non-secure line for a meeting with other secretaries, right? Those people I just mentioned. You weren't on that chat.
I was, but
You
were
okay?
discussing
That's what
things-
I'm talking about. So you could have
providing
intervened.
an answer
You
for
could have
you.
brought it up. You could have said this is an insecure line. We shouldn't be doing this. We're putting our sons and daughters in uniform at risk. Pre-attack. You could have done all that. Mr. Hegseth, this is not involving you, but Mr. Hegseth afterwards did the same thing with a family chat. His wife, his brother, his sister, family attorney. You do understand the troublesome nature of that, right? Are you dismissing that and calling this a roaring success, as others have done, as the White House has done? This is troubling, and I just want the reassurances for this committee and for other members of Congress, other committees, and for, most importantly, for the families of Americans who send their sons and daughters, into harm's way, that put on that uniform. I just want the reassurances that we're not doing, this buffoonery has to stop, right? At some point, there are serious consequences to not not complying with security protocols. Mr. Secretary, you're a smart guy. You're a smart guy. You didn't create this situation. You were drawn into it. I'm just trying to reassure the committee that this stuff is not happening anymore.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Allow the gentleman to answer. Be a yes or no.
I think the gentleman's time has expired.
Well, Congressman, I'm happy to say that because of my age, I pick up the phone and call people.
There you go.
Gentleman's time has expired.
You've been listening
Gentleman
to
from
Treasury
Georgia,
Secretary Scott
Vice Chairman
Bessent.
of our Finance Institutions,
Speaking with the House
Mr.
Financial
Lau,
Services Committee, we will get back to that in just a moment, but I think it's worth pointing out that tech is starting to trade a little heavy, so we wanted to give you a data check here with John Tucker.
Yeah, the major stock averages, Alex and Paul, they've turned from higher to mixed right now, and shares of Google parent Alphabet seem to be setting the tone right now. The shares are down 5.8%, and this slide comes after an Apple executive, Eddie Q, was testifying. He said the iPhone maker is exploring additional AI search features to its browser, adding AI search. So Alphabet facing the possibility of stiff competition. Again, Alphabet shares, Google parent, down 5.8%. Overall, the S&P 500 is down 1 point. The Dow is up 188 points, and the NASDAQ 100 right now 66 points lower. That is down 0.3%. So we have now turned mixed in the markets, Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Let's get that back down to Washington, D.C. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent testifying before the House Financial Services Committee. We have Barry Loudermilk, the representative of Georgia, is now questioning Treasury Secretary Bessent.
Well, I would say that the unfettered ability to borrow has made us more prolific as there is very little potential for market discipline to date. Right. But there is the potential that the market may discipline the United States government one day. And I am, along with the administration, President Trump, trying to set the country on a path to avoid that.
And we appreciate that. I've long said that I don't feel that there is the political will within Congress anymore to restrict spending and balance the budget. And so I appreciate the work that you're doing there. Is there a world where we can have our cake and eat it too? In other words, is there a policy configuration where the U.S. can maintain the best elements of its exorbitant privilege while also having a balanced export economy?
Yes, sir, there is. And I would point out that the exorbitant privilege, as I believe it was a French politician called it, does not always result in the lowest interest rates. Japan's interest rates are lower than ours. China's interest rates are lower than ours. Most of the EU interest rates are lower than ours.
Okay. I want to shift gears just slightly. For several years, I've called for FinCEN to raise the threshold for currency transaction reports from 10,000 to some higher value. Working on legislation, have been for the last several years, and I do have legislation again this year on that. If adjusted for inflation from the 1970s, this threshold would be somewhere between $74,000 and $80,000. But we haven't. We're still stuck at that $10,000 limit. In your opinion, what threshold value best balances privacy and compliance costs against the utility that these reports have for law enforcement?
Congressman, I am not sure what the equilibrium level is. What we have discovered, so you were talking about the threshold for a suspicious activity report.
Or the concerns, currency transaction report, yes, which is in a segment.
So we are now examining that, and we are finding that sometimes higher is better, sometimes lower is better. We have discovered that there are approximately 40 counties on the U.S.-Mexico border that account for a substantial amount of nefarious behavior by the cartels. So we have lowered that to $200, and we are finding great efficacy there in pushing the cartels back into Mexico and not allowing them to deal in the United States. So I would say, sir, it's a moving target.
Okay, and I can understand and appreciate that. One of the issues that we have from a nationwide status is the compliance cost that goes to small financial institutions, and even from law enforcement, the complaint is trying to find illicit financing currently is like looking for a needle in the haystack because of the pure volume of reports that are being made. And so my argument has been from in a nationwide status, and I'm sure we can work on something to make exemptions during times like you're talking about now in locations, but is not to increase the size of the haystack, but reduce the haystack so it becomes more prevalent, the illicit financing.
And look, Congressman, I am hypersensitive to the needs of the small and community banks and the undue burden that much compliance is placing on them. And we are working across a variety of ways to lower those costs.
All right, look forward to working with you on these things.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The ranking member on the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank the ranking member, and I thank the witness for appearing.
Right now, we're listening to Al Green, a representative from the state of Texas.
When you testified before the Senate, you indicated that the CDFI fund is a very important program. It's very important to us. Is this correct?
I did, sir.
And is it true that you would not agree that it is a woke program, it has cultural Marxism associated with it, and that it is abused? You wouldn't agree with that, would you?
Sorry, I think the CDFI fund is performing its statutory functions as required.
So you would not agree then that it's woke? Is it statutory function to be woke?
I've never seen that in the statute, sir.
Okay. What about Marxism? Is that associated with it in the statute?
Again, sir, I've never seen that.
Okay. Now, given that the president desires to cut into this program, you're the Secretary of the Treasury, what are you going to do about it to protect it?
Sir, the skinny budget does propose a new $100 million award program that will provide access to affordable financing.
Does that take care of the many billions that we put in, $12 billion to support the CDFIs? That's a lot. It's quite a distance from the $12 billion, sir. What are you going to do about it?
Look, I understand.
Do you advise the president?
Sorry?
Do you advise the president?
I advise the president on a wide range of matters.
Is this considered a part of a wide range of matters? Would you advise the president that he shouldn't cut these funds?
I look forward to working with you and the committee to ensure these programs operate efficiently for taxpayers.
What about efficiently for taxpayers and efficiently as a result of them being in place to do so? If you don't have the money, they can't be efficient. They can't serve taxpayers if you don't have the money. 61% of these programs are in Republican districts.
Is there a question?
Yes, it is a question in the sense that I'm asking you to suggest to the president that this is important and that you not cut it.
So the skinny, as I said,
100 million is quite a distance from 12 billion.
Well, that's not the annual appropriate. 12 billion is not the annual appropriation.
No, but 12 billion is what we, a bipartisan group of folk, put into the CDFIs as well as into the minority depository institutions. We don't want to see that cut. Let's go to another area. Do you agree that when a tariff is imposed upon a product that's coming into this country, that the tariff is collected at the border?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree that that money that's collected goes into the Treasury's coffer?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree also that if the person that is importing this product is of the opinion that it is something that his clientele, his customers desire, that he will pay that tariff?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree that when he pays that tariff, he's likely to pass it on to his customers, his consumers?
Sir, the laws of economics would say that they're very elastic.
I understand, but do you agree that he is likely to do that? Do you agree that he does it sometime? Do you agree that he does it sometime?
Again,
do you agree that he ever do it? Does he ever do it?
Sure.
So your position is, as the great treasurer you are, that this is not passed on to the taxpayers?
It could
the
be.
consumers? It could be? Well, is it ever? It's hard to say yes, isn't it? It really
no,
is.
it's not hard to say.
Don't listen,
Sir,
sir.
it's
You
not
don't
hard to
have to
say.
fear. Don't listen.
It's
Don't
hard to say.
fear the president, sir. Is it ever passed on? Have you ever heard of this tax money being collected and passed on to the consumer to pay? Have you ever heard of that?
Well, the most recent studies from.
Okay, let's go on to
Trump's
this point.
term
I have a
show
better
that
point to make.
20%
Excuse me,
tariffs
I'm reclaiming my time. I have a better point.
pass
Listen
along.
just a second. I only have a little bit of time. And when it goes into the coffers, that money is then going to be a part of the tax dollars that can be accorded to persons in terms of a tax cut. Is this true?
It's part of the overall.
Yes, it is true, which means that the consumer, the person who pays that tax, this tariff tax, when he makes that purchase, is going to put his money in your coffer, our coffer, and then the president later on can say, you got a tax cut, but it's really the money that the consumer has put into your coffer. That is true. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio, the chair of the National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Davidson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I applaud your eloquent message at the Millikan Institute clarifying the Trump
You
administration's
are listening to
coherent
Representative
and
Warren
effective
Davidson,
strategy,
a
and
Republican
thank you
from
for helping lead
Ohio,
that.
questioning Treasury
My
Secretary
Committee on
Scott
National
Bessent
Security,
at the
Illicit Finance, and
House Financial
International
Services Committee.
Aligns completely with your efforts on illicit finance, on trade with the pending reauthorization of the Defense Production Act, the national interest with outbound investment laws and clarity, and on focused international financial institutions. I remain highly concerned about the future of money and frankly probably the most important policy debate we're having. I'll save that part for future hearings, but on illicit finance, I applaud your FinCEN final interim rule removing beneficial ownership reporting requirements for U.S. companies and citizens. The prior approach was collecting information on millions of Americans and companies, even homeowners associations, under the guise of illicit finance. Lots of noise and very little signal. By narrowing the scope of the rule, you are focusing on the signal. Given the shift in focus, millions of Americans have shared sensitive, personally identifiable information. Mr. Secretary, as the committee moves forward clarifying the rule, and would you commit to supporting the deletion of data already collected under the previous rule?
Sir, my staff is working on what will happen to that data, and we will get back to you on that.
Appreciate it. We work with you, and certainly hope you safeguard it always, but it'd be especially safe if it was deleted. Speaking of legislation, my bill, the Chinese Currency Accountability Act of 2025, it would require the Secretary, you in this case, to instruct the United States Governor of the United States Executive Director at the IMF to use the voice and vote of the United States to oppose any increase in the weight of the Chinese RMB in the basket of currencies used to determine the value of special drawing rights. This bill has passed the House on a bipartisan basis, most recently in February, and it still awaits Senate action. Mr. Secretary, far more effective than waiting for the Senate is your leadership on this issue. Will you advocate for opposing an increase in the RMB until China straightens itself out?
Look, I look forward to working with Congress on this issue on whether additional legislation is needed to address the Chinese practices or whether it could be done through trade negotiations.
Wish you great success in your pending negotiations, and certainly if you look at the IFIs, things like Argentina's recent restructuring under the IMF basically bailed out the Belt and Road. They'd never really have to worry about default at the Belt and Road. They're using their influence in the international financial institutions like the IMF and the World Bank to frankly cover risk at the Belt and Road. So hopefully that'll be restructured. You've already covered outbound, and I really appreciate the dialogue on that. But I'd like to turn to the Defense Production Act. I mean, when you look at how you've organized and communicated the president's approach there and the administration's approach, national security is of course paramount to that. And as we organize and update and reauthorize the Defense Production Act, of course it deals with the Department of Defense, it deals with Commerce, who does a lot of these things, but it's been structured under the authority of the Department of Treasury. Would you commit to working with our Committee on National Security and Finance to gather the input and get a final reauthorization across the finish line this year?
I think that is a important piece of legislation. We look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And then lastly, you've spoken eloquently about the kind of mission creep that comes in to some of our international financial institutions. And as you know, the IMF set up a climate fund in 2022 known as the Resilience and Sustainability Trust. Given concerns about IMF mission creep, will you work to eliminate RST so that the IMF can get back to its core mission?
Congressman, at my speech during IMF week, I stressed the need to get back to basics at all of the multilateral development banks, especially the IMF.
Yeah, thank you. And I mean, the World Bank's spending a massive amount on that. And as Chairman Hill and I met with the Inter-American Development Bank, they highlighted things that they were doing to deal with natural disasters that are important for tourism for them. So some of this is characterizing things that are really infrastructure for those countries as climate change, maybe to appease the previous administration. I'm confident you'll get it right to the extent we can be helpful in that as we reauthorize these programs, and we consider doing it. I thank you for your clarity talking about American leadership there so that America's interests are focused with the use of Americans' resources. I thank you for your steadfast work and your testimony today, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois, the ranking member on the Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Dr. Foster, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Secretary Bessent, for your appearance here today, as well as your very nice courtesy call.
We're listening to Bill Foster, representative from the state of Illinois. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent testifies before the House Financial Services
I'd like to speak
Committee.
today about the strength of the U.S. dollar and the decline of U.S. manufacturing, which, as you know, I'm very concerned about. I started this company back when I was 19 years old that now provides over 1,500 manufacturing jobs in the Midwest. And it's not been easy. We started our company in the beginning of the Reagan inflation. Then we had to live through all of the Bush policies and the China shock that occurred on his watch. We lived through just all the ups and downs of this, and it's not an easy thing. And now, in terms of the strength of the dollar, it's affected by many things. It's including central bank policies, interest rates, tariffs, and the balance of trade. But in the long run, I believe that the strength of the dollar reflects the world's confidence in the U.S. economy, in the competence of U.S. leadership, in the value of products made by American workers, and our reputation as a fair place to do business and the rule of law in America. Now, Secretary Bessent, earlier this week, you ran an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal echoing many of the points you made in your testimony. And in that op-ed, you promised inter alia more jobs, more manufacturing, more deregulation, lower taxes, less national debt, all while maintaining a strong dollar. On the other hand, Stephen Miran, Trump's choice for the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, wrote a paper last year arguing for weakening the dollar through something he called the Mar-a-Lago Accords, which you've reportedly been placed in charge of negotiating. The president himself has just been all over the map on almost a daily basis on whether a strong dollar or a weak dollar will make America great again. So my question is, what is it? Does the administration support a strong dollar or a weak dollar?
Sir, I'll work a little backwards. C. Head Myron paper was when he was in the private sector, and I think it related to a range of outcomes. Two, that I believe that the conditions for a strong dollar, they are important for international confidence. And again, when we think of strong dollar, what is a strong dollar? Is it the composite on the Bloomberg of all currencies? Is it a trade-weighted dollar? And then we can also look at bilateral relationships, because much of that could be not so much a strong dollar, but other countries manipulating and suppressing their currencies, which would
we lived through that in the Bush administration and as a non-reaction to what China was doing. I know all about that. But I think it's interesting to look at the historical record here. And I think, I have behind me, a plot of the strength of the U.S. dollar under recent presidents. And I believe your staff has a copy of a one-page handout that could be given to you if it's easier to read. And what it says is remarkable, that it says that under every president, from every Republican president, Reagan, Bush Jr., Trump 1, or now Trump 2, the dollar has weakened. Under every Democratic president, without exception, Clinton, Obama, Biden, the dollar has gone up significantly. And I don't think that's an accident. I think it's because of all the factors, including predominantly the confidence that the U.S. will maintain a well-regulated and well-governed economy and a fair place to do business. Now, and also on that handout, which I think, has that actually been given? Do you have the copy of the handout with the graphs on it? It's a double-sided single page. We can get you another copy if you want. It also has, you know, the argument in favor of a weak dollar. It should make manufacturing easier in the United States, make our, you know, that's one of the arguments for it. But if you look at the historical record here, if you just look at, for example, change in manufacturing employment under Democratic and Republican presidents, it's remarkable. For longer than you or I have been alive, Democratic presidents have increased manufacturing employment and Republican presidents have decreased manufacturing employment. You know, from FDR, Truman, Kennedy, Johnson, Carter, Clinton, Obama, and Biden, all increased manufacturing employment. Eisenhower, Nixon, Ford, Reagan, Bush 2, it all dropped. Okay, I don't think this is an accident, but the thing I want to ask you about is how did the Republicans manage to weaken the dollar and weaken manufacturing employment at the same time? Because it seems like that's completely crossways to the narrative that we're hearing from this administration.
Well, sir,
the gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman's time has expired. The Secretary can answer in writing. The gentleman from Tennessee, the Vice Chairman on Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, Mr. Rose, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Stile, and I want to thank Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters
Listen
for
to John
holding
Rose,
this
the
important
representative
hearing,
from
and
the
Secretary
state of
Bassett,
Tennessee.
thank you for being here with us today and answering our questions. Secretary Bassett, given that the U.S. Mint's own fiscal year 24 report shows that the nickel, the U.S. nickel now costs 13.78 cents to produce, and that experience in other countries suggests that our nickel production or demand would double, triple, maybe even multiple times beyond that if we eliminate the penny. Is Treasury analyzing the risk that stopping penny production alone could actually worsen our coinage losses or seniorage losses by pushing annual nickel losses well past $200 million?
Congressman Rose, that we have looked at this and we believe that it is possible by changing the composition of the nickel to bring down the cost to 5 cents or less.
Absolutely. That was going to be my next follow-up question to you. So
I will point out that the dime is very profitable.
Yes, and you know, it'll sound like a little self-interest, but a Tennessee company is one of the folks that could lower the cost of the nickel and has made a proposal that I know you're...
We're investigating that with them and are very intent on maintaining those jobs, sir.
And I would just say from my deep dive into both penny and nickel production, it seems to me that there are significant savings beyond just saving on composition of the nickel. So I would encourage Treasury and the Mint to take a look at refocusing how we produce those coins to make them actually positive for the balance in terms of producing seniorage for the United States. So glad to hear that you're moving in that direction. Secretary Bessent, the President has recently made budget requests that propose significant cuts to the Community Development Financial Institutions, or CDFIs, or the CDFI Fund, and suggests to end core CDFI programs. I know you've recently made public comments about the statutory basis for the CDFI programs. What is your position on the future of the CDFI Fund, and do you believe it should continue to play a role in supporting access to capital in underserved communities across the country?
Well, the Congressman, as I told the Congressman on the other side of the aisle, we are creating a new $100 billion award program that would provide access to affordable financing, and this will be mostly in rural America.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that, and I understand we always need to be addressing how these programs work and whether they're efficient and cost-effective and produce the outcomes we want. But I am glad to hear that you're making moves in that direction. And I just want to pause at this point and say broadly, it is refreshing to have competent, aggressive, energetic leadership. And so I commend you for that, and am very excited about the things that you're doing at Treasury. Secretary, can you discuss the significance of confirming President Trump's regulatory appointees in advancing his America First agenda? Specifically, how do these appointments impact the implementation of these important policies to move America forward?
Yes, sir. I believe that we need to get them appointed as soon as possible. We have some very good acting, the chairs or directors of these, but the sooner we can do it, the sooner we can get down to the business of making these institutions work better for the American people and making sure that Main Street can prosper, because I've been very concerned. As I've mentioned today, I've met, I think, the personal meetings with over 50 community bankers. I spoke to more than 300. And I think it's very important to get these regulators in place so that community banks, small regional banks can make sure that Main Street participates with the rest of the country.
Thank you. I completely agree, and that's what we're hearing, I'm hearing from the regulated entities in my district and across Tennessee. Secretary, given the IMF's limited success in pushing China on transparency and debt restructuring, how can Treasury justify supporting the IMF's current leadership?
We are in constant discussions. It is leadership that I inherited. Thus far, they seem very open to the Trump agenda, America First, and advancing the issues that most affect the United States and working Americans. So we will keep.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Ohio, the ranking member
Hello.
of the Security, Illicit Finance, and International Institutions Subcommittee. Ms. Beatty is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and ranking member. And to
You were listening to Representative Joyce Beatty,
the Trump
Democrat from
administration
Ohio,
has
questioning Scott
alleged
Bessent, Treasury Secretary.
Transnational criminal organizations such as Iranian terrorist groups and their proxies.
Faller på Bessent, var det greia?
But on March 2nd of 2025, your department announced that it would not enforce any penalties or fines associated with the BOI reporting rule, nor will it enforce the CTA against U.S. citizens, domestic reporting companies, or their beneficial owners. So I'm a little confused of how you square those two things. So my question is, can you explain to, or would you explain to the American how you undermine the
Fikk du Vipsen? Du fikk på Vipsen?
expect law enforcement and national security agencies to quickly and effectively know the true owners behind shell companies registered in the United States now that foreigners, including a drug cartel, gang members, could register a company in the United States with no state or any federal ownership reporting requirements. And I remind you in your testimony, you talked about illicit actors. Well, these are some of our illicit actors.
The Congresswoman, an overwhelming majority of
Bessent prater igjen da. Har han pratet tidligere i dag, eller har han pratet hele tiden nå?
Americans with small businesses. We bifurcated the bill, and any foreign entities must still file.
So are you saying to me it's not true that they must file and do, the foreign entities must file the BOI?
Hello, Tommy.
Yes, we bifurcated the CTA program that domestics do not have to.
So
Det høring med han Bessent hver dag, eller?
the wrong way. So it appears that they are doing it registering to avoid the transparency of who the companies are.
I'm not sure what your question is. I'd be happy to answer it.
So I guess I'm looking at it as, and if you're saying it is not true and that they now are complying and completing the BOI. So let's take it one step at a time. So you're saying everybody is completing the BOI. You're enforcing it.
No, ma'am, I am saying that we have bifurcated it, that U.S. nationals do not have to file, and that foreign nationals do.
Okay, so I guess when we look at this, if we're limiting enforcements of the rule just to the foreign entities, that creates a giant loophole whereby any foreign entity can register in the United States and evade or not do the BOI reporting requirements.
Well, they would be subject to they would have to come through a U.S. financial institution, so they would be subject to all U.S. institutions.
Including the BOI. Including the BOI. Including the BOI, yes or no? Because the answer is no. I mean, you can say it however you want to, but the answer is no. And this makes it easier, and this is what I want the American folks to know. It makes it easier for human and drug traffickers, cartels, terrorists, organizations, and other criminals to do business in the United States. And when you're limiting the enforcement just to foreign entities, it exempts 99% of the entities that Congress intended the law to cover when it was passed into law. So I think I do have my answer. We're just not agreeing on it, and we know why. So let me go to my second. It's my time. Let me go to my second question. The clock is running. It's my time. It is my time. You will not do this on my time. Now, I'm going to ask for a few more seconds since he refused to comply with my time, not his time. In 2016, former Secretary Jack Lew announced that Harriet Tubman was to be the new face of the $20 bill. Can you tell me what's the current status of this project?
No, ma'am, I can't, but my staff will get back to you.
No, I want you to get back to me. Because, see, there seems to be an issue when it comes to things that affect people of color or people who live in poverty, whether it is what you're doing with Social Security, what you are doing with restricting funds.
The gentlewoman's time is expired. The gentlewoman's time is expired. The gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I need him to answer if he will. I'm not a staff person. I'm not asking him to have his staff report.
The gentlewoman.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm addressing it to you to ask him to respect. Mr. Chairman,
gentlewoman's time has expired.
I need him to address if he will answer me. No, I'm not going to.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I'm not going to stop until you direct him
to
answer to me as a member of Congress.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman has offered that she can submit questions for the record.
Mr. Chairman, point of order to you. I will not stop. I will not be silent.
The gentlewoman is not offering an appropriate parliamentary inquiry. Does the gentlewoman have a parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, I do.
Please state the parliamentary inquiry.
As a member of the United States Congress addressing the Secretary, I am asking you to rule on asking this hostile witness to direct his response to me versus having him tell me that his staff will respond to me. My staff person didn't ask him the question. I did.
The gentlewoman does not state a parliamentary inquiry.
So let me ask the point of privilege to you, Mr. Chairman, because I'm not going to stop this morning until you respond to me then, if you will direct the Secretary to respond to me as a member of Congress. Or let me ask
It is not a point of privilege. The gentlewoman's time. The gentlewoman's
he
time
will
has expired. The gentlewoman
Will
will
he respond to me?
The gentlewoman will suspend. The gentlewoman
It can
will
be simple
suspend.
if he responds.
The gentlewoman will
If
suspend.
he responds
Gentlewoman
to me,
will
if
suspend.
he will respond,
Gentlewoman makes a legitimate request, a personal
you
privilege.
can simply ask him to respond.
Personal privilege.
Just ask him to respond if he'll respond to a member of Congress versus saying a staffer. It's simple as that.
I ask that members keep decorum and remain cordial during today's hearing.
I am being
Members,
cordial
the
to
gentlewoman will suspend.
An
The
exchange
chair
here
has
with
the
the
time.
Democratic
The
Congresswoman
chair has
Joyce
the time.
Beatty
The
of
gentlewoman will
Ohio,
suspend.
Faen, det tok av!
Congressman Brian Style, who is standing in his chair at this House Financial Services Committee hearing in which the Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, is testifying.
I am a member of the U.S. Congress. I am asking this
The
Secretary
gentlewoman
to
may
respond
submit
to me.
QFRs for the record, which will be responded to by the Secretary.
Thank you.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas, the chairman of the Small Business Committee, Mr. Williams, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being
And
here.
now we
This may be
move
a
on
little
to
easier
Republican
here.
Congressman
I'll
Roger
fast
Williams
forward.
of Texas
The
questioning
Chinese Communist
Secretary
Party has
Besson in the
enabled
House
their
Financial
economy to
Services
serve
Committee.
as a central hub for money laundering, human trafficking, and the export of chemicals used to manufacture fentanyl. Increasingly, Chinese nationals and financial works have informed operational alliances with Mexican drug cartels, providing laundering services, digital payment platforms, and chemical shipments that fuel the trafficking of fentanyl across our southern border. These criminal partnerships exploit the international financial system and pose a direct threat to U.S. national security, public health, and financial integrity. So my question,
Han kommer til å prøve å prate om markedet, da.
can you elaborate on the steps Treasury is taking to disrupt the flow of illicit financing, money
Så kommer Trump
laundering,
med
drug
en
trafficking
tweet.
between Chinese
Her
entities
må ha vært
and
over,
Mexican
tenker jeg.
drug cartels?
Thank you, Congressman, for that very important question. And note that they are interlinked, that the Chinese provide precursor drugs that are then converted into fentanyl by the Mexican cartels. And just today, I signed an order that will be made public within the next few days, identifying Chinese entities who are engaged in the fentanyl trade.
Great. For too long, China has taken advantage of the international financial system and has become the world's largest creditor.
Det er jo Kamala da, blåst
focus
du, da.
on climate and social initiatives has resulted in a lack of accountability for the Chinese unreliable economic data, currency manipulation, and opaque predatory lending practices. In addition to the lack of accountability, this shift in focus to climate has forced many developing countries to turn to Chinese financing. The United States must leverage its leadership of the world stage to counter China's growing influence as a global lender and put an end to the deceptive economic practices. So, Secretary, how is Treasury working to prevent IMF and the World Bank resources from indirectly legitimizing China's debt trap diplomacy and economic oppression?
Well, Congressman, in various ways. One, as you would have noticed, I would have said that when this horrible Russia-Ukraine conflict ends, that
Skal han saksøkes 60 minutes?
no country or person who financed the Russian war machine will be eligible for any rebuild in Ukraine, especially that financed by the World Bank or any of the other multilateral development banks. Also, we are working with the OECD especially to look at, and the IMF and the World Bank, to look at the true debt levels for these countries. Everyone agrees, or everyone save one country agrees that this is a problem, that there are rapacious mineral deals, that there are tolling arrangements, and it is impossible to know and assist a country that has experienced economic hardship when we don't know the true levels or if there is an undisclosed priority to another creditor.
Let me try to get to my last question. I was encouraged to hear that you are taking a fresh look at the bank regulatory framework to better reflect actual risk and ensure a level playing field across the financial system. And as part of that review, I hope you'll consider where U.S. regulations may be putting banks and financial institutions at a disadvantage compared to our foreign competitors. In particular, I urge you to weigh the combined impact of proposals like Basel III Endgame, the GSIB surcharge, and leverage requirements, especially whether these changes could limit banks' ability to support the economy and compete globally. So in your work so far, are there any specific areas where you plan to address these concerns about regulatory putting U.S. institutions at a disadvantage, such as in the re-proposal of the Basel III Endgame rule by amending the GSIB surcharge regulation?
Congressman, we are looking across all areas and know that this is at the top of our agenda, that most countries have very concentrated banking systems. In many cases, the banking systems are larger than the GDP of the countries, so they have very different needs than the United States. The strength of the United States, lending and capital markets and economy, is the breadth and depth of our financial institutions, and we will continue to advocate for them both at home and abroad.
Thank you for your service. I think you're doing a great job. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, the ranking member on the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Mr. Vargas, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, for holding this hearing. Mr. Secretary.
This is Democratic Congressman Juan Vargas of California questioning Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in the House Financial Services Committee, heard live on Bloomberg.
You consider Vladimir Putin a war criminal?
Yes.
Would you negotiate with a war criminal?
I think that's the nature of diplomacy. One must negotiate with both sides, sir.
So you will be negotiating then with a war criminal?
I believe that negotiation that was needed with the Japanese after World War II.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. Are you familiar with what President Trump has called his One Big Beautiful Bill?
Yes, sir.
Could you describe the basics of that bill?
It is a combination. The core of that bill is to make the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent.
If this, what he quotes, a big, beautiful bill passes, will the deficit go up or will the deficit go down?
I believe over time, the deficit to GDP, which is the important number, even Secretary Yellen agrees with that, will stabilize and go down.
So next year, will it go down?
Sir?
Yes.
I believe, yes.
You say, so if the big, beautiful bill passes, you believe the deficit will go down next year?
The deficit to GDP will. Because again, what is important is that we grow the economy faster than
I understand
we grow
that. I understand that, of course. But you say that in the long term, I'm asking in the short term, will the deficit go down?
I believe the debt to GDP can go down.
But what about the deficit itself? The amount of money that comes in as opposed to goes out. Will the deficit go down next year?
Will it go down from 2024 and 2025? I believe it will, because these are extraordinary levels.
What about the long-term debt? Will it go up or down if this big, beautiful bill passes?
Again, sir, it's while the absolute...
I think the reason you're having a hard time answering...
I'm not having a hard time answering, because what is important...
I've given you plenty of time.
...isn't the absolute level of debt. It is, as Secretary Yellen said, the debt to GDP. So that if our GDP were 100...
Everyone is talking about the $37 billion. Is it going to go up or down?
Sir?
Yes. Is it going to go up or down?
It will likely go up, but if the GDP goes up faster,
I think that's the interesting thing. My colleagues on the other side always talk about reducing the debt and reducing the deficit, and yet the hypocrisy of trying to pass the big, beautiful bill that will cause both of them to go up.
No, sir, I did not say the deficit.
No, I know you didn't say it. You're trying not to say it, but that's exactly what's going to happen.
I actually said it would not go up.
I know you did.
And just to be clear...
You said the number would go up.
Just to be clear, last year, 6.7% deficit to GDP.
No, I'm asking the number. No, I'm asking the actual number. No, we're looking at, see now...
Previous administration...
We're asking about numbers here, Weldon.
When we were not in a recession and...
I'm not going to let you get away with that one, because it's very clear what's going to happen if they pass their bill. The deficit's going to go up, and the debt's going to go up, and we're going to see the hypocrisy of them always saying, cut the budget so the deficit's going to go down and the debt's going to go down. It's not. It's going to go up. Now, I do want to ask you about the independence of the Fed.
Yes, sir.
You have kind of been on both sides of the fence on this. You seem to say that we need an independent Fed, but at the same time, you said there should have been a shadow Fed.
Since taking office, I have refrained from commenting on Fed monetary policy, and I have said that monetary policy is a jewel box that must be preserved.
Okay, great. And lastly, I do want to ask this, because a number of my colleagues have brought it up about elite, the coastal elites. Where did you go to school?
Sorry? I grew up in Little River, South Carolina.
And what university did you graduate? You graduated from Yale. You were part of Wolf Heads Society,
congressman,
one of the big three.
Congressman, I worked 3 jobs to put myself in Yale.
Believe me, I grew up just as poor as you did. I understand that too. But the thing that I always get is, the funny part is, I always talk about the coastal elites. You're a billionaire, that went to Yale. I don't hold that against you.
Vice
I just
President
find it
Vance put
interesting that
himself
my
through
colleagues
Yale on
are
the
always
GI Bill.
talking about the coastal elites, and yet the president and yourself are both coastal elites.
And I made all my own money, sir.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for the purpose of asking questions. Secretary, thank you for being here. Earlier today, you referenced the electric slide. I'll share my concerns that during 4 years of the Biden administration, we were sliding behind foreign
This
competition.
is Republican Congressman
in
Brian
particular in the
Stile
digital
of
asset
Wisconsin
space from the
questioning
Bahamas
Treasury
and
Secretary
China.
Scott
And
Bessent
I
in the
wanna
House
ask you,
Financial
what would
Services
happen
Committee
if we
hearing
put our
heard
heads in the
live
sand?
on
If
Bloomberg.
we object, if we walk out of that type of leadership role, which I think is so essential, to make sure that the United States continues to lead the way in Web 3 as we did in Web 2. And in particular, how does the leadership in digital assets play into President Trump's broader agenda? And specifically, how do dollar-denominated stablecoins
Det talk
impact
show
dollar
hver dag, vi har
dominance
ikke vært sånn her før.
in Treasury markets?
Congressman, thank you for that very important question. Our goal is to encourage firms to reshore, bring back to the United States best practices, their digital asset innovation and experimentation here in the United States without scaling back their ambition
Å,
to
fy
influence
faen.
the global industry.
Stemmer det, eller?
The administration's efforts to
Er
promote
Alphabet ned
regulatory frameworks
8%?
for digital assets will contribute to this goal. So will ongoing efforts to promote fair access and
Stemmer det, eller?
availability of payment technologies across all borders. We will continue to support private sector solutions
ikke
and
stemme.
discourage public
Å, jo, det
sector
er det.
solutions that
8%?
distort markets and stifle competition.
Let me jump in. Let me jump in because I think that's spot on. And then let's talk about what happens if we fail to act. Yesterday, some members objected, walked out of a hearing to discuss market structure and digital assets, an absolutely essential leadership role the United States has to play. What happens if we walk out on our
Jeg håper dere skjønner nå hvor mye dette her egentlig skulle ha falt, men han kameraten prater opp hele tida. Det skulle falt som bare faen på grunn av det.
To countries like China or other locations?
Well, numerous things could occur, sir. As we saw under the previous administration, an entire ecosystem, the unregulated and renegade, springs up outside the U.S., and illicit actors abuse the value of these transfer systems, and there is a technological loss here.
Can you walk us through or share any of your impressions from the conversations you've had with your counterparts abroad as it relates to their experience with regulating in the digital asset space?
They believe it's very important, and I believe that they are a little worried that the U.S. is willing to restore its leadership here. And as I said earlier, there is a chance that digital assets can provide a substantial source of demand for the U.S. dollar.
In my bill, the Stable Act, which regulates dollar-denominated stable coins, we give the Treasury the authority to identify which foreign stablecoin regulatory regimes are comparable to ours. What are the key aspects of comparable regime, and are there lessons or criteria that we can draw from other similar areas in the financial services space?
Congressman, I think that we have the blueprint with the bank regulation and adherence to anti-money laundering laws around the world, financial stability, and I would guess that 70% of the countries would be very easy to judge yes, no, and then there will be another group. That's why I believe that some of the bills encourage phasing this in.
A lot of stablecoin, a lot of digital asset space needs. Could you comment briefly on the Treasury's working with bank regulators to safely participate in this emerging?
We have recently delivered a report to the president on this, so we have safe and sound best practices, and we want to work with the financial industry, with new companies and entrepreneurs, as well as incumbents. The banks, there is a solution to banks to participate in this business, whether it's through custody or their own coins.
Let me shift gears really quickly in my final 30 seconds. President Trump issued an executive order on modernizing payments to and from Americans' bank accounts. The executive order noted that the Treasury checks are 16 times more likely to be reported lost or stolen or returned as compared to electric transfer funds. Do you think we're making real progress in this space?
We are working all speed ahead. Congresswoman from Staten Island told me of numerous losses of checks in the postal system, and it is both cost-cutting and good practice, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here today. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us this morning.
This is Democratic Congressman Vincent Gonzalez of Texas questioning Scott Bessent, the Secretary of the Treasury, heard live on Bloomberg as he speaks in the House Financial Services Committee.
More than any other sector, this decline is attributed to a combination of factors, but mostly attributed to the tariffs. At a recent Dallas Federal Reserve meeting, a veteran CEO, energy CEO, said, quote, "I have never felt more uncertainty about our business in my entire 40 years in the industry, and this turmoil is no accident. It's a direct result of Mr. Trump's vandalism." Just yesterday, Diamondback Energy, one of the largest Permian producers, told shareholders that tariffs are adding significant cost of drilling activity. That's mostly due to the tariffs to our neighbors to the north and the south. Mr. Secretary, the chaos in the energy sector has eclipsed any gains from President Trump's industry-friendly regulatory rollbacks that they were so much looking forward to. Stable energy prices depend on stable policy. The Trump administration pledged to support American energy sector. However, this decline demonstrates the opposite. Given these outcomes, how do you reconcile the administration's stated support for energy sector with policies that appear to have directly undermined its stability and global competitiveness?
Sir, I would take issue with the idea that it was tariffs. We have seen one of the largest decreases in the underlying price of crude in history.
That's right.
So,
but 100%, there's not a single energy CEO in America right now that would agree with you. They are all attributing their downfall right now and the troubles that they're having to the tariffs, and they need some relief. What's the administration going to do?
Congressman, you and I must speak to different energy executives because I speak to them quite often.
Well, I spoke to API today.
I will note that OPEC has done a substantial supply increase, and the history of substantial OPEC supply increase.
And the tariffs are just making it worse. China is no longer buying our LNG, neither is a lot of other countries around the world.
So, I think we've seen Harold Hamm, the head of Continental Resources, has said that he is reshoring his supply chain, and he believes that over time he did not save any money by outsourcing the equipment.
Secretary,
overseas.
Our energy industry is hurting, and they need your help. And I know you're a smart man, and you're one of the most stable people in this administration. You need to talk to the president about this. This is hurting the industry, and it's hurting the American people, and more needs to be done. I have another question that I want to talk to you about that's hopefully a little easier, and it has to do with our shrimping and fishing industry. As you may know, our domestic shrimping and fishing continue to experience economic hardships caused by an increase of foreign imports, high fuel prices, labor shortage, immigration regulation, all to make matters worse. Plus, we have flooded the domestic seafood markets with foreign farm-raised shrimps, many which are subsidized by American federal dollars in the international financial institutions. We need to put an end to this. What are we doing in terms of tariffs to helping this industry that is hurting? I mean, if we want to talk tariffs, there are some that work, and I think this is certainly an industry that needs a lot of help. It's been ignored. It's on the verge of collapse. If we continue down this path, we will rely on imported seafood and certainly imported shrimp, which is hurting the worst within the seafood industry. And I don't know how familiar you are with this industry, but I'm curious to hear your opinions and what can be done to improve this.
Well, sir, as I mentioned earlier, this coastal elite grew up in a fishing village that when I was young was 500 people, so I'm very attuned to that. And again, on one hand, You're saying you don't like tariffs on the other.
No, I don't like tariffs on our energy sector. Yeah, we do need tariffs in certain industries. This is one of them that I think would make sense.
And you know, I agree, and I'd be happy to work with you on this. We've worked with the Alaska delegation extensively on what's happening with Russian illegal fishing and illegal or sales to China that's then transshipped back to the U.S. So we'd be happy to work with you on this.
I'd love that. Okay, I'll be in touch with you. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Bessent, thank you for being here.
This is Republican Congressman William Timmons of South Carolina questioning the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent before the House Financial Services Committee.
Your steady leadership is appreciated on both sides of the aisle. And after an abysmal 4 years, it is encouraging to see thoughtful and serious leadership guiding this discussion once again. And I would like to add a personal note. Both of us proudly call South Carolina home, and my family, like yours, also came to Charleston in the 1600s. I know you understand the economic landscape of South Carolina deeply, and that perspective is invaluable in the position that you hold. Let me start with a question about the textile industry. South Carolina, and especially my district in the upstate, has a long history in textiles. For over 100 years, it was more than just an economic sector. It was part of the cultural and social fabric in our communities. But there was a drastic shift in the 70s and the 80s. Well-intentioned regulations from Washington related to labor and the environment made the U.S. economy no longer competitive. And while I agree with the policies that we should not dump dyes and chemicals into the rivers, and we should not have 120 degrees in factories and work 40 hours a week.
Faen,
We need to
så det
focus on
stopper
being
meg
competitive.
akkurat,
Those
tror jeg.
regulations, all they did was push all of our textile jobs to China, or most of
Ja, han får kjørt seg.
China took advantage of it. And they
Jeg så på
incentivized
toppen.
and subsidized textile manufacturing,
Nå, eller?
capturing an enormous amount
Nei,
of market share.
før det skulle
Hundreds of
droppe.
thousands of jobs were lost in the South.
Mine tror vi kan falle.
Recently, you made a comment suggesting we do not
Nei,
need to
ja.
bring the booming
Altså,
textile
hvis vi
industry that
bryter
once
ned,
defined
så kan jeg
region
dratt
where we both
ganske
grew up
langt.
back. And that statement
Nei,
stirred
da er
some
det
concern from some of the
jo
textile companies that survived in the district. And I agree with your broader
19.500
point
ish,
that we
og
should not
så
return to producing low-quality goods just for the sake of manufacturing in the United States. I do
så
want
er
to
da
ask, do
helt
you
ned
agree
på
that we should prioritize
18.331.
support for the American textile industry that are still here, and particularly leaders that are in innovation and high-tech manufacturing and people that are producing Berry Amendment products for our warfighters?
Congressman, what I mean and meant was the survivors in this industry, they have done it through innovation, and they will continue to innovate, and they are high-end textile manufacturers. I remember going to China in the 1990s and 2000s and seeing everything that had been outsourced there in the textile.
Nei, det var alltid ment her foran seg.
Sock City,
Ja.
Underwear City.
Tror du det går opp, da? For det er forventet at det ikke skal gå opp.
Those are the jobs you and I grew up with.
At den er forventet at ikke renta blir
Our
kuttet.
family friends involved with. And I think that we, through good tariff policy,
långt
we can make sure
55.
that these existing businesses can grow and
De
thrive
søker nå, så er det
at
faen.
the high end. And again, anyone who has survived has done it through innovation, hard work.
And that's what I told them. I told them that we still support them, and we are going to make sure that they continue to
100%,
thrive.
sir.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I want to turn to the automotive industry, and specifically BMW, which operates its largest plant in the world in Spartanburg, South Carolina. That facility, which opened in 1994, has helped make our state the top auto exporter in the U.S. It employs either directly or through a nearby supply network, indirectly, almost 80,000 of my constituents, almost 1 in 10 of them. And foreign automakers like BMW are continuing to invest heavily in U.S. manufacturing. Incredibly, they've invested an additional $4 billion in the last 3 years, and that investment has real lasting benefits for American workers, exports, and innovation. It is President Trump's promise to the American people to renew the U.S. economy's competitiveness in the global economy, and this is an effort long overdue. My question is this: as President Trump renegotiates our trade relationships with the world, is it fair to say that BMW, the type of investment that BMW has made, a generational investment, is what we're hoping to incentivize?
Yes, Congressman. I regularly see at the Port of Charleston, the BMW X Series sitting there for export. And I think that the president recently met with the heads of the three German auto companies and is working toward a solution for more American content and more made in the U.S. rather than just as assemblers.
And
there will be more jobs in your district.
And that message was heard loud and clear, and they're going to continue to invest. They've been a very good partner, and I'm just excited because interest rates coming down, energy costs going down, regulatory relief, a more fair trade deal. We are going to be the best place to start to grow, to build a business, and I appreciate your leadership in that regard. Thank you, sir. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman who's the vice ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Caston, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Bessent, I'm starting.
We're listening to testimony in the House Financial Services Committee by the Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, who is now being questioned by Democratic Congressman Sean Casten of Illinois, live on
payment system earlier this year. As you know well, this is the system that manages over $5 trillion a year of federal payments, payments to taxpayers, payers to Social Security beneficiaries, payers to embedded foreign assets who are overseas and undercover, and it has their personal information and their routing information. This is a purple district. People were nervous. We sent a letter to your office along with 150 colleagues asking 20 questions. Your response that we just received was non-responsive on all 20. Mr. Chairman, I'd like unanimous consent to enter those two letters into the record.
Without objection.
I want to get through a lot of those questions right now, Secretary Bessent, and I would ask you to be as brief as you were in your response, but I would very much like a more fulsome answer in writing. In January, the New York Times reported that you pressured David Lebrick out of his role overseeing that after he refused to grant that access to people that Elon Musk had imposed. Can you confirm the accuracy of those reports?
That's incorrect, Mr.
You met with him on January 30th, put him on administrative leave, and he left a day later. Is that accurate?
I did not put him on administrative leave. Administrative leave, I asked him to take, I met with him 90 minutes
So you're denying the New York Times report? Was it your choice?
I am adamantly saying that the New York Times is inaccurate.
Okay, all right, fine. That's yes or no. New York Times is inaccurate, fine.
He was not placed in administrative leave, and he subsequently resigned after sending numerous emails.
Sir, I'm just asking for yes or no questions. If you want to be voluminous, please write me a letter. Was it your decision to terminate Mr. Lebrick, or were you pressured by others?
He resigned.
Who made the decision to put him on administrative leave? You or someone else?
Again, sir, he was not put on administrative leave. That is
okay, so you're denying the New York Times. Fair enough. Tom Krause, you a fan of him, who's now playing that role?
Yes.
Okay. You'd mentioned earlier he was in that role. Do you agree that that role includes duties that include managing Treasury's payment system to ensure timely Social Security payments, overseeing auctions for U.S. Treasury bonds, which determine interest rates, and ensuring the U.S. doesn't breach the debt limit? Would you agree that that's all part of the functions of that job that Mr. Rouse is now holding?
No.
No? Shocking? Okay. Does Mr. Krause have any prior experience in government service?
He does not, neither do I.
Does Mr. Krause have any prior experience in the financial sector, which of course you do?
What's that?
Just, you can answer me, you don't need to agree. I'm doing this solo, you don't need people behind you to help me. Does Mr. Krause have any prior experience in the financial sector?
He had, in the financial sector, yes, he's put together more than...
No. Did he work for a bank? Did he work for a hedge fund? Did he work for a private equity firm?
He worked for a private equity firm.
He's the CEO of a software company.
He's done more than $100 billion of tech deals.
He runs a software company. He's still the CEO of that software company, isn't he?
I'm not sure.
He is. Is it your view that that job that he's holding is a part-time job?
I'm not
Managing $5 trillion a year of distributions. That's a part-time job, or does that require full-time?
No, sir. He is not managing $5 trillion a year of distribution. He is doing a tech upgrade, an ERP system.
That's all that Mr. Lebrick was doing, was a tech upgrade?
Sorry?
Mr. Lebrick, who said, I'm not going to allow people to hack into this system. He was just doing a tech upgrade? Or you've downgraded what that job function is?
Mr. Lebrick was in charge of 1.5 billion payments a year, which 1/3 did not have a task identification.
Sir, come on.
So he had
Come on, we're going to move along. The chairman, notably a moment ago, did not swear you in, so you are not under oath right now. February 4th, in your response to a Senate Democrats letter, you said that Mr. Krause will only have read-only access A moment ago in response to our chair, you said, and I quote, they were only granted read-only access at Treasury. You're not under oath right now. You could be, but you're not. Mr. Gioeli testified under oath in a recent hearing, saying that Mario Alez was given right access to the Treasury payment system. Do you wish to correct your remarks to the chair, the ranking member?
I would say that
no one was given right access.
I never granted anything other than...
But Mario Alez was granted right access.
I never granted anything other than read-only access.
Mr. Alez left the Treasury Department in part after it was discovered that he said normalize Indian hate and I just want a eugenic immigration policy. Do you agree with those sentiments?
I do not at all.
Do you think that someone who has those sentiments should be employed in your department?
That I had a conversation with the vice president.
That
I admired his grace.
He then went to HHS.
Gentleman's time has expired. Thank the gentleman from Illinois. The gentleman from Indiana is now recognized. Mr. Stutzman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. Frankly, I apologize.
This is the voice of Republican Congressman Marlin Stutzman of Indiana, about to begin questioning the Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, who is before the House Financial Services Committee, heard live here.
With respect to the individuals originally referenced by Ranking Member Waters, who may have had access to certain BFS systems, and in response to Mr. Caston, do you want to add any additional information on that matter?
I would say that that is in litigation, and I never authorized access.
Thank you. Well, I just want to say thank you for your service and for your willingness to come serve in Washington, D.C. at a critical time, and the fact that you heeded President Trump's call, and it's refreshing, honestly. We see a lot of ups and downs. Things are happening around the world, but here at home, there's a reset that's happening, and that does create some volatility. But I'll tell you what, there's a lot of good news that I think the other side is missing, and I find it ironic that this chart was handed out earlier. And of course, it tries to show that all the blame is on the Republican presidents over the past century or so. But the one that really caught
Congressman, if I may interrupt, as a former finance professor, that chart we get an F.
Det var inte så mycket som sker för de ska snacka.
It's interesting that there's this big drop-off right here after President Clinton. I live in one of the heaviest manufacturing districts in the country, and I know that businesses don't turn on a dime that quickly, but that was because of different trade policies. Something happened during the President Clinton era that caused a lot of jobs to leave. And that's what President Trump and you are trying to fix. Is that correct?
I think that thing was called NAFTA, sir.
Exactly. Well, thank you for doing that, because we saw jobs growing up in Northeast Indiana in the auto industry, and agriculture, manufacturing, just continue to have this slow decline. And manufacturing is critical to a nation, and manufacturing has built America. And we've seen jobs leave because of bad policies over years. But because of President Trump and because of you, sir, we're now seeing headlines that say Rolls-Royce planning to shift production to the United States to avoid Trump's tariffs. We see headlines saying Johnson & Johnson to invest over $55 billion in U.S. in the next 4 years. Even in my district, GM has announced that they're increasing truck production. I know, coming from a manufacturing family, that we're seeing opportunities. Is it going to happen overnight? Absolutely not. But it's at least giving us the opportunity to look forward and say, there's an opportunity, because you all are resetting the table to look out for America first. And so I want to say thank you. And, if you don't, and if I've heard you say this before, that President Trump has tasked you with reducing debt and deficits, as well as keeping the economy strong, that's a huge task, but it's one that has to happen. And I appreciate what you've been doing, because a debt crisis would just flat out limit us to any sort of recovery. It'd be very difficult. I want to ask you real quick about the Federal Reserve's dual mandate. Generally speaking, should the Federal Reserve focus more on fighting inflation or providing maximum employment? And what should the Fed focus on if the economy enters stagflation?
Sir, I would just comment on monetary policy in general rather than the Federal Reserve. I think the two are inexorably linked. And as we saw during the terrible inflation during the Biden years, that employment picked up, but that was a slingshot effect as we came into post-COVID recovery that financed by debt-fueled government spending, and we are trying to end that. So the Federal Reserve should focus on both, and it's at different times. But look, keeping inflation down, President Trump won because of, I believe, because real wages for working Americans dropped.
No, that's absolutely right. And we saw the cost of living go up. The last 4 years have been the hardest on Americans due to the former administration's policies. And I know that there's a huge recovery and people are still trying to recover and are hopeful and optimistic. And my time's about to expire, but I just wish you the best and I want to say thank you. And working together here in this committee, there's plenty of places to work together and try to get us back on track rather than pointing fingers. So,
Gentleman's time has expired. We now recognize the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Secretary Bessent, you have...
We're listening in live to the House Financial Services Committee, where the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, is facing questions from lawmakers, now beginning. Democratic Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley of Massachusetts, heard live on Bloomberg.
Wreaking havoc on our economy. Rather than delivering stability for our country, this Trump tariff tantrum has been inconsistent, counterproductive, and disconnected from reality. In my district of Massachusetts 7th, I'm hearing it from everyone. Small business owners are reeling from the unpredictable on-again, off-again tariffs. They're holding back on expansion, delaying hiring, and bracing for the impact. Local and state officials are telling me about the effect tariffs will have on our state budget. Simultaneously, Massachusetts will see energy bills increase while revenue from tourism will decrease. But I want to focus on the constituent outreach that I've received from everyday families who are just fighting to make ends meet. Yes or no? Mr. Secretary, do you know what a car seat is?
I have 2 children, yes.
I figured as much. It's correct, you and your husband have 2 children. So I'm sure you know that car seats are absolutely essential for families when traveling with babies and toddlers to school, to worship, to doctor's appointments, just everyday living. But not only are car seats essential, they are the law of the land. It's the law of the land in 50 states. So there's no getting around that. Mr. Secretary, what's your estimate of how many babies are born in the United States each year?
I would guess 2 to 3 million.
Well, while the number fluctuates, there have consistently been more than 3.5 million babies born in the United States. That means millions of families in this country are doing what? Buying a car seat.
Do you know what a car seat is?
And it is the law of the land in all 50 states. But now that cost is going up because Trump has announced up to 145% tariffs on Chinese imported products. Approximately 9 out of every 10 car seats in the U.S. come from China. That's a steep cost. Steep cost hike for families all over the country. The price is up in Republican districts and in Democratic districts. And it's not just the car seats that are impacted. We're talking about strollers, cribs, high chairs. No family is exempt from the harm of these Trump tariffs on essential baby products. But don't just take my word for it. Mr. Chair, I would like to enter into the record a Yahoo Finance article from May 2025 entitled First Year Baby Expenses Already Top $20,000 and Tariffs Are Adding to the Bill as China Dominates Key Imports.
Without objection.
Look, I support improving manufacturing in America, but that is not going into effect overnight like these tariffs are. There needs to be an exemption to help America's families. Trump has used his power for tariff exemptions on thermoplastics, semiconductors, but what about baby products? Mr. Secretary, do you support an exemption to tariffs on items that parents need to care for their kids? Yes or no?
Congresswoman, what you're referring to are...
Yes or no?
What you're referring to are...
I'm reclaiming my time because I don't want you to filibuster and give me some macroeconomic answer. Families at home are hurting, and so just give me a direct answer.
I am going to agree with you that
So yes, do you support an exemption on tariffs for products that are essential for families for their babies?
Exemptions on E4 items, which...
I'm sorry, I have to reclaim my time. I'm reclaiming my time. Mr. Chair, I am reclaiming my time. Give me my time back. I'm reclaiming my time. I just want a simple yes or no. Do you support an exemption to tariffs on items that parents need to care for their kids? Because you all claim you're pro-family. I cannot hear the words you say because I see the things that you do every day. So clear it up. Yes or no? Do you support an exemption to tariffs on items that parents need to care for their babies?
It is under consideration.
Right. Good. I don't know what's stopping an exemption from going into effect today, so do it now. In Donald Trump's America's price is not yesterday's price, is not today's price. Costs are going up, everyone is suffering, especially our families with young children. Mr. Secretary, I'm making an appeal to you. On behalf of the people of this country, please tell occupant Trump to reverse course and stop hurting America's families. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, our chair of our Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, Mr. Muser, recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, great to be with you. Thank you. Boy, oh boy, I sure wish we had colleagues that were upset about the Biden 20% inflation.
This is Republican Congressman Dan Muser of Pennsylvania, beginning his questioning of Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent in the House Financial Services Committee.
My district, thousands of dollars. I wish we would have heard a peep about that, and yet we have just angry voices over the potentiality of bringing manufacturing back to the United States that, in fact, hasn't even gotten into effect yet. It's nuts. Mr. Secretary, the ongoing litigation response to the Democrats' questions about the Treasury DOGE team, is it true that they can find all the information, find all the available information there?
Yes, sir.
Also, regarding the beneficial ownership rule, which was a disaster for my small businesses, I mean, all of them, 100%, complained about it. The original intent of the Corporate Transparency Act was to root out bad actors. The previous administration, however, turned it into a massive data collection with over 50 questions. Originally, there were 4 that outraged small business, accountants, attorneys, anybody who had anything to do with it. In fact, only 20% of the small businesses were even able to comply by the January 1st deadline, and meanwhile they were threatened with fines up to $500 per day and up to $10,000, small businesses. They were beside themselves. You listened to the small businesses and did something immediately to correct course, exempting U.S. companies from reporting, and my small businesses throughout my district, throughout Pennsylvania, applaud you for eliminating a needless bureaucratic reporting regime. So thank you.
And Congressman, I'm just sorry that so many of them had to waste their hard-earned dollars either complying or preparing to comply.
And losing sleep and everything else, and some even going out of business because they found it preposterous. Thank you. Let's talk about removing the ideological, subjective, even capricious regulators how will you, under the Biden administration, bank supervisors focused more on ideological concerns and less on material, bright-line financial rules versus the risks? How will you work with bank regulators to refocus supervision on bright lines rules rather than issue unrelated to safety and soundness?
Again, Congressman, very important point. We could see that we had 3, under the previous administration, we had 3 of the largest bank failures in U.S. history. 2 weeks before that, the Financial Stability Oversight Council published a report that said that climate was the biggest threat to the financial system, not the deposit volatility, not over-leveraged bond portfolios. So we are promoting common sense, back to basics.
Yes, thank you. Okay. the efforts related to the removal of reputational risk as a basis of supervisory criticism. Can you comment on that?
Yes, sir. Many people, many individuals, many organizations were debanked because of their political beliefs, and regulators use that as a litmus test, and that it is a very capricious category in bank regulation. So we have moved to remove that as a criteria. We believe that financial ratios are much more important than whether you are a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent.
Thank you. Yes, well put, and appreciate the fact that you see things that way, as should be seen. Capital requirements, Basel III Endgame, of course, the GSIB surcharge, and other proposed capital rules might put U.S. banks at an international disadvantage. What do you believe, if you got an idea of the right level for capital requirements?
Sir, we are examining that now, and we will weigh in heavily at the BIS and the other rulemaking entities. But again, this one size fits all. And I believe one of the reasons we've seen the stagnation in many other countries is the regulatory, the framework, the very tight regulatory framework that they put around their regulated financial institutions.
Thank you. I'm almost out of time. I'll yield back. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During so-called Liberation Day,
And now
Donald
Democratic
Trump
Congressman
imposed
Richie
tariffs
Torres
on
of New York
territories
has his chance to question
populated
Scott
not by
Bessent, the
humans,
Treasury
but by
Secretary,
penguins.
in the House Financial
He
Services
imposed
Committee. Heard
tariffs on
live
countries
on
with which the
Bloomberg.
United States runs a trade surplus, not a trade deficit. He imposed tariffs on products that cannot be produced domestically, which means a higher cost for American consumers without any benefit to American manufacturers. He imposed tariffs on impoverished nations like Lesotho, which cannot afford to buy as much from us as we buy from them. If President Joe Biden had put in place these absurd tariffs, every single Republican, without exception, would have condemned his trade policy as the height of incompetence. And you, Mr. Bessent, would have joined that chorus of criticism. There's no doubt in my mind. But swap out Biden's name for Trump's, and suddenly the moral outrage from Republicans vanishes like magic. I have a simple yes or no question. Do you think excessive taxation undermines the competitiveness of American manufacturing?
Yes, sir.
Now, the Trump tariff regime is a breeding ground for the excessive taxation of American manufacturing. Consider as an example Intel's manufacturing of CPUs. Intel sources foreign components, which is subject to the first layer of taxation. It then manufactures the CPUs in the United States before exporting it to China, which will face a second layer of taxation. And finally, China will export the CPU back to the United States, where it will face a third layer of taxation. Taxation upon taxation upon taxation of American manufacturing goods. Do you think that kind of compounding taxation of American manufacturing goods like Intel CPU will strengthen or weaken American manufacturing?
Sir, I just want to be clear. You're saying that taxes raise costs.
I'm sorry?
Sir, you're saying that taxes raise costs.
Taxing the intermediate goods that go into a manufactured products raise costs, yes.
You're saying that taxes are inflationary.
Taxes are inflation, yes.
Good, then we should cut
In the context of tariffs, yes.
Then we should cut taxes, and you should join the...
Can you answer my question about the tariffs?
In the tax bill.
Can you answer my questions about the tariffs?
I'm not sure I understand.
CPU's Intel would face Intel CPU would face 3 levels of taxation: the taxes on the foreign components, the U.S. taxes, and the Chinese taxes, or the Chinese tariffs. Do you think that kind of compounded taxation hinders or helps American manufacturing?
I think that strategic American manufacture is very important, like Intel, and I think we have to bring that back to the U.S.
Do you think taxing intermediate goods that go inside American manufactured products helps or hinders manufacturing?
I believe that, as the Intel example you give, we have to bring these strategic industries back to the U.S.
We're not going to bring every component. A Boeing aircraft, 747, has 6 million components. There is no universe in which we're going to manufacture all 6 million components in the United States. And so if you impose a tax on those foreign components, you are hindering the manufacturing of Boeing 747 here in the United States. Do you even acknowledge that?
I acknowledge that the supply chains, they are wide, but we've also, for the automakers, we have given an exemption.
I'm not asking about the automakers, I'm asking about Boeing aircraft.
For
Let me move on. Critical minerals are essential to the military defense of the United States. China controls almost all of the world's rare earth mining and almost all of the world's critical mineral processing and refining. The Trump administration has chosen to wage a total trade war with China without first building a critical mineral supply chain here at home. Right? Just like it would be foolish to enter a car race without enough fuel in the tank, or enter a weightlifting competition without sufficient strength to lift the weights. It seems equally foolish to wage an all-out trade war on China without a domestic critical mineral supply chain. Breaking China's strongest chokehold over the United States, the CCP's chokehold on critical minerals and rare earth elements, is a precondition for winning the trade war against China. Do you agree with that?
I believe that we have to bring the rare earth, as you correctly said, processing back, or not even back to the U.S. We have
It's not only processing, it's rare earth mining as well. And it's critical mineral processing and refining.
Strategic minerals.
And the weaponization of critical minerals against the United States is the opposite of making America safe again.
Rare earths are not that rare. Processing is rare.
The mining is rare too. We have a insufficient mining industry here in the United States, and you know that.
Good, then I'll hope you'll join us in the deregulation of many of these onerous mining requirements.
I think my time has expired.
Appreciate the gentleman from New York. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters, for holding this.
And now it's the turn of
Secretary
Republican
Best, good to see you,
Congresswoman
and
Young
thank you
Kim
so
of
much for
California,
coming.
member of the House
Southern
Financial Services
California,
Committee, where the
I'm
Treasury
from,
Secretary
district
Scott
that I
Bessent is currently
represent, serves
testifying,
as the
heard
primary
live on
gateway
Bloomberg.
to Pacific Rim, and Asian goods into the United States come through the ports of LA and Long Beach. But we are already starting to see a drop in volume as the ports of LA and Long Beach are expected to see 35% to 30% drop when compared to a year ago. Cargo volume is one of the largest economic drivers in the region, and long-term drop will not just impact families, at the grocery stores and small businesses' bottom line, but also result in truckers and dock workers losing their jobs. So, Secretary Bessent, I would like to ask, how can you ensure that our tariff policy will not unintentionally harm American small businesses and workers in the long term?
Well, Congresswoman, we believe over the long term that it will drive growth in the economy. And as I've said many times, it is a mistake to look at trade in isolation. The Trump economic policy is a three-legged stool: trade, taxes, and deregulation. And we believe that the sum of the parts, that the whole is greater than the parts. And as we complete each one of those, that the U.S. will see substantial economic growth.
Thank you. I know that a lot of my constituents share these concerns that we raised. So I'd like to continue this discussion on this specific topic with you moving forward, because I'm concerned that these long-scale tariffs, if they continue in the long term, then American working families and small businesses will suffer under price hikes and a lack of certainty. But I want to shift gears and discuss the Financial Stability Oversight Council, FSOC. Under the previous administration, Secretary Yellen rescinded the non-bank systematically important financial institution and replaced it with a new framework for assessing the financial risk. And this new framework overlooks the importance of prioritizing an activity-based standard and a cost-benefit analysis. So, Secretary Bessent, does FSOC intend to reassess the 2023 guidance so that it is more closely aligned with the thoughtful process that was created in 2019?
Congresswoman, that is on our agenda.
Thank you. You know, as you finalize that decision, I want to emphasize that my support for a return to an activity-based standard that more appropriately addresses the risk of non-banks. Thank you.
Treasury would be happy to work with your team on that.
Thank you. And finally, I'd like to urge you to continue your support for CDFI. CDFI fund programs are statutory, as you know, and it has been critical in promoting the local economy in Orange County. So do you still agree that the CDFI fund has a critical role to play in fostering economic opportunity? I think I know the answer because you stated very clearly in public statements.
We believe that if CDFIs follow their statutory obligations and do not digress into more ideological boundaries, that they can be important institutions.
Thank you. As you know, last week, I attended the Financial Literacy Roundtable that your team put together, and thank you so much for inviting me.
I think I just missed you.
But your team was very well represented, and again, I want to thank you so much because as a co-chair of the Financial Literacy and Wealth Creation Caucus, events like that, bringing the stakeholders together and having a meaningful dialogue and conversation, I think is critically important, and we need to continue that. So can you talk about how you can continue to advance financial literacy initiatives now that we are past the Financial Literacy Month? I mean, I was able to take the leadership and pass the bill that proclaims month of April as the Financial Literacy Month, and I hope that we can continue to work in this space together.
As you should know, that it is a strong core belief of mine that financial literacy is the only path to economic independence and well-being. So the more Americans who can be educated, and I think we should probably go state to state and encourage each state to put in financial literacy standards for their students.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the Secretary for being with us today. I wanted to
This is Democratic Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia of Texas, getting her turn to question the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent as he speaks before the House Financial Services Committee, heard live on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Pardon me?
Your testimony reads right at the very top, embargoed until delivery, which means that we didn't follow the usual practice of this committee of getting the testimony 24 hours in advance so that committee members can review it and prepare for questions. Yours was posted at 10:01. The committee was at 10. Well, it looks like you need.
My staff is just telling me that it's standard practice.
It's your standard practice? It's not our standard practice. As a committee.
I'm told that it was standard practice.
Okay, you were told by whom, sir?
So my comms team and legislative affairs team working with the committee.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think for the record, I think you should clarify to the gentleman that that is not our standard. And I know that at least I didn't know anything about this until I got it here. And I don't think our committee staff on the Democratic side was notified that we would be getting all your testimony late. I just wondered, why you had made that request, and clearly at the top, embargoed until delivery.
Well, embargo to delivery, I think that was mostly meant for the press.
We're not press, sir. We're the members of Congress that have oversight. So, Mr. Chairman, I would hope that you not condone this kind of late submission. It just doesn't help, frankly, for some of the atmosphere that's created when we all just sit down and we still don't have your testimony. Well, then, we just sort of don't feel really good about that. It's not our custom.
Congresswoman, I appreciate the importance that you put on my statement.
Well, thank you. Notice is important, sir. Do you know what the poverty rate is in our country?
I believe that the poverty level is a fixed number.
No, do you know the poverty rate in this country?
I believe it is in the teens.
In the teens, okay. Well, it's about a little over 11%. It just strikes me that most of all your testimony is always about the tax cuts and cutting costs, and it's always about tax cuts, and it's always about the rich. But nothing is ever said about poor, other than you suggesting that you worked yourself
No,
through
ma'am,
college.
no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. and
Sir, I read your testimony, that's not anywhere in here.
Deductibility.
That is not in here, sir.
Deductibility
I am
of
referring
auto
to your
loans.
testimony and what I've listened to. I said right up front, I can see you and I can hear you. You've not said one thing about what we're doing to help the poor. In
Well,
fact,
none of your colleagues
even when
have
we were
asked me.
talking, even when we were talking about the car seats, you know, that impacts poor people more than anyone else, because not only can they usually not even afford a car seat and have to go to a garage sale to find one, now it's going to be even higher. You know, your president is suggesting that he wants to give a $5,000 bonus to women to have babies, and then what? Just leave them out on the cold alone? No car seat, no food, no Medicaid, no chip
Congresswoman,
program?
I can tell you the worst.
And I'm asking you right now, sir.
The
that
worst thing
you-
for
you
working
need- you
families
need to-
will be
as a
the
treasurer-
expiration of the 2017
As Secretary of Treasurer,
Tax
it's not
Cuts and
just
Job
about
Act.
the inflation rate. It's not just about the GDP. It's also about making sure that we keep the poverty rate in this country low. There are people who are living in poverty that never have lived in poverty before. You know, you also failed to say here, you say unemployment remains low. I mean, the Senate should have read unemployment went up.
Ma'am,
Because it did.
Under the Biden administration,
And the growth
we
administration, we're not talking
experienced
about Biden, sir. We're
record
talking
food bank
about your
usage.
testimony here
Record food
today
bank usage.
about the current president and his plans. Because I can tell you, I'm from Houston. I'm concerned too about some of the tariffs on energy. You know, we have done a lot to increase trade in Houston, construction, everything after the pandemic. And all things were growing. Everything has been growing. But now that the Trump tariffs have surfaced, it is threatening Houston's economy. I represent the area where almost the entire ship channel is in. The petrochemical companies all are in my district. The port is in my district. Everybody is trying to figure out
Gentlewoman's
what the
time has
hell we're going to
expired.
do.
Mr. Chairman,
Ranking member.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the opinion and order by the United States District Court in the Southern District of New York in the matter of New York versus Donald Trump that directly contradicts several responses the Secretary gave to me about DOJ's access to Treasury payment system.
Without objection. I want to thank our witness today. We appreciate Secretary Bessent's testimony. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness to the chair. The questions will be forwarded to our witness for his response. Secretary Bessent, please respond no later than June 2nd, 2025. This hearing is adjourned.
And that does it. The chairman of the House Financial Services Committee, Congressman French Hill of Arkansas, gaveling out what was about 3 hours of testimony from the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, before the committee, in which he fielded questions from tariffs and negotiations taking place this week in Switzerland with China, or this weekend, rather, to the ex-state, and questions around the debt and deficit. We'll have a full recap of that for you in just a moment, as he also weighed in on Fed policy, saying the Fed should focus on both price and employment goals, with just an hour or so out here from the Federal Reserve's latest rate decision. So interesting timing there. We're going to get to all of that here on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Balance of Power. I'm Kaylee Lyons in Washington, and also in Washington is Amy Morris, who has a check on how the markets are set up ahead of that Fed decision. Hey, Amy.
All right, thank you, Kaylee. Wall Street investors have been hoping for a de-escalation in the U.S.-China tariff standoff. That drove stocks higher despite bets that the Fed is expected to wait and see, maintaining that stance until there's more clarity on the impacts of President Trump's trade policies. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 0.4%. NASDAQ is flat. The Dow is up about 1%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.28% and the 2-year yield at 3.79%. Walt Disney reporting fiscal second quarter results, beating Wall Street estimates, raising its outlook for the full year, citing strong performances from theme parks and streaming television. The company expects a modest increase in Disney Plus subscribers in the third quarter And Disney announced plans for a theme park in the Middle East, the very first one they've opened, a resort property in Abu Dhabi. Shares of Disney now 11% higher. Uber shares are down 2% after that company reported weaker than expected quarterly gross bookings of $42.8 billion, citing lower U.S. inbound travel and a strengthening dollar. The company's U.S. rideshare business, which accounts for more than half of its profitability, was affected by decreased gross bookings per trip, partly because of fewer tourists coming into the U.S. And once again, green on the screen. S&P 500 up 0.4%. NASDAQ still kind of flat, but on the upside. And the Dow is up about 1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Balance of Power now with Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris with a check on the markets on this Fed Day. Thank you so much. We're just about 54 minutes away from that rate decision, which, of course, is expected to be no change in rates at all. Chairman Powell and company expected to leave them unchanged, probably talk about the flexibility they have to continue to do so and watch as the data comes in as they consider the policies coming from the Trump administration, inclusive, of course, of tariffs. This was a subject that the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, just got a lot of questions about in his testimony before the House Financial Services Committee, of course, his second day in a row on Capitol Hill this week, answering questions about this, what it would do to costs for consumers, baby products, for example, but also the state of negotiations with different countries. Remembering we heard from the secretary in his testimony yesterday that negotiations had not yet, in fact, begun with China in particular, which currently has 125% retaliatory tariff on all U.S. goods because the U.S. has 145% tariff on Chinese goods. But those conversations will begin shortly. We heard about it from the Treasury Secretary himself, previewing what's to come in Switzerland this evening.
I will be going to Switzerland, and the negotiations will begin on Saturday. The trade negotiations will be led by myself and Ambassador Jameson Greer,
and
USTR.
And what about Pete Navarro?
Sorry?
Peter Navarro.
He will not be joining us in Geneva.
So the Treasury Secretary and the U.S. Trade Representative, not trade advisor at the White House, Peter Navarro, planning for talks in Switzerland this weekend, not this evening, as I said a moment ago. But we want to get more on that and the rest of the Treasury Secretary's testimony and turn now to Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, Washington correspondent, who is live outside the committee room on Capitol Hill. Tyler, a lot went down in the last few hours.
Yeah, Kaylee, and in fact, we couldn't have timed this more perfectly because the Treasury Secretary is actually walking out right now. Mr. Bessent, Mr. Secretary, will you lower Chinese tariffs this weekend during negotiations? All right, well, that was one of our tries, one of our big leading questions here as we wait to see what potentially could come out of those negotiations as they do head to Geneva over the weekend. As you mentioned and played that shot, Peter Navarro not expected to be in those talks. When it comes, though, broadly speaking about these trade negotiations, the Treasury Secretary did say that we could still expect to see some sort of agreements in principle, as he called them, as soon as this week, and that they would later paper those deals over in the months ahead to make them fully fledged agreements. We have yet to get any update from the White House on when those potentially could be coming. Sticking with China, though, it was interesting because he said that the Treasury was working with legislators on outbound investment rules for China that would make it clear what's allowed in and what's not. And he said it would basically amount to a red light, green light system to be used as a national security tool in order to restrict China from allegedly exploiting American capital. Quickly, I would also like to add, Kaylee, that when asked directly, when it came from China to actually Russia, when asked directly if he thought that Vladimir Putin was a war criminal, he answered in the affirmative yes, but that ultimately you do need to negotiate with both sides. That is the nature of diplomacy in order to get a deal done. I will also add, of course, we can't talk about this administration's economic policies without also pointing to the tax cuts and the reconciliation package. Treasury Secretary Bessent, perhaps one of his more contentious exchanges with one Democratic congressman, did say that he thinks the deficit to GDP ratio will stabilize and go down over time if this reconciliation package passes. But when pressed by that congressman, he did say that long-term debt will likely go up if the bill passes, but if GDP goes up faster, then it wouldn't really matter. He did affirm that the U.S. will always meet its debt obligations and did not give us an update on a a potential X date, instead saying that it's a moving target. Of course, as you well know, we have been watching that very closely because that's considered to be that sort of hard deadline when it comes to things on when these lawmakers are going to have to pass that reconciliation package in order to lift the debt ceiling.
And Tyler, just quickly on that, Secretary Bessent will also be partaking in another one of the so-called Big Six meetings on reconciliation today. Do we expect today to be a day of real progress?
At this point, we haven't really seen much progress, and I can tell you behind me, you actually might be able to see it. There is a dual hearing going on in the Energy and Commerce Committee, and they are trying to figure out exactly how to shift through the debate when it comes to potentially Medicaid cuts. That is one of the biggest litmus tests here, if you will, that Republicans really do have to find. We even saw that House Speaker Mike Johnson recently said that the $880 billion target over 10 years is likely very ambitious. As of now, Kaylee, we're tracking that they're negotiating potentially work requirements, but how expansive that would be remains to be seen.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live on Capitol Hill and trying her best to get one more answer out of the Treasury Secretary after his hours of testimony. Thank you so much. Here live on Bloomberg TV and radio. And joining us now also from Capitol Hill, but instead of the committee hearing room from the rotunda, is Republican Congressman Greg Murphy of North Carolina, who happens to be a member of the House Ways and Means Committee, which is also meeting on reconciliation today. Congressman, you're very kind to step out for us, as I know there were some important conversations happening between you and your colleagues on the committee earlier. Can you give us any insight as to whether or not tangible progress has been made, particularly on the issue of the SALT cap?
Yeah, well, Chairman Smith has sworn us to secrecy, but I will tell you that we've been making definite progress really over the last 3 or 4 weeks, if not several months, on trying to get a solid package. Obviously, SALT is very concerning to some of the members, where you have California and New York, which have insane taxes on their citizens. We're trying to put to something into a package that will help alleviate some of the tax burden that they have. That said, Kaylee, the bottom line is we have to worry about our debt. And as the Secretary said, our debt to GDP ratio really right now is killing us. So when we bring all these discussions together, we have to worry about one singular thing. It is the singular focus on our debt. And we're trying to have pro-growth tax policies to grow that GDP, to make sure that it is higher than our debt ratio. And so we try to grow ourselves really into a place of stability.
Well, Congressman, I understand the chairman may not want you to reveal too many details, but he in fact spoke with my colleague Julie Fine yesterday and suggested that when it comes to SALT particularly, everyone is going to end up unhappy with whatever compromise is made. With the way things are tracking now in conversation, do you expect there will be more unhappiness from some of those blue state SALT caucus members, or those who don't think the SALT cap should be materially lifted?
Well, I think it is a tension. It is a battle. We're worrying about our deficit, but those members in California, New York, the high tax states really do want some relief. Yeah, everybody's probably going to be proportionally unhappy as we move forward with this, but that's what would happen with all the tax packages. There are going to be some winners and some losers, but they're all going to be winners and losers in some regard.
And Congressman, as you were just alluding to the Treasury Secretary's testimony around the debt to GDP ratio, specifically, which he said is something that even the former Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen watched, rather than the sheer level of the deficit. When he was pushed under questioning if that deficit number itself was likely to go higher, he did say yes. And I wonder if that is an acceptable outcome to you as a Republican.
Well, we want the bottom line is we want the American economy to be able to, the American government to be able to repay its debts. That's the bottom line. It really doesn't matter specifically on numbers. The real crux of the matter is, can we pay back our debts? And if we're growing our economy greater than we're producing a deficit, that is the goal. That is the goal itself. So real numbers themselves are great, but you really look at ratios as to really what the most important factor is.
Well, and of course, spending has to factor into this as well, specifically where spending cuts have been identified or will be identified. And Congressman, I don't have to tell you, as we just heard from my colleague Tyler, Medicaid is very much in question in this argument. This is something that the Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer of New York spoke to us about here on Bloomberg yesterday. And this is what he said about Medicaid cuts in particular.
Fan fortsätta ihop.
Specific examples of waste when they're cutting Medicaid. And they fail to come up with them or have one anecdotal thing that can't even be proven. We know that they want to slash Medicaid, not because of waste, but for one reason. And that is tax breaks to the wealthiest people.
Ja, du spelat upp som fan man pratar.
God bless the people who made a lot of money.
Du må sänka mikrofonen lite grann. Hon ska höra vad du säger.
Jeg sier så du spratt opp som faen når han pratet, så
Ja, det gjorde det. Har du noen som pratet?
Bessent, så det ble forhørt og grillet.
You are not just a sitting congressman, you are also a medical
Han har
doctor.
pratet nå i en time. Pratet opp markedet som vanlig. Men hvorfor droppet alt i stad egentlig? Hva var greia for noe?
Nei, det kom noe... Jeg postet noen nyheter. Google drev og droppet, ja, alt i sammen droppet over.
Ja, vi var på vei ned i dag også. Det er så typisk, hver gang vi faller så skal de ha sånn, skal han prate opp. Ja, nå kommer tariff Kina på lørdag. Han skulle ha forhandling med dem i morgen. Det var det jeg hørte i dag tidlig.
Ja.
Tror du det faller videre, eller tror du skal videre opp på det?
Nei, jeg er usikker.
Jeg sitter også og ser på sentimentet her nå, og nå er 55 mot 45.
Ja, skjønner.
Så nå øker det litt, så er det vel tegn på at folk begynner å få litt hetta da. Stikker gullet videre av, eller?
Hæ?
Stikker gullet videre av?
Nei, det er egentlig stand-by. Bare sidelengs, egentlig. Fikk man en fin trade der.
Det falt jo på ganske bra volumen, da.
Ja, det var det. Er det volumet? Skjer noe ikke.
Nå er det rentemøte om en halvtime. Får vi se hvordan det reagerer da.
Jo.
Men hvorfor i helvete falt Google ned med 10%? Det er jo helt vanvittig. Jeg finner ikke noe på nyheter på det.
Jeg fant 10%.
10% var den det. Nå er den ned 7,75. Den var ned 10%.
Skal vi se, det var i dag klokka 14:25. Google to appeal the DOJ ad tech case ruling.
Ok. Men det er jo ikke negativt det, så fallen på det er spesielt.
Nei, så kom det volume drop. Apple has revenue share agreement with Google Lens for AI feature.
Ok, revenue share.
Hva heter det droppet på det? Exclusive Amazon killed a cookie-led ad product after... Nei, det var noe annet. Google's U-turn. Ja, det kom noe annet.
So we want to get the latest on this situation and turn to Courtney McBride, Bloomberg national security reporter, who's here with me in our Washington, D.C. studio. So Courtney, obviously the tensions between Israel, India and Pakistan.
Ja, Google, Apple og AI. De har revenue share agreement med Google. Det var vel det som gjorde at det droppet.
It's really anyone's guess. There's certainly some escalatory rhetoric coming from both sides, but it really remains to be seen. Pakistan has...
Faen, så håper jeg skulle trykke forbi her nå i sted, når du var på vei ned. Begynte å falle ut igjen nå, for å se om du klarer å bryte, for det som er glad i longeren, ass. Jeg gidder ikke sitte og se på det med.
There was also a shoot down, a capturing of an Indian pilot by Pakistan. Ultimately, they did step back from the brink.
1907, 25, 35, sånn som det går.
What role does the U.S. play in trying to pull everyone back from the brink here? Do they have any role to play in this particular case?
Well, certainly the U.S. has relationships with both countries. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, in his capacity as acting national security advisor, did speak with both of his counterparts in that acting role and urge India and Pakistan to talk directly and to work to diffuse the situation.
Yeah, now National Security Advisor and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, in addition to everything else he currently has to juggle. This also comes, Courtney, after J.D. Vance just spent several days in India. His visit was primarily focused on trade and trying to reach a trade deal, but it did happen in the aftermath of this attack back in April that, of course, originated this current bout of tensions. Do we have a sense of what the Vice President and Modi talked about when it comes to Pakistan and how it might be shaping the way in which this is all playing out?
I mean, our understanding, obviously any bilateral visit and conversation has a variety of components, but that, as you said, that visit was much more focused on the economic relationship between the two countries. We do have some reporting today on some of the challenges to India's rise economically that are posed just by this ongoing tension with its neighbor. There's a question of instability that certainly can play a role.
Well, especially considering these are nuclear-armed countries that we're talking about. No one anticipates that this will escalate to a level where the use of those weapons are actually in question, right?
Correct. But that is an added complication. Consideration anytime these two neighbors are.
All right, Courtney McBride, who covers national security for us here at Bloomberg. Thank you so much for joining me. As always, again, we're juggling a lot of stories here on Balance of Power today, from what's happening abroad, how the U.S. is playing a role, to what's happening here at home, and conversations on Capitol Hill, also conversations with our trading partners about our economic relationships. And all of that could factor in ultimately to the health of the U.S. economy and what happens going forward with both growth and inflation. Having just heard from the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent testifying before the House Financial Services Committee, saying that the Fed should be focusing on both sides of its dual mandate, prices and its employment goals. The Treasury Secretary saying the two are inexorably linked. And of course, that's what the Fed has to consider as it gets ready to send this rate decision down about 38 minutes from now. So for more on this, we turn to Liz Pancotti, joining me here on Bloomberg TV and Radio. She's Managing Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Groundwork Collaborative. Liz, welcome back to Bloomberg as we consider not just the decision itself, because I think we know that's not going to be where the news is if they don't do anything with rates as expected, but the press conference we're going to get from the chairman shortly thereafter. How hard is this line going to be to walk for Chairman Powell, who is under pressure from the president to cut rates and have to explain to the journalists who are going to question him and to the American people why they are or are not ready to think about doing that yet?
I think Jay Powell has become somewhat of a tightrope walker acrobat over the last really few years, but particularly in the last few months. And so I suspect we'll see him show those same attributes. I think what's really going to be notable in this week's FOMC kind of sense-making is that last FOMC meeting, we saw them really just go up right to the line of hinting at stagflation,
Dow Jones poppar upp. Här går upp.
Increasing prices, and nothing since 6 weeks ago has gotten really better.
Jag är säker på tariffhopp.
New data out showing really slowed growth. We've gotten a jobs report that was a little bit hard to make sense of, but certainly we are seeing weakening in the labor market. And we got an inflation print that still shows extremely sticky prices, and combine that with the kind of policy outlook with a trade war, really many trade wars all at the same time, threatening both the labor market and prices. And ultimately growth. I think we will see the Fed sort of hint even more at stagflation this afternoon.
Well, if the hint is going to be stagflation, knowing that in theory monetary policy would step in if there were signs of an outright recession, Liz, when do you expect those signs to materialize? And knowing that the Fed wants to wait to have hard data in hand, isn't just looking at the soft data, can they actually act in a timely enough manner to avert a recession in its entirety, or can they only act to bring us out of one if it occurs?
I think the question is actually what can their actions do to avoid a recession at all? If you do have economic conditions where prices are increasing, growth is slowing, and unemployment is rising, the Fed has really one blunt instrument to be able to change the macroeconomic picture. So it feels a little bit like we have, a Phillips screw and a flathead screwdriver with this conundrum. So I think the question is not necessarily when will the Fed start to act, but really if the Fed acts, will it do anything to actually soften the blow of this economic calamity that the president has really created on his own?
Well, and when we consider the president's own words about what could happen economically, he seems to be talking a lot, Liz, about what will happen through the lens of children's dolls, the availability of them, whether kids will be able to get as many and how much they will cost. But I do wonder if it's not dolls, where you expect within the economy these shortages and potentially either empty shelves or higher prices for items that are shelved will start showing up in a more material way. How close are we to that moment, considering what we're seeing in cargo volumes coming over from China?
Yeah, I mean, at the Port of LA, we are now at a 50% reduction year over year. Just last week, Gene Soroka, the head of the LA port, was saying 35%. So the picture is grim. JP Morgan is expecting 70 to 80% declines in shipments from China. You know, I think the president was kind of making an offhand comment when he said that the children might have 2 dolls instead of 30, and what he might want to turn his attention to is, you know, the doll makers have said all of the hair for those dolls comes from China, and so it's not how many dolls they'll have, but if they'll be bald. But I think on a more serious note, you know, 98% of car seats, 97% of strollers, 90% of first aid kits all come from China. These are essentials that parents cannot live without. And as we head into the summer season, more than 90% of charcoal grills and fireworks come from China. As these businesses kind of, you know, we saw in the trade imbalance data earlier today that there was a massive spike in imports kind of leading up to Liberation Day. These businesses are rapidly spending through their inventories so that they don't have to pay the tariff on new shipments. Eventually, they will run out of those inventories, and families across the country could see essentials not on shelves for them to be able to purchase pretty soon here. I'd say for most businesses, they typically have between 2 and 4 months worth of stock supply. Maybe some larger businesses were able to stretch that to about 6, but there's only so much stockpiling you can do.
Well, and as the Fed has said repeatedly, and as you were alluding to earlier, Liz, there's not much the Fed can do to address supply shortages. Their ability to impact the supply and demand dynamics is focused solely on the demand side. And I wonder, as we consider the interest rate mechanism and its abilities to influence demand, if actually what we could see is consumers themselves bulking in the face of higher prices, bringing their own demand and consumption capacity down, and in some sense actually making it easier for the Federal Reserve if it's consumers that bring their own demand down, making the Fed not necessarily need to have tighter policy. Does that make sense?
It's possible. I mean, we've seen this a little bit from some of the fast food earnings reports out last week. You know, McDonald's, Chipotle are all reporting decreases. We'll see Disney this week, but by and large, I think consumers and businesses alike are really trying to put as many big decisions on ice as possible. We don't know what the president will announce tomorrow, if it'll be 1,045% tariffs on China or 0% tariffs on China. It is really hard as a consumer to make a decision about large purchases. Do I buy a car now because I expect that the prices will only continue to go up and my car might be on the verge of breaking down? But you had Ford announce large increases in their prices. As families are planning, you know, vacations for this summer, they're rethinking, is now really the right time to spend a couple $1,000s, or should we wait it out and see what happens with our jobs or with our expenses? And as businesses are considering hiring decisions, they're, you know, really thinking about, should I add a full-time employee right now, or can I make do with the staff I have? So I really think what we're going to see is largely an economy on ice, and the question is, as that ice melts, is the economy spoiling or flourishing? And I think it really remains to be seen, and the president's actions will have a large effect on those, and it's not totally clear what's coming out of this White House. You know, the president alleges that there's hundreds of deals he could announce, but he's not announcing any. I know Treasury Secretary Bessent and USTR, James Singer, traveling to Switzerland this weekend to meet with the Chinese. I'm not sure how much we can expect movement there, and so I really think it depends on how the president keeps course on his erratic trade agenda as to what happens with American consumers and businesses.
All right, Liz, we just have a minute left here, but if you had the chance to ask Chairman Powell a question at the press conference today, what would he need to answer for?
I think the better question to ask him is about his Grateful Dead fanfare, but I think what I really want to know the answer is, if faced with increasing unemployment and increasing prices, What tools are in the bottom of the depths of the toolbox of the Fed to make sure that American families do not pay the price of this president's erratic economic agenda? And I'm not sure he has an answer for that.
All right, well, we'll see if he gets asked a variation of that question this afternoon all the same. Liz, thank you so much for joining me. Liz Pankotty is Managing Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Groundwork Collaborative, helping us count down to this Federal Reserve rate decision, which of course is coming just 30 minutes from now. Again, they are not expected to change rates at all, expected to stand pat, which may be met with the displeasure of the President of the United States, who has reiterated time and again he would like to see an interest rate cut now. So watch the press conference, but also watch your True Social feed to see the president's reaction. I'll have more on that in the late edition of Balance of Power at 5 p.m. Eastern. In the meantime, a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance, The Fed Decides with Tom, John, and Lisa is straight ahead.
Live from New York City for our audience worldwide, Bloomberg's The Fed Decides starts right now.
This is a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Tom Keene. Bloomberg Surveillance, The Fed Decides.
Live from New York City this afternoon. Good afternoon for our audience worldwide. That Fed decision 27 minutes away, with equity markets positive on the S&P 500 by 0.4%. And how about this for a promo? Earlier on today, Francis Donald from RBC. I can't remember the last time I spent less time thinking about a Fed decision.
Well, to me, though, you take a step back. And not that much has changed in markets since the Fed's decision on March 19th, and yet everything has changed on a broader level in terms of people's outlooks, and how they reflect that will be important and interesting, and certainly the markets will respond as much as they say that they're not.
I don't think there's a policy chapter on this in any monetary textbook. I mean, this is absolutely original. It starts at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Do you think, John, they're going to be watching today from the White House?
Watching what? This news conference or the football at 3 p.m. Eastern time?
We'll get to the football in a moment. I think Arsenal really, do they have a...
You think they've got the edge on PSG?
Honestly,
that's about how serious some people are taking this news conference later. It's important. Here's why. We've seen a generational shift in trade policy in the White House, in the nation's capital, and this Fed is stuck between a rock and a hard place. This chairman has emphasized anchoring inflation expectations, facing down potentially downside risk to growth, upside risk to inflation.
Yeah, Bob Michael of JP Morgan reminded us that it was just last meeting that the T word was rolled back out, transitory, which is rather shocking considering the sea change that has occurred in the meantime. That is the key question. How do they message going forward what type of inflation we end up getting at a time where not only have we gotten the tariff announcements, Liberation Day, but also the first negative real GDP print? How do they message that?
I ran into Anna Wong. She was getting in at the crack of 11 a.m. and she's back to October. I think there's some real debate here about which meeting and when, and she says the uncertainty is so great, she moves back to the autumn.
The data has been resilient so far. Anna Wong, though, pointing out it might not be that way after you take a sneak peek of what the data will look like for the month of May. Equities at the moment firmer by 1/3% on the S&P 500. A lot has changed in policy. To Lisa's point, at the index level on the S&P 500, not much has changed at all. Where you have seen a change is in the FX market. The last time they met, we were sub 110. Right now in euro dollar, 113.41.
Yeah, and gold up 11% in that period of time. Coming up shortly, don't miss this, JP Morgan's Bob Michael, Kathy Jones of Charles Schwab, and Julia Coronado of Macro Policy Perspective. They will be taking us up to that Fed rate decision at 2 p.m. Eastern. That everyone is on tenterhooks to try to understand what it possibly could be. Then immediate reaction from former Fed Vice Chair Rich Clarida, Diane Swank of KPMG, and Deutsche Bank's Matt Lazzetti. And finally, the scintillating words of Chair Powell after his news conference. Former New York Fed President Bill Dudley and BlackRock's Jeff Rosenberg will be joining us. And I can tell you, I am excited for this press conference.
I'm not excited about it. Can I say that?
Really?
Bob Michael at JP Morgan. Let's see if he's excited. Bob, let's get to it. What has changed since March 19th? A massive change to policy. What's changed for this committee today?
Well, they've got a lot to consider. They know that there are these two big policy initiatives out there. One on renegotiating and re-engineering how the world trades with each other, not small in and of itself. And Congress is busily beavering away on a tax and spending reform package. So both of those things are seismic for the Fed to consider when we see the details. And until we see the details, they're probably a bit like us, bewildered as to what to do.
Do you think they're going to roll out the T word again?
I think that's going to be retired. I don't believe that makes sense right now. No matter how you model tariffs, whether you think this will end up closer to 10% or in the worst case scenario, somewhere closer to 20%, it is a tax on businesses and households. And that tax, of course, is a price increase, and we don't know how it will be embedded going forward.
Bob Michael, a book of the summer, Ken Rogoff, just out 2 days ago. You spent some time with Dr. Rogoff at JP Morgan. He did a paper 25 years ago on Rudy Dornbush about this fearful word, overshooting. What is the risk to this institution, her central bank, that they get this math right, they get it wrong, the calculus wrong, and they overshoot or undershoot some of these important policies?
I think it's actually pretty low. I think relative to 25 years ago, when Ken and others were looking at markets and policy and data, they didn't have the volume of real-time information that they have today. I think the other thing very important about the Fed, they have a lot of powder that's dry. They could come in, they could cut rates several hundred basis points if they need to. They could bring rates down to 1 or 2%. They're not at 1 or 2% where they were going into COVID. And if inflation expectations become embedded, they could go up 100 or so basis points. And then there are all the other policy tools they have in place. They have the balance sheet. They could dial larger or smaller, and then they have all the facilities to buy security.
This is a really important observation because they tested lots of these things, which we haven't in previous conference.
They've tested a number of these things, but this is a different era. And I think it's important to know what John's pointed out, that there has been a sea change in markets. It hasn't been in the bond market, it hasn't been in the stock market, it's been in the currency market. You've seen the dollar weaken dramatically against all of its peers. How much does that remove some of that firepower from a Fed that is dealing with potentially a new backdrop for the bond market and frankly for US assets more broadly?
I think that's the question for Jay Powell at the press conference. The Sell America theme, how do they define it? What are they looking at to gauge whether it's actually happening or not? Is it institutions selling dollar assets in retaliation for terms of trade, or is it normal portfolio rebalancing? From our perspective, we think what we've seen so far this year is normal portfolio rebalancing. And yeah, there have been some lever trades that have been squeezed out that have exaggerated the moves, but we're not seeing the big holders of treasuries that are overseas, that are structural buyers, coming in and dumping them. But I think he has to pay attention to that.
Can you explain that? What is normal portfolio rebalancing? What's the difference and how do you identify between the two?
Well, it's looking at a portfolio and thinking there's a lot of opportunity out there. Are you crowded into one specific trade or area? And the dollar became a very crowded trade. And we saw that from our client base. We saw a lot of overseas buyers just wanting to hold dollar bonds unhedged. And of course, we've seen that in the equity market, whether it's the Mag 7 or US equities in general, they took the lion's share of flows.
You speak to those international investors. Have those conversations changed? Are they worried about other people repatriating investments back into domestic currencies, a home bias taking hold of their investments, and are they looking to get ahead of some of that? What are they saying to you?
So the large-scale official institutions right now don't see the Sell America trade. They're happy holding what they're holding. They hope that the trade negotiations progress palatably and things fade somehow. When you start talking to wealth management platforms and distributors, yeah, they're thinking about maybe we just got too crowded into the dollar. We have a European client base. Why don't we bring some of that back to Europe and put it into the US equity or bond market? I think that's relatively normal. We were looking for that anyway.
We keep going back to this, Lisa. We've talked about it a million times. Is this a cycle level shock, a rebalancing, or a system level shock where people start to diverse away from the US dollar because the White House, the administration is absolutely determined to rewire the international system and change the system. And I think the risk is that international investors start to worry that it is the latter and make a move ahead of time.
And take that a step further. For Fed Chair Jay Powell, how do you deal with that level of uncertainty, not only of the economic backdrop, but also of whether it's a regime change that fundamentally changes how they respond because their function as central bankers of the world has been greatly diminished?
Is the answer do nothing and wait? Just wait and see. Get through the summer and see what it looks like.
And I think you go to the press conference and you only use 3 phrases. Solid for anything that refers to the economy. You talk about the labor market being solid. Anything that refers to inflation, you throw out somewhat elevated, and hence you have the moderately restrictive policy. And then anything that talks about their dual mandate, you say that everything is well positioned with policy.
Lisa said this a number of days ago. It's Operation Get Out of There Fast. Wrap it up, end the news conference. It's going to be one of those that finishes at like 3:15.
So this is the time when he does a Homer Simpson. There's a shrub, and he just tries to back into it, disappear with his hat still stuck in the leaves. That is what this is going to be.
TK's looking for that meme.
I'm looking for
when he disappears into the bush. Do you know that one?
Yeah, I know that one.
He sort of backs away.
I've seen every episode, John.
Yeah.
You know, it's heritage.
Including the football one, which you really like. I know.
We like the football.
You really do.
Between that and Toto, it works.
Do you know, he used to troll me all the time when we first started doing radio together. He'd start the segment and he'd play the Simpsons and the football commentary.
Oh boy.
What was it? Back pass? Back pass, how did it go? Something like that, right?
Captain of the midfield the captain, and
back to the keeper.
And then we play Toto Africa. We could play Toto Africa today, John.
Let's not do
Oh, man.
Bob Michael's going to be sticking with us on Pleased to Say to talk about markets. Kathy Judge and Charles Schwab joins us in just a moment, alongside Julia Coronado of Macro Policy Perspectives.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day.
Rentemøte om kvarter.
1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories.
I've never seen cash machines as lucrative as these companies are.
Just close your eyes and buy.
Many Koreans find this really shocking and unbelievable.
This needs to be a wake-up call for Europe.
You can have only one captain of the ship, and we are the captain of the ship.
You love it or hate it, you can't ignore it.
Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
The top names at the Fed are on Bloomberg.
I'm not going to overreact to any increase in inflation that I think is attributable to the tariffs. But if I see a significant drop in the labor market, then I'd be ready to go. I wouldn't be sitting here waiting to determine whether the inflation is transitory or not. It's time to worry about the real side of the economy. I would expect more rate cuts and sooner once I start seeing some serious deterioration in the labor market.
Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg.
Is this a negotiation or the new rules of the game?
It could be either.
It is up to the president how he wants to negotiate.
The higher the tariff, the faster they come.
A 90-day pause is not an eradication.
The trade negotiations are moving quickly.
There will be deals cut.
Trust Bloomberg for all the context and clarity you need as the tariff and global economy story evolves.
This year's bear case, very quickly, becoming the base case.
Nobody covers tariffs like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
I can't remember the last time I spent less time thinking about a Fed meeting.
They will do nothing on rates.
There's no reason for the Fed to be cutting.
We don't think they should be cutting.
We expect cuts this year, but we just don't expect them, immediately.
To wait for more clarity.
Wait and see.
I don't think they can offset a full impact of the trade war.
It puts the Fed in a tremendously difficult position. The Fed's hands are tied.
They're very timid in how they're approaching this.
They're going to move relatively slowly.
The Fed should continue to remain on hold for a longer period of time.
The Fed is really, really between the rock and a hard place.
Chair Powell is going to have to master the art of saying nothing.
The desire is to get out of this without making any news.
60 minutes of tap dancing coming right up. The decision 15 minutes away. 30 minutes after that, 2:30 Eastern Time, a news conference with the chairman, Jay Powell. Your equity market this afternoon shaping up as follows. Snap at a 2-day slide on the S&P. We're positive by just 0.2%. In the bond market, back on March 19th when the Fed last met at the close, the 10-year, 4.24. Today, 428.10. In the FX market, a lot has changed. Euro dollar, the last time these guys met, 109. This afternoon, 113.38. Lisa, huge change in the FX market.
To me, this is the big change, and it's the one that Fed Chair Jay Powell will avoid at all costs, because ultimately it goes to the heart of the question: how much is this just a sea change in expectations globally, and how much is a fundamental shift in the dollar as the reserve currency?
And also, it's very important when you really see it through BBDXY, the Bloomberg Dollar Index. EM currencies are doing some strange things. I was very careful with the Taiwan dollar. When was the last time I did that? You taught me one. And the answer is, I look at Taiwan dollar, John, and it's very, very fragile. These shifts in the Pacific Rim are for real.
Lucky not to get relegated, Tottenham.
They're very close.
Not a good season.
I can't sleep.
We're not going to talk about that, okay? Big dislocations in FX markets. To discuss, Bob Michael at JP Morgan still with us around the table. He'll be with us through the decision and approaching the news conference, and joining us now, I'm very pleased to say, Kathy Jones of Charles Schwab. Kathy, welcome to the program. No new forecast from the Federal Reserve at this meeting, but I wonder, just a thought exercise, if we had any SCP today, if we had an update to the forecast from the FOMC, how much do you think those forecasts would change?
Well, I think they would change and indicate more of this sort of stagflationary environment, with inflation remaining elevated and growth slowing down. Most of the data that we've seen.
Dag Tore, fondsfinans utbytte, det veldig bra case. Og så har jeg kjøpt S&P 500 etter dette, bare indeksen, S&P 500-indeksen etter dette her roer seg ned. Utbytteaksjer, jeg synes MPC ser veldig bra ut, det er veldig stor oppside. Når alt dette tariffgreiene roer seg ned, så vil de antakelig stikke av. Jeg vil sagt Vår Energi, Equinor, de tre kommer til å gå når dette roer seg ned. Bra utbytter der også. Golden Ocean, bra utbytte. MPCC sa jo, det er så bra utbytte. Det er liksom det er utbyttemaskiner da. Yara også kommer sikkert å gå nå hvis krigen roer seg ned med Ukraina. Så kommer Yara til å gå som av faen. Yara betaler bra utbytte. Nei, venter litt nå, Jakob. Det har falt ganske bra nå. Så skal vi se på Fed. Hvis det blir uendret på Fed, så bør dette komme ned. Det er ventet. Det kommer litt an på hva han sier for noe. Det er ventet at det ikke blir noe rentekutt i dag. De kan ikke sette ned renta i dag. Og det falt noe jævlig i stad, igjen, til Bessett prata. Nå tror jeg det er litt sånn begrenset hvor mye han kan si for å holde dette her oppe. For nå faller det jo hver dag. Det har falt 3 dager på rad nå.
Trump sa noe nå.
Ja, det gjorde sikkert. Hva sa han nå?
Og så er det sånn.
Trump don't know if tariffs exemptions will take a look, want to keep it simple. Han kan ikke love tariff i morgen da.
In the short-term trust market now, when you look at 2-year SOFR swaps.
Yeah, what we're seeing is this divergence between expectations and where we are, right? So you look at CPI swaps, and by the way, I have to give credit to Bloomberg Intelligence for pointing this out. But it does look to me like we're starting to see those swap rates reflect inflation expectations staying higher. Or inflation staying higher down the road than what we're seeing in the SOFR market, which is more rate-based. So it'll be interesting to see how the Fed kind of brings those two together, because inflation expectations are a big part of their policy setting and a big part of how they see what they do affecting the markets.
Hey, Kathy, I love hearing what you tell individual investors to do in environments like this. What are you telling them to do in environments like this?
Yeah, we're hoping that they've been following our suggestions for the last, 6 or 8 months, and that is just a intermediate term duration, meaning, 5-7 years, maybe a little bit beyond even, given the slope of the yield curve, in high credit quality bonds. And try not to time the market with, being too short and saying you're going to roll in, when things change. try not to be too long and take on that interest rate volatility. But we want to stay up in credit quality, intermediate term, and more internationally diverse, because the dollar does look like it's turning. I think it's going to continue to work lower over time. First, tariffs are a wild card, but for the first time in a long time, international diversification and developed market bonds looks like an attractive proposition.
Bob, it's interesting. I've heard this argument quite a few times now. There's comfort level with the belly of the curve. If you ask anyone in fixed income, look along the curve, where are you comfortable? And I keep hearing the 5-year. And then I say, what about further out, 10s, 30s? Do you think they'll rally if we get into some trouble here in the economy? And they've got doubts. What's your reaction to that argument?
Yeah, I think everyone's worried about a stagflationary environment where the Fed actually does come in and start bringing rates down because unemployment starts shooting well above 5%. And in that environment, you know the front end
Ja,
of
då
the
kör vi en satt här inte.
to where the Fed funds rate. However,
Vad fan
if
håller
you're
du på
going
det?
to be in the long end of the curve, particularly 30 years, you want some real yield out there, and you won't be getting it if inflation shoots up towards 5% as well.
Let's build on this conversation. Joining us now is Julia Coronado of Macro Policy Perspectives. Julia, a big conversation about whether this Fed can ease in the face of weaker
Hva som skjer hvis den satt ned renta?
The last meeting, as you
Hæ?
said, applied by the SEP.
Hva som skjer hvis den satt ned renta?
Hvis han setter renta, da stikker det av, og da går inflasjonen i taket.
What are you telling clients about the ability of the Federal Reserve to respond to weaker growth?
Well, their ability is definitely more limited during the last than during the last.
Men hvis folk tror han skal sette renta, da skjønner de ikke finans. Inflasjonen er en stigende bane. Hvis du skal da sette ned renta, så får du mer trøkk i økonomien samtidig som inflasjonen stiger. Det vil du ikke. Du vil jo bremse økonomien, ikke sant?
For what you need to see in terms of weakness in the economy is a little bit higher than it would be otherwise. Last time around, we got preemptive insurance rate cuts just to cushion the blow to the manufacturing sector. Now
Trump sa not open to putting back 145% tariffs.
Wow! Det er en gavepakke! Alle tror han kommer til å pulle back. Det var det jeg visste. Alle tror at han skal fjerne tariffen i morgen. Nå har han sikkert gått short, den jævla tullebukken. Han vet jo det trynet på dette her. Og så blir det ikke rentekutt nå. Kanskje det endelig kommer more nå.
Jeg tør ikke faen ikke sette en short av det, vet du.
Nei, han kan jo komme opp med like bort. Det er pissnegativt da.
Ja, men jeg vet ikke faen hva det vet du.
Hello.
We are sliding into a recession, that we have gone from the positive feedback loop of growth to the negative feedback loop of contraction. Then the Fed is going to turn to that side of the mandate. If you look at peak to trough declines in core inflation in the average business cycle, it's several percentage points. So it still is a sort of law of nature that inflation is likely to come down in a recession, and you're starting from a much higher point on interest rates than we've been in the last couple of cycles. So there's room to move. And of course, we can imagine in the scenario where we're seeing losses on non-farm payrolls and a rising unemployment rate, financial markets might also be tightening conditions, and the Fed will need to signal that it is on the case. And so, yes, I think a 50 basis point move at some point is a perfectly reasonable expectation. When that is, we would really have to see the rollover in the hard data.
Just to look at what these markets, these investors and these officials are up against. Bring up the S&P 500. We've just taken out all the gains for this afternoon on one headline from the President of the United States, Lisa, saying no to the potential on China.
Begge delene, tror jeg.
FOMC. How How do you set policy for this when you can dial up and down tariffs?
Vi har fått gode trades, det har vi. Eller jeg i hvert fall.
For how people perceive the risk to the outlook.
This is the reason why Fed Chair Jay Powell is going to try to disappear. He also is asked about President Trump about tariff exemptions for baby items. I don't know. We'll see who says I'll be the one to sign off on
5 minutter igjen til FOMC.
to make its way into the hard data with companies starting to price that in as a level that they have to guard against.
Kathy Jones is still with us. Kathy, I want your thoughts on this headline. We were going into a meeting this weekend between the US and China.
Ja, både Bessent og Trump har snakket, så kom det noen dårlige nyheter nå nettopp. Så nå kommer Collins ut og sier noe.
Nå sier Trump at det er ikke snakk om å fjerne 145% tariff. Alle tror at han skal fjerne det i morgen. Hvorfor sier han det for å få med markedet? Har han solgt på topp nå, eller? Hva er det han driver med?
Gutteklubben Gøy, som sitter og...
Ja, hva er det han driver? Jeg skjønner ikke logikken her. Han lurte markedet i går til å si at det ordner seg med tariffen. Og så sa han i går at nei, vi er ikke avhengig av det hele tatt. Og nå så sier han at nå skal han i hvert fall ikke fjerne 100. Sist gang han sa det, så trynte markedet med 10 000 poeng. Nei, ikke 10 000. Hvor mye har han falt da? 10%, 13%. Han har falt med 6 000 poeng. 6 000 poeng. 6 000 poeng. Han har falt med 6 000 poeng. Han har falt fra 23 200 eller 300. Falt med 6 000 poeng. Vi var nede og testet på 16 350, var ikke det?
Jo, ser du.
Ja. Sist gang han sa det her, så krasjet vi jo. Han må jo ha en agenda. Jeg visste det, ass. For det her er ikke over. Det er ikke over i det hele tatt. Kommer til å shorte mer nå. Ja, når det faller, Jakob, jeg trader sånn at vi ikke trenger oss å blåse masse kontor. Så selv om det kan falle mye nå, så skal jeg gå pluss på de første shortene mine, og så skal jeg trade masse. Men jeg må ha marginene mine i orden. Det er hele hemmeligheten her. Ha marginene i orden.
And they got an ex post on the labor economy. I don't think any textbook has how they dovetail together. To me, it's almost a squared function. Is our new ex post, is Jerome Powell's new ex post, is it something absolutely original?
I don't think so. I think they...
Tommy, det aner jeg ikke, for Trump kan snu med en gang. Nå sier han her at it's doing great for China. Morgen skriver han nå. Og så sier han samtidig her at han skal ikke fjerne tariffen. Da går det jo faen ikke greit. Det er jo helt galskap, det der. Men vi tar imot hele tida på 17,25 stikk. Han sliter med å bryte gjennom her, ass. På Nasdaq.
Ja, jeg har 7,25 områder.
Ja. Han er liksom... Tror du hvis det faller nå, så faller det heftig, da.
Ja, ok, ting begynner å peke litt nedover nå også. Men nå er det jo 1 minutt igjen til nyheter.
Skal jeg sette en liten long her nå, før Fed-praten, bare for å være litt sikker?
Kjedelig om det dumper 1000
poeng. Ja, det er jævla dumt hvis det dumper 1000 poeng nå.
Frest jævlig at jeg hadde lyst til å short, da. Men som regel når jeg har det, så går det opp. I hvert fall på nyheter.
Men at han sier at han ikke skal fjerne tariffen, sist gang han sa det, så ramlet vi 6 000 poeng.
Jeg ser at det blir så mye action uansett.
Nå sier han på Bloomberg, folk sitter bare waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. Det er akkurat det jeg har gjort nå en uke.
Nei, det var faen ingenting som skjedde der.
Var du uendret?
Nei, bare vent. Rates unchanged as expected.
Jeg var uendret.
consumers
Ja, ja.
actually absorb it.
That decision is just seconds away. Your scores going into it look like this on the S&P, erasing gains on the S&P 500 as the president says he's unwilling to lower tariffs.
Så det var ikke noe action der. Men nå skal vi jo snakke om en halvtime. Og da kommer jo selveste Powell ut.
But Fed officials warn, quote, uncertainty about the economic outlook has increased further, and they go on to say they, quote, judge that the
Linken for han som vil lese.
have risen.
Jo.
The economic assessment has changed after last week's report. The economy contracted in the first quarter. Although swings in net exports have affected the data, the minutes say, recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. No change to their view. The labor market remains solid.
Ja. Blir ikke noe rentekutt med det første, for å si det sånn.
Inflation remains somewhat elevated. No other changes to the statement.
Inflation har begynt å stige. Økonomien har ekspandert. Kommer ikke til å sette ned renta med det første. Og tariffene blir ikke senka. Det her er pissnegativt, bare så de som lurer på hva det betyr. Dette er sånn derre, dette er liksom en sånn derre, dette er fasiten på å kjøre økonomien i dass, da. At ikke folk skjønner det nå, det er veldig spesielt, da.
GTT, hva er sug på å lese nyheter, så grunnen til at jeg ikke bruker nyheter I tradinga mi.
Han har ikke noe valg, han hører på meg da.
Ja. Annet enn at jeg følger bare retningen det går. Her er link til en implementation note.
Det kan jo godt hende at folk tror nå at Trump kødder, at han faktisk skal ta vekk tariffen. At han bare sier det nå for å lure igjen, at folk ikke tror på det. For nå bør det falle hardt, altså. Nå er det fortsatt 145% tariff på Kina som gjelder. Dette bremser hele dokken bort på havna. Havnene blir tomme nå om 2 uker. Kan man glemme det, liksom. Nå ble havnene tomme, og så får du rapportene på det om 3 uker. Så det blir dårlig makro om 3 uker. Rentene blir ikke satt ned, for det er fortsatt, de ser på gamle tall fra forrige måned, da ekspanderte jo veksten, ikke sant? Så vi får ikke satt ned renta på det heller. Og så blir det slowdown på bedrifter. Jeg skjønner ikke.
Traders continue to see Fed rate cut likely by July.
Higher inflation have risen. Det var akkurat det jeg sa. Jeg visste det. Det bør tryne på dette her nå.
Ja, jeg forstår når han kommer og snakker.
Sitter sikkert og venter på håp at han skal si noe dovish nå.
Det er priset inn 3 rate cuts året her.
Er det ikke 4?
Nei, 3. GTT, han skal snakke 20-30. 25 minutter.
Hvem var Bessent eller Fed?
Nei, Powell. J. Powell.
Ja, Trump sitter fortsatt på verdens viktigste nyhet. Det kom på mandag. Da har han verdens viktigste nyhet. Oi, kanskje at han har fått avtale med aliens? Faen, det hadde vært jævla fett, da. For det er I hvert fall ikke noe med handelskrigen å gjøre.
Nei, det hadde vært en sensasjonell nyhet, vil jeg påstå.
Men hadde det da gått opp eller ned på det, hvis han bare sier at han er kompis med en Gray? Det er spørsmålet. For da driver alt av religion og alt knekke. Vil du ikke det? Hvis det Grace der ute.
Jeg shorta noe av.
For de har vel ikke samme Gud. Eller?
Grace?
Hvis du driter I Trump nå, det skal ned til helvete. Tariffen fortsatt på 145. Det slogan på alle havner. Inflasjonen stiger, det blir ikke rentekutt. Dette 1 + 1 = 2. Det skal ned. Hvis det går opp nå, så det fordi en eller annen idiot sier noe som nei, vi kan gjøre vann om til bensin eller et eller annet. Det eneste grunn til at det kan holdes oppe. Det jeg tror skjer nå kommer hedgefondet til å banke dette ned til der det kom fra. For det har gått opp på luft. Det har gått opp på tro, håp og kjærlighet. Rentekutt. Det har gått opp på tariffkutt. Det har gått opp på tariffkutt hver dag I 2 uker. Opp på dritt I 2 uker nå.
Jeg satt break-even på short med det.
Go with the flow, kjøp! Fuck det her, det skal ned. Ja, nå faller det. Faen meg på tide, ass. Det skal falle mye nå. For nå dette ut. Nå kan ikke han snakke dette opp igjen. Den tariffen hans, den biter nå. Jeg visste ikke at det var Bessent for homo. Det derfor han så jævla kjekk.
Jeg vet ikke hva skjetten
Bessent?
Ja.
Bessent med det? Jo, han gift med en mann og har 2 barn. Når du ser det, så tenker du, ja, han homo. Han ser jævlig bra ut. Jævla bra på det. Nå faen meg pluss. Slutt å bråk! Nå pluss på shorten min.
Au.
Jeg skal ikke ta.
Jeg 100 points pluss.
Jeg skal ut og danse I 10 minutter før jeg må lufte huet mitt. Jeg har vært så forbanna I 1 uke nå på dette pisset her. Jeg har sagt hver dag, det bare tull, 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 det bare tull. Sitter og river med håret. Jeg klormerker skallen, jeg har faen ikke hår på toppen her. Jeg har ikke en dritt. Han jævla bøghelvete. Faens idiot. Hater han. Fuck Trump.
Jeg får ikke Bessent du snakker om.
Otherwise doesn't mention the administration or the White House except to say that imports affected GDP. So is this a post of the White House or is this just
Jeg faen meg alene I huset, jeg har ingen å prate med, jeg gidder ikke gå likevel. Helvete, hun var på jobb. Sitter alene liksom. Hæ?
Jobber jeg så sent?
Ja, jo, sant. Nei, nå har jeg faktisk litt sånn letta, for jeg har ført motstand I 1 uke nå. Jeg sitter og gjort jobben min hver dag med dere på chatten, og jeg sitter på 10 timer på deg hver dag. Jeg har bare, nei, dette skal ned, dette skal ned, dette skal ned. Jeg har sagt, inflasjonen stiger, alle bare dum, eller? Inflasjonen stiger, det blir ikke rentekutt. Jeg har sagt, det bare en fjerne hule, det går bare opp, kjøp. Hver dag jeg sitter og fighter folk, og bare, greit, jeg var litt tidlig ute da. Det jeg med på. Jeg var litt tidlig ute. Det ikke noe kult å sitte her hver dag og forsvare posisjonen min, og bare, nei, verden tar feil, men Jones har rett. Høres ut som en idiot. Nå fikk jeg faen meg bekreftelse på at jeg hadde rett da. Det veldig deilig for meg. For det gjør noe med hodet mitt, at jeg kan gjøre det jeg skal gjøre. Nå kan jeg begynne å trade, for nå reagerer vi riktig. Nå faller vi på dritt. Og så skal vi opp igjen, for vi skal opp igjen. Vi skal til all time high tilbake. Men vi skal ikke gå opp på dårlige nyheter. Vi skal ikke opp på dårlig makro. Vi skal ikke opp på løgn. Vi skal opp på bra makro, vi skal opp på framtidsutsikter, vi skal opp på inntekter, vi skal opp på ting som genererer cash. Vi skal ikke opp på dritt.
Så må jeg huske at alle sammen har gått lang.
Det første dagen det blir minus. Nei, jeg blir veldig bra nå, for en lettelse at jeg fikk det bekreftet. Man blir helt hjerneskadet av å drive med trading og være så skrudd på markedet som jeg hver dag, og så tar det så jævla personlig.
Gull går opp.
Ja, det skal til all time high, den dritten her. Det her bare starten. Det problemet Trump har satt i gang nå, det kommer til å være I hvert fall et kvartal til. Det kan jeg si. Problemet nå hvor mye skal det falle. Det et problem nå. Nå kan jo Fed prate litt opp enn etterpå da.
Nei, Peder tjent $19,000.
Å, fytte faen, Peder. Gratulerer.
Eller ser jeg feil? Står 19 000. Nei, det er
Jo, han har jo sånn funnelkonto på 5 millioner.
Nei, det står det. $400 stod det.
Uansett jævla bra.
Ja. Jeg lurer på om jeg betaler shorten min her, altså.
Ta gevinsten din.
Ja, det var 115 poeng i pluss eller noe. Jeg satt stopplås på 100 points. Ja, som de tar nå.
And to me, that is the key question. What other tools are at their disposal, and how are they watching market as a virtue of that 10-year and 30-year yield?
Jeg hørte de har tilbud på det på Biltema, Peder.
Welcome back to the program. I remember when we were talking last time around on March 19th, you and I were both in agreement. We looked at the SEP, we saw a weaker forecast for growth and no move to the median dot. We both said this is hawkish. This is a Federal Reserve who's easing...
Nei, jeg skal ikke spørre om det. Kollegaene mine gjorde det. Og noen dager før så sendte jeg en snap på at det var tilbud på Krakk og Tau på Biltema.
Tilbud på hva?
Krakk og Tau.
Jeg har følt det sånn hver dag i ukene.
Ja, men han gjorde det.
Åja, helvete. Det var jo ikke bra da.
Det var ikke derfor da, men det var litt kjipt.
Og så ler du. Det var litt kjipt.
Ja.
Kompisen av meg satt seg i bilen, og så tok han på motorsag og i garasjen og lukket han alt, og bare stinket jo faen meg drit i hele garasjen. Og så kom brandmennene, og så fikk de helt hetta, hva faen det var, og så løp han naken ut i skogen, for da var han ruset på sånn bensin. Så han bare løp naken, med tatueringer over hele seg, og kliss naken. Han var helt ute og kjørte. Da hadde han sittet der med motorsag, og bilen dundrende på, stakkar. Og det drukket litt for mye da, og litt grann det på.
Ja, nei, det... Kanskje hvis dere vil se pressekonferansen, så kommer den her.
Fed kan prøve å prate det litt opp. Jeg tror Fed kommer til å sette en sånn liten stikk på Trump. Jeg tror Fed kommer til å si det at de kommer til å se på makroøkonomiske utsikter. De kommer ikke til å bli la seg påvirke av Donald Trump. Jeg tror han kommer til å si det at økonomien går sterkere enn ventet på de siste jobbtalene. Kommer til å si det at Fed er uavhengig. Trump må si og mene hva han vil, men at de jobber uavhengig hva president eller The White House sier. Jeg tror han kommer til å gjøre et veldig poeng av det. For Trump har truet Powell nå for 2 uker siden og har sagt at han skal få sparken, han skal få sparken. Han er udugelig, han er dust, han er dritt, han er dum, han er bæsj, tidsprompt. Så jeg tror Powell kommer til å sette en sånn liten stikk og bare, nei, vi skal ikke sette ned renta for økonomien er sterk. Og så kommer han til å, tror jeg kommer til å gjøre det, til Trump som takk for sist. Det er det jeg tror han kommer til å gjøre. For Powell er veldig sånn... Han var veldig pro-Biden. Jeg vet ikke om folk er enige her.
Det har jeg hørt litt hva du sa.
Nei, du gir faen i politikkstikk.
Ja. Jeg zoomer ut når du begynner å snakke politikk.
Jo, han sa at sist til rentemøtet, så sa han sist gang no, Trump don't have mandate to fire Fed, var det han sa. Men i dag har vi glemt hele Pakistan og India. Der er liksom, ikke så viktig det. Det er mer viktig hva en oransje maiskolbe sier i USA liksom. Det er mer viktig enn krig i Pakistan og Kina.
before the Fed actually cuts. And I think that is the important message. The timing is only maybe a few months apart, but that not...
Jeg har låst inn Eivind, det stemmer. Og jeg har en som low risk, og så har jeg en sånn crazy konto.
Years ago about such a low potential GDP number. Maybe we got saved by productivity, who knows, maybe it was triple stimulus.
Jeg tror det står crazy bakom den som crazy konto.
Ja, Dale og high risk har ikke gjort den. Jeg satte 3 der I stad, bare en sånn liten tuslevikker.
Hva som best, det må du nå vel avgjøre selv, tenker jeg. Ikke sett inn mer enn hva du har råd til å tape, gjeldende regel.
I think what's interesting to me right now is the markets have voted, and if the FOMC is going to tell us that the risks are higher unemployment and higher inflation, neither of those are good. So equity prices are down, bond prices are up.
Vi vet at vi har en kontrakt sammen, 1,5 kanskje? Det det der?
For hadde 2,5 akne med.
2,5?
Ja, på den trygge kontoen så har jeg bare 1,5 på crazy-kontoen. Jeg begynner rolig. Jeg har vært jævlig nervøs den siste uka.
Faen, jeg går det lenger ned. Det var bare opp og stoppet meg ut, det jævlen.
Ja, jeg shortet, jeg. Jeg plusser nå med... Mye jeg plusser med nå. 50 poeng I hvert øyeblikk.
Ja, jeg også var masse plusser og ikke. Men det sånn typisk at jeg stoppet meg ut på... I profit.
Den ene lille der bare. Nå jeg bare I gang igjen, sånn rolig. Det deilig å få rett, ass. Det har vært et helvete hele jævla uka. Jeg la til og med til TikTok på hvorfor jeg gjorde det jeg gjorde. Altså, det helt... Jeg følte meg sånn en liten bæsj, skjønner du hva jeg mener?
Ja.
Følte meg sånn der udugelig. Og så hadde jeg rett. Men jeg gjorde en feil da. Jeg skulle aldri shorta over natta. Det skulle aldri. Det var den feilen jeg gjorde.
Ja, altså short på all. Men det visste du nå egentlig.
Ja, men det litt deilig å få bekreftelse på I dag at det ikke ble rentekutt, at inflasjon stiger, at tariffen ødelegger mer, og at det ikke går på tariffen. Det derfor ikke jeg har gjort noe, for jeg vet at hvis det faller nå, så faller det mye mer enn jeg har short. Det faller faen meg for 1000 poeng.
Går copy-trading av seg selv og uttrykker? Ja, det gjør det. Det går av seg selv. Så blir du trekt, så han tar 30% av profit. Tjener han $100 til deg, så tar han 30. Og så sitter du igjen med 40. Nei, 70, sorry. Hjernen sklir ut etter 10 sekunder.
And now that's being unwound today. I think the risk, what the Fed has to do, and Rich knows this as well as anyone, and what we're doing, and it's a lot more work, is probability and scenario analysis. That's all we can do. We put on a certain probability on what tariffs will be in different...
Ja, det ikke minst jeg sier det, Tommy.
...likely to play out, and how that, and sit down and think about...
Derfor jeg tok det særken som 100.
...have to react to all those scenarios. So our recession scenario is 60% probability.
Companies are doing the same thing. Diane, just before you run...
Gull reacta toppen der.
...question for Chairman Powell at the moment. What is it?
Interesting.
Well, again, it gets down to how much pain are you willing to endure before you feel you need to cut? And that's, you know, Rich has answered it. It would be nice if Jay Powell answered it.
Koa ikke Kongsberg Automotive? Nei.
Stemmer.
You know, what is
Ja.
the pain threshold and the trade-off for the Fed, and how late are they willing to be?
Diane, thank you. Appreciate it as always. Diane Swanfellow,
Jeg har bodd I Kongsberg I noen år.
Federal Reserve. No change to policy. The news conference starts in about 11 minutes' time. This stood out in this statement. If you've not read it yet and you're just joining the program, welcome. This stands out. The committee is attentive to the risk to both sides of the dual mandate.
Kjenner flere folk som jobber på våpenfabrikken.
Have risen. To discuss, Matt Lazzetti at Deutsche Bank joins us now for more. Matt, welcome to the program. Is that your assessment of things as well? Do you share that view of the FOMC?
Yeah, I think no doubt. If you look back relative to March, uncertainty has clearly risen. We've gotten tariff effects and tariff announcements that were substantially larger than anticipated. Downside growth risks to the economy have clearly risen. Upside risks to the unemployment rate, inflation risks are clearly higher. So I don't think anybody really debate at the moment that risks are far more elevated today than I think that they were back in March, and from a stagflationary perspective, that inflation is likely to be higher, and the unemployment rate is likely to be higher.
It seems like there's a bias right now.
Tok dem opp på supporterne, for jeg skal falle mye mer da. Det null grunn til at jeg skal opp nå.
Feature of this dual mandate is actually more important than the inflation side of the mandate, and that if unemployment rises
Ja, det gjorde
enough,
det. Tok imot på Resistance der, 1975.
Do you think that needs to be pushed back on, that maybe that's not the bias that should be there?
Look, I think that's
Ser helt ut. Hvorfor det investert i KOA? Hvorfor folk investert i KOA? Hva som så bra med KOA nå?
Den short position kom ikke med på den kortbøken. Jo, gjorde det, Stefan. Gjorde det nå snart. Så på det KOA investerte rent på seg med en short position grønn. Don Gusto. Vent, det kommer til å bli mye grønnere enn du har sett før. Det kommer til å bli så grønn at ikke du skjønner noen ting. Det kommer til å bli så grønn at det vokser mose på.
En short posisjon grønn.
Jeg har bare gått opp hver dag på lovnader av han kødden. Hater.
David Foulkes Landau
Jævla tulling.
Right. He said there would be a new Europe, there would be a new investment in Europe, maybe a new nominal GDP, a higher pulse, if you will, for Europe. That's one of the unexpecteds here. What's the unexpected you're looking for that we're not talking about?
Look, I liked Rich's unexpected, which is that Chair Powell highlights that we're willing to take pain here. I don't really anticipate that we get that. I think
nå det fint å kunne makrostikk.
Det godt mulig.
Ja, men jeg gir faen i grafen nå. Jeg vet hva det betyr. Det betyr crash.
I think at the moment the Fed is likely to just
Det
take a
betyr.
step back, not provide much forward guidance, let things.
Det noe kurs på dette? Jeg skjønner så å si ingenting av det vi ser på utenom nyhetene av rødt og jeg skal forklare ting mye mer når vi er ordentlig i gang. Som du sikkert vet, så har jeg vært veldig negativ i halvannen uke nå, og sittet ballefeil, uten å ha egentlig gjøre så veldig mye. Jeg har vært veldig sånn forsiktig og ganske sånn smånervøs, så jeg har ikke skjønt hvorfor ikke mange reagerer. Men når vi er ordentlig i gang, så kan vi gjøre ting mye mer, sånn, forklare mye mer. Det er bare å stille spørsmål. Men noe kurs, jeg tror ikke du lærer så mye kurs. Jeg tror du lærer av å stille spørsmål og bare følge med. Og bare prøve å feile litt og holde på. Da lærer du mest. Jeg tror du lærer mest av det. Ofte de som driver sånn kurs har ikke snøring på hva de driver med. De er flinke til å prate da. De er flinke til å prate.
Being less reliant on exports in China for 25 years. So I'll believe it when I see it.
When you say Missouri, our international audience has no clue what you're talking about.
Når det Fed skal prate?
Om 7 minutter.
Europe's the place to be. They've got their act together. Germany might actually do some stimulus, sure. Is the rest of Europe going to follow? How constrained are these other nations?
Yeah, and let's see how long it takes for Germany to get a chancellor. Oh yeah, we finally got that. So there is this question about how it comes together, which goes to the heart of the issue. How big of an existential threat is there that the Fed has to face, having to do with the exceptionalism and, frankly, the preeminence of the dollar?
Matt Lazzario, before you go, when have you penciled in the first rate cut from this Federal Reserve?
We still have December, the first rate cut. We have them cutting 75 basis points through March. And really, our view is that in the near term, we're going to see elevated inflation. The pain threshold for the Fed is going to be elevated because of that. I kind of think as they begin to see unemployment rates that are 4.5% or 4.6%, then it becomes a greater debate about cutting rates to respond to the downside risk to the economy versus the elevated inflation, which certainly is a concern for them. If inflation expectations pick up, I think that could be pushed out further into the future, but I would view the risks as them cutting a bit earlier, certainly if we get downside realizations on the economy with the unemployment rate rising faster.
Hey Matt, thank you. Matt Lazzario, December. You can drive a truck through the range of estimates on Wall Street.
Hvorfor liker du MPCC? MPCC dritbra, og faen meg priset til dass. Masse bra utbytter. Faller på tariffuroligheter I Asia. Det vil ta seg opp, ordner seg med tariffen, blir rentekutt etter hvert. MPCC kommer til å få masse business, kommer til å gå som faen. KOA kommer til å ha fått nytt styreleder nå, mener jeg husker. Nytt styre, flere store kontrakter, innsidekjøp, kuttet ut verste aksjonæren. Mye spillerom, frisk kapital. Europa vil rette seg inn. Rentekutt. 3 fabrikker I USA. Alt ligger til rette der. Falt fra 5 spenn. Mye mer business rettet nå. Alt ser mye ut.
And actually individual investors coming into the municipal bond market. So I think we're going to...
Men dere må huske på en ting, at hvis markedet faller ordentlig hardt nå, så vil hele Norge også falle. Det ikke sånn at Norge en sånn egen sånn Mickey Mouse-boble som bare ikke sprekker. Det vil falle overalt. Men vi vil holde oss bedre oppe da, på grunn av olje og gass, liksom. Men faller det ordentlig nå, så faller det Oslo Børs.
Ja, det short ut av helvete.
Ja, det eneste som litt sånn der usikker på nå, for jeg ser at vi skulle egentlig falt mye mer nå. Vi har falt en del, vi har ikke falt nok. Og det spørsmålet, tror folk at Trump ikke holder det han sa I sted, med at han skal holde 145% tariff? Kan jeg at folk ikke tror på Trump? At de tror han lyver nå, liksom? For det skulle falle mye mer nå. For han har lyvet hver dag. Han har sagt å ordne seg med tariffen. Og så sa jo han Bessent I går at de skal ha møte og antageligvis ordne seg med tariff. Og så sier Trump nå nei, de skal ikke rykke på tariffen. For det burde falt mye mer nå.
Tell the story they want to tell and then they embrace them. There are other meetings when the dots, you got to write something, you got to write something.
La 100,000 gir I måned.
I think a lot of people trash talk the dots, but I do think it goes some way just to emphasizing the reaction function at the moment of the Federal Reserve, which is why I want to lean on you just a little bit more to really go specific from you.
We
had an SEP and they had to dial up expectations for inflation again and dial down expectations for growth. Would you leave your dot unchanged or not? Because that goes some way to describing what they would do up against a stagflationary shock. What would you do?
I think I'd probably leave it unchanged with the idea of being the probability on both bad outcomes.
Tok du shorten din? Covered den?
Jeg?
Ja.
Ja, jeg covered den.
What would be your one question right now for the Fed? If you were going to ask
Veldig bra.
Gjorde 50 poeng. Når du har short, låner du aksjer og selger disse for å kjøpe det. Ja, du gjør det på aksjer. Men I måte vi selger indekser, så bare selger vi indeksene rett I markedet. Vi låner ikke det noen. Så det basically det samme. Du selger for å kjøpe tilbake billigere, så du tjener på mellomlegget. Så det samme som...
Det heter seg jo at låner jo.
Hva sa du?
Her så kjøper du bare kontrakter.
Ja, men du bare så ikke bli forvirret, vi bare selger det rett I markedet. For med aksjer, vet du, hvis du driver med aksjer, fysiske aksjer, så må du ta kontakt med banken. Hei, jeg skal shorte Yara, har du aksjer du låner meg? På Monet så tror jeg du må huke av for å låne, men du må I hvert fall sørge for at du har aksjer tilgjengelig, ellers blir det naked short. Mens på en indeks så kan du bare selge det I markedet. Og så det CFD også, så det bare... Det ikke samme som aksjer. Selv om det syntetiske instrumenter da. Så det liksom kopi av the real deal, hvis du skjønner.
That's an important distinction. But before we go into this news conference, Chairman Powell will walk out.
Du gjorde vel, Alex? Hva poeng samme som penger? Poeng bevegelsen på indeksen. På Forex heter det pips. Og gull heter det vel også pips.
Ja, det var pips der da.
Og på indekser så sier man poeng. Men det det samme bevegelsen.
Ja.
Og så har du poeng, og så har du på chart, så har du 1 minutt chart, 3 minutt chart, 5 minutt chart, kvarter, halvtime, time, 4 timer, et døgn. Det kommer an på hva du har stilt den inn. Og Og så har du det sinnssyke som jeg treda før, som da får du dårlig syn, jeg bare sier det. Jeg treda før på noe som heter tick by tick. Og da har du ikke, da er det sånn hele tida. Det gjorde jeg på aksjer, det går ikke nå lenger. Så du har forskjellige møter. Men det her er bare å stille spørsmål, og Stig er veldig flink på dette her.
Ja, bare å spørre vei.
Bare å spørre masse. Nå er jeg på vei ned igjen, tenker jeg. Jeg må bare ringe og gi beskjed om det som skjedde med tariffen. Det er litt viktig.
A generational shift in trade policy, totally shaking up the outlook for this Federal Reserve.
Which makes it incredibly difficult for them to give actual forward-leading indicators at a time of such great uncertainty.
It is May 7th, and the chairman...
Hallo?
Here's the chairman of the Federal Reserve.
My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Despite heightened uncertainty, the economy is still in a solid position. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has
Kan du dele skjermen? Han deler jo skjermen sin.
above our 2% longer run objective. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. The risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation appear to have risen, and we believe that the current
Powell, ja, nå har han begynt å snakke her. Inflation has come down a great deal.
to potential economic developments. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly.
Nei, jeg vet ikke hva du kunne komme bort til.
Pardon me. Following growth of
Economy in a solid position.
GDP was reported to have edged down in the first quarter, reflecting swings in net exports
13 år, Elian. 13 år.
imports ahead of potential tariffs. This unusual swing
Det stemmer, Samantha. Det er ingen spørsmål som er dumme. Vi har alle sammen vært på det stadiet der.
which excludes
Så her kan man spørre om hva som helst.
spending, grew at a solid 3% rate in the first quarter, the same as last year's pace. Within PDFP, growth of consumer spending moderated, while investment in equipment and intangibles rebounded from weakness in the fourth quarter.
Ja, da bare prøv også connecte på nytt.
About the economic outlook, largely reflecting trade policy concerns. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. In the labor market, conditions have remained solid. Payroll job gains averaged
Ja, du kunne ha streamet nyheter.
over the past 3 months. The
Eller
unemployment rate at
newsdesken, kanskje, hvis det
4%
var
remains low and has stayed in a narrow range for the past year.
Nei, som regel så kommer det noe mens han prater, så kan du bare se.
Overall, a wide set of indicators suggest that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2020.
Se om det skjøt opp litt.
Somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer run.
Vi skal ned.
Total PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in March. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.6%. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Survey respondents, including consumers,
Han tok ut shorten og badehetta.
forecasters, point to tariffs as the driving factor. Beyond the
Han sa noe, det i hvert fall, men
however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people.
Ja, Sondre, bare gå inn og ut.
The committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5% and to continue reducing the size of the balance sheet. The new administration is in the process of implementing substantial policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration.
Nei, vi har noe som vi skal ta ut litt over her, før vi går ned, tror jeg.
All of these policies are
Nei,
still
for sure.
evolving, however, and their effects on the economy remain highly uncertain. As economic
Vi får se,
conditions
vi får
evolve,
se.
we'll continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the outlook, and the balance of risks. If the large increases in tariffs that have been announced are sustained, they're likely to generate a rise in inflation, a slowdown in economic growth, and an increase in unemployment. The effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the
Ja, men han sa en close i 50 points plus.
inflationary effects could instead be more persistent.
Så breaking.
Outcome will depend on the size of the tariff effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully into prices, and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing.
Ja, high risk, ja. Det var high risk han tradet på.
Will balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates, keeping in mind that without price stability, we cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all
Ja.
Americans.
Det kan jo være smart å presisere at det var high risk konto.
Scenario in which our dual mandate goals are in tension. If that were to occur, we would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the potentially different time horizons over which those respective gaps would be anticipated to close. For the time being, we're well positioned to wait for greater clarity before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. At this meeting, the committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We focused on inflation dynamics and the implications for our monetary policy strategy. Our review includes outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference next week.
Han prater som en robot.
Feedback,
Ja.
and we will take on board lessons of the last 5 years in determining our findings. We intend to wrap up the review by late summer.
Kjøpte du eller skjorta det?
The Fed has been assigned 2 goals.
Nei, jeg har ikke gjort noe.
Jeg hørte det smalt. Er det Robert som kjøpte eller skjorta?
Jeg var med på skjort.
Du satt en skjort nå på motstand?
Nei, på den turen ned.
Ah, ok.
Herlig. Ja, du tok den ut, regner jeg med.
Tok den ut, ja.
Ja.
Ja. Ser noe grønt, da så klikker jeg.
Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Vi var helt nede og testet 19600 faktisk.
Ja.
Før Fed pratet.
Nå går den opp hele legget igjen.
Ja, jeg tror ikke det går så mye mer. Nå har katta ut av sekken. Nå kan ikke Trump. Kan være at det går opp nå også litt grann, fordi man tror at Trump fjerner tariffene likevel. Jeg vet ikke hva man skal tro det. Det er i hvert fall pissnegativt. Den tariffen, den vil fucke opp alt. Det kan hende at det er derfor det er noen nå som vet noe da, siden den kom nå, og det er noen som posisjonerer seg for et kjempesmell i markedet. Det er noen som vet noe nå. Altså det er svære institusjoner nå som driver og kjøper opsjoner liksom. For å vente på et ras. Og så kommer Trump ut med dette her i dag.
Tariffs and ultimately their implications for the economy.
Hearing you describe what you're looking for in terms of being able to make a decision, it sounded like that's a long-term process before you sound like you're going to be comfortable, or the committee would be comfortable to act on what the data is telling you.
I don't think we know. You know, I think, if you look where we are today, we have an economy that, if you look through you know, the sort of distortions in Q1 GDP, you've still got an economy that looks like it's growing at a solid pace. The labor market appears to be solid. Inflation is running just a bit above 2%. So it's an economy that's been resilient and is in good shape. And our policy is sort of modestly or moderately restrictive. It's 100 basis points less restrictive than it was last fall. And so we think that leaves us in a good place to wait and see. We don't think we need to be in a hurry. We think we can be patient.
Helt motsatt av Trump.
The data may move quickly or slowly, but we do think we're in a good position where we are to let things evolve and become clearer in terms of what should be the monetary policy response.
Nick.
Nå kommer han til å la Trump fucke økonomien.
There are some who argue that the current situation has notable differences. Energy costs are down. Housing imbalances look nothing like they did 4 years ago. Labor demand appears to be gradually cooling with wage growth running below 4%. What do you see right now that could nourish higher inflation beyond a rise in goods prices this year?
I think the underlying inflation picture is good. It's what you see, which is inflation now running a bit above 2%. And we've had basically decent readings in housing services and non-housing services, which is a big part of it. So that part, I think, is moving along well. But there's just so much that we don't know. I think, and we're in a good position to wait and see, is the thing. We don't have to be in a hurry. The economy has been resilient and is doing fairly well. Our policy is well positioned. The costs of waiting to see further are fairly low, we think. So that's what we're doing. And, you know, we'll see. The administration is entering into negotiations with many countries over tariffs. We'll know more with each week and month that goes by about where tariffs are going to land, and we'll know what the effects will be when we start to see those things. So we think we'll be learning. I can't tell you how long it will take, but for now it does seem like it's a fairly clear decision for us to wait and see and watch.
So when you say that you don't need to be in a hurry, does that mean that could the outlook change in such a way that a change in your stance could be warranted as soon as your next meeting?
You know, as I said, we are comfortable with our policy stance. We think we're in the right place to wait and see how things evolve. We don't feel like we need to be in a hurry. We feel like it's appropriate to be patient. And you know, when things develop, of course, we have a record of we can move quickly when that's appropriate. But we think right now the appropriate thing to do is to wait and see how things evolve. There's so much uncertainty. If you talk to businesses or market participants or forecasters, everyone is just waiting to see how developments play out, and then we'll be able to make a better assessment of what the appropriate.
Hvis du klarer å selge dem hos din heven, så det god, tror jeg.
You know, as that develops, and I can't really give you a time frame on that.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. So many economists have been pricing in higher odds of a recession, and several are noting that it is more difficult for the Fed to cut rates preemptively given the higher risks for higher inflation. So do you still see a path for a soft landing, and what does that look like?
Det bør ramle som faen nå.
I mean, so let's look back and see where we are.
Altså, det bør falle. Tariffen blir ikke borte. Inflasjonen stiger. Det blir ikke rentekutt. Alt som Trump vil, blir nei nå.
Ser du nyhetene på bildet mitt her nå?
Powell, if large increase in tariffs is announced are sustained, will see higher inflation.
Is that we will see
Powell were potentially to wait for
higher inflation, higher unemployment have increased, and if that's what we do see, if the tariffs are ultimately put in place at those levels, which we don't know, then we won't see further progress toward our goals. We might see a delay in that. I think in our thinking we would never do anything but keep achieving those goals, but we would at least for the next, let's say, year, we would not be making progress toward those goals. Again, if that's the way the tariffs are, we don't know that. There's so much uncertainty about the scale, timing, and persistence of the tariffs.
Donald Trump kommer til å twitre fuck Powell, he needs to be fired.
You know, I think you can look back at the 2019 cuts as preemptive. I wouldn't say that what we did last fall was at all preemptive. If anything, it was a little late. But 2019.
Jeg er ikke short akkurat nå, det er hans Mani.
Han snakker, må vente til han ferdig, ellers så driter det. Han driter det.
So that's a situation where you can move preemptively. Now we have inflation running above target. It has been above target for 4 years.
Oi! Inflasjonen er over target.
We have an expectation conditional on
Oi,
what happens,
sjokkert.
that we'll see upward pressure on inflation. If you look at where forecasters are, they're all forecasting an increase in inflation. So
Oi,
it makes it.
sjokkert.
We've also got forecasts of weakening in the economy, and some have recession forecasts. We don't publish a forecast about that. We don't publish a forecast that assesses how likely a recession is. But in any case, it's not a situation where we can be preemptive because we actually don't know what the right response to the data will be until we see more data.
Colby Smith with the New York Times. How much weakness does the committee need to see, though, in the labor market and the economy more broadly to lower interest rates again? Is it about a certain increase in the unemployment rate over a period of time, or perhaps a certain number of negative monthly job reports? I mean, how are you making that assessment?
So first of all, we don't see that yet, right? We have 4.2% unemployment, good participation, wages behaving very well. Participation, I mentioned, at a good level. So, with the labor market, we would look at the totality of the data. We'd look at the level of the unemployment rate. We'd look at the speed with which it's changing. We would look at the whole huge array of labor market data to get a sense of whether conditions are really deteriorating or not. And at the same time, we'd be looking at the other side of the mandate. We could be in a position of having to balance those two
Du
things.
ser säkert det på copyright-kontoen, så vi.
Judgment that we'd have to make.
On that point about balancing, I mean, you've mentioned
Hvor
that
mye er det ned
the
totalt på
committee will
på
consider how
Motox?
far the economy
Er det
is
pluss på denne frem og tilbake, så er minus på, altså totalt sett er vel minus på ca. pluss minus 500 poeng, tror jeg. Hvis det faller mer nå, så dobler jeg posisjonen min, og så er jeg ute på et par hundre. Jeg har bare 2,5 kontrakter. Liten posisjon.
Det som er på skjermen min der nå, det er live news.
Situation is if the two goals are in tension, so let's say unemployment is moving up in an uncomfortable way, and so is inflation. Not the situation we're in, hypothetically, but we would look at how far they are from the
Jeg
goals,
elsker
how far
Powell
they're
nå.
expected to be from the goals.
Han sier basically til Donald Trump, sånn sakte, men sikkert, fuck
That's
you.
in our framework. It's always been in our thinking. We haven't faced that question in a very long time.
Botox driver copytrading.
So, again, difficult
Burde bare kjøpe etter for en signatur.
And we may never face it, but we have to be.
Skattemessig så er det nok smartest å kjøpe CFD, da. En ETF er mer eller mindre et fond.
Thank you. Edward Lawrence with
Peter.
Fox Business. So we had the
Jeg må ha med
CPI
brus,
report
jeg
that came out
klissvåt
that
her.
showed month over month the first decrease in inflation in about 3 years. The jobs report, you said, solid that we saw. At the same time, we have those new tariffs that we're living under. So given this, should the Federal Reserve be cutting rates at all this year?
It's going to depend. I think you have to just take a step back and realize this is why we are where we are. We're going to need to see how this evolves. There are cases in which it would be appropriate for us to cut rates this year. There are cases in which it
Du
would
får
be.
utsatt skatt
And
eller
we just don't
bedre.
know until we know more about how this is going to settle out.
Jeg låste det heiven, hvis du nettopp ble med, så har han ikke gjort noe på den normale kontoen ennå.
Inflation. I couldn't confidently say that I know what the appropriate path will be.
So following on that, just
Jeg har vel tatt 1/3 i dag, 1 eller 2/3 på crazy-kontoen.
Reserve to make rate cuts affect your decision today and affect your job difficulty?
Doesn't affect our doing our job at all. So we're always going to do the same thing, which is we're going to use our tools to foster maximum employment and price stability for the benefit of the American people. We're always going to consider only the economic data, the outlook, the balance of risks, and that's it. That's all we're going to consider. So it really doesn't affect
Ja, de blir bra, da.
do it.
Ja, at boken
Hi, Howard Schneider with Reuters, and thanks for the time.
President's
Given the
call
complexity
for
about
rate cut
the
won't
first quarter
affect our
GDP and
job at
mobilizing
all.
it, I'm just wondering what your intuition tells you about
Nei, basically,
the
fuck
direction
presidenten,
of
da.
the economy right now. Many of your colleagues have said they feel growth is slowing. If so, do you have any sense of by how much, to what degree the slowdown may be? What does your gut tell you about how things are evolving out there?
My gut tells me that uncertainty about the path of the economy is extremely elevated, and that the downside risks have increased. The risk is, as we pointed out in our statement, the risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation have risen, but they haven't materialized yet. They're really not in the data yet. So that tells me.
Tar imot på støtta hver gang. Og når han blir ferdig å prate, så bør du bare droppe videre. Ja, algo som hører hva han sier nå. Ikke ekte.
And there's usually things clarify and the appropriate direction becomes clear. That's what usually happens. Right now, it's very hard to say what that would be. In the meantime, the economy is doing fine. Our policy isn't, it's not highly restrictive. It's somewhat restrictive. It's 100 basis points less restrictive than it was in, last summer. So we think it's in a good place, and we think the appropriate thing is for us to wait and see, get more clarity about the direction of the economy.
Well, let me pressure this on the economy. Because reading the Beige Book very closely the last time around, there was a lot of negative stuff, negative sentiment that was in there, and I know that everybody's looking at soft data right now. You mentioned it yourself that the sentiment's sour. But the Beige Book was talking about, the beginnings of layoffs in some industries, prices rising in some places, and an awful lot of investment decisions being pushed to the sideline.
Ja, han er vel på en halvtimes tid, tror jeg. Ikke det? Bruker jeg sitte og snakke.
It just hasn't shown up yet.
Ja, Alex!
We all look at all these sentiment and read many individual comments. Just
kan du kjøre en recap?
Businesses and households
det kan jeg gjøre.
Are concerned, and postponing.
Bessent har pratet opp markedet I dag. Vi falt veldig mye I dag tidlig på egentlig ingenting. Begynte bare å falle. Bessent har snakket I flere timer I dag foran kongressen. Hatt avhør, holdt jeg på å si. Og snakket opp markedet og snakket hvor bra alt og ditt og datt tjo og hei, og så gikk vi opp på det. Og så plutselig kom det en melding fra Donald Trump hvor han sier det at de har møte med Kina I morgen, og det gikk det jo rett opp. Og så kom det en ny melding. Men de kan glemme å bli kvitt tariffen på 145%. Den blir de ikke kvitt. Og da tryner markedet. Så har det gått imot det han sa I går og foregårs, og for der igjen. Nå har han sagt det stikk motsatt I dag. Og da faller det. Sist gang han sa det, så ramlet vi 6000 poeng. Så han sa det nå I stad. Og I mitt hode da, så nå har han short markedet sikkert, eller et eller annet. Det en grunn til at han sier det, for han får jo markedet ned. Og nå har vi møte med Fed, og som jeg sa før møtet, så sa jeg tror Fed kommer til oss det kommer til å holde renta uendret, fordi arbeidsmarkedsrapporten så sterk. Det extraction-økonomien, det vekstøkonomien tilbake, og han kommer til å holde renten uendret, og han kommer til å si da at vi må se på økonomien før vi kan sette ned renta. Det forventet, jeg trodde det var 4 rentekutt, men jeg forventet 3 rentekutt. Og Powell sier nå at han vil ikke la seg påvirke av noen, han må se på økonomien. Fed et uavhengig organ, Trump kan ikke si eller mene noen ting. Og så sier han videre det at tariffen ødeleggende for den amerikanske økonomien, men de må se hvordan markedet reagerer på det, før de eventuelt kan tenke om et nytt rentekutt. Så basically så går det mot alt Donald Trump har sagt I 2 uker nå, på den oppturen vi har hatt I 2 uker. Alt ble avkreftet nå. Alt han har sagt I 2 uker nå bort. Vekk. Så jeg tror at markedet kommer til å falle mye på det, fordi I tillegg til at han har holdt oss for narr I 2 uker, så det krig og helvete med Pakistan, trusler, inflasjonen stiger videre I USA. Han har vært 4 år nå, så har han vært for høy I forhold til hva som var planen, måtte jeg på å si. Og Trump vil jo basically kjøre økonomien I resesjon for å få rentekutt og skattelette. Nå får han jo ikke det. Så det som blir spennende der hva Trump vil si etterpå. Eller om han vil ha markedet ned igjen da. Han jo ikke dum. Så det kan godt at han short nå. For det han sa I stad det mest negative du kan si.
After action kind of looks are essential, and we're doing the same
Basically.
thing, in review.
Utgangspunktet så handler det ikke om å trade i det hele tatt, handle i det hele tatt.
Men sønnen hans er nærstående, og sønnen hans har en investeringsklubb som koster 5 millioner kroner året å være medlem i. Ja. Han er nærstående, så jeg tror han gir så jævlig fullstendig faen i alt som heter regler, som kameraten der.
Jeg tenker meg at de trader vel sikkert ikke selv, men de får dem til å trade, og så får de penger fra det andre investorene.
Garantert, han har sikkert investert, har pengene liggende et eller annet investeringsfirma, og tror ikke det var smart å være long neste uke. Tror ikke det var smart å være short om neste uke.
I wouldn't want to give any impression that you know we've taken climate and it's something that we're spending a lot of time.
Vi stoppa igjen på samme støtte.
We have very narrow things. We did one guidance for the banks, and then we did a one-time stress analysis, climate stress analysis, and that's it. And we dropped out of the Network for Green, the financial system. So we didn't do much on climate, but I do think, and I've said this publicly several times, I think it's a real danger for us to try to take on a mandate like that, which is very narrow application to our work. And the risk is if you go for things that are really not in your mandate, then why are you independent?
Nå snakker de om at han ikke lar seg bli påvirket av Donald Trump. Han sier det litt sånn forsiktig. Hva er vitsen med å ha et mandat uavhengig hvis du skal la deg påvirke? Han snakker til Trump nå. Det er det han gjør nå. Dette er faen meg som å se på såpeopera.
We never targeted any unemployment rate for individual racial or demographic groups. What we said was that maximum employment was a broad and inclusive goal. And I think what we meant by that was we're going to consider the totality of the country as we look at our maximum employment goal. Of course, we were never going to target any individual group with that, but I think some people wanted to hear it that way. But that's not at all what we meant. So that's just not a correct reading of our. But I can see how maybe people found that confusing, and we have to take that into consideration.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thanks for taking our questions today. I'm Jolene Kent with CBS News. You've said wait and see, and the economy is doing fine today, but the impact of tariffs are already showing up at the ports. Businesses big and small are telling us that they feel it, and most importantly, consumers say they feel it, that the challenges are here, and there's no waiting and seeing. For Main Street, what is the breaking point? What would have to happen to prompt a rate cut specifically?
Well, so we really don't see in the data yet big economic effects. We see sentiment, there are concerns that higher prices may be coming or things like that. So they're worried now about inflation. They're worried about a shock from the tariffs, but they really haven't. That shock hasn't hit yet. Okay, so we're going to be looking at the not just the sentiment data, but also the real economic data as we assess what it is we should do. And remember, there will be two effects. One of them would be weakening economic activity, which translates into higher unemployment, and the other would be potentially higher inflation. Again, to say it again, the timing, the scope, the scale, and the persistence of those effects are very, very uncertain. So it's not at all clear what the appropriate response for monetary policy is at this time. And and by the way, our policy is in a good place, so we think we can wait and move when it is clear what the right thing to do is. Really not at all clear what it is we should do. So people are feeling stress and concern, but unemployment hasn't gone up. Job creation is fine. Wages are in good shape. People are not layoffs, or people are not getting laid off at high levels. Initial claims for unemployment are not increasing.
Men en liten short her.
In any kind of impressive way. So
Du setter den nå, eller?
the economy itself is still
Jeg satt den nå.
in solid shape.
Just a quick follow-up. President Trump now says he does not plan to remove you as chair. When you heard that, what did you think?
I don't have anything more for you on that.
Han vil ikke kommentere Donald Trump.
Hi, Thank you. Chris Rugaber, Associated Press.
People are worried, but shock hasn't hit yet. Folk er ikke sjokka ennå.
The Fed, what
Ja,
kind
det her
of
bør stupe, da.
later this year. So does that, in March there was guidance that 2 cuts might happen. 2 cuts were penciled in for this year. Is that now that guidance from the last press conference, has that been overtaken by events at this point?
We don't do a summary of economic projections at every meeting, as you know, but we do it every other meeting. And so
Satt en short down
didn't
med deg.
do it. And I.
Ja, nå snakker vi om rate cuts, sånn. Det er litt sånn risky business.
I really wouldn't want to try to make a specific projection for where we are relative to that. We will, in 6 weeks, we have the June meeting, and you'll have another SEP. I'm not going to hazard a guess here today as to what it would be. Again, what I would say is that we think our policy rate is in a good place. We think it leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to.
Jeg tror ikke folk forstår makro helt. Jeg tror ikke de skjønner helt hva han sier for noe. Jeg tror det tar litt tid for folk skjønner det.
We could include us holding where we are. We just are going to need to see, how things play out before we make those decisions.
Great, and just to follow up on that, I mean, when you address the issue of how the Fed would handle both rising unemployment and rising inflation, how are you thinking about the fact that addressing one could exacerbate the other? So a rate cut to reduce unemployment could worsen inflation and vice versa. How do you handle those challenges?
You just captured this is the issue with the 2 goals being in tension. It's a very challenging question. Now, there can be a one in which one goal is one variable is very, very far from its goal, much farther than the other, and if so, you concentrate on that one.
20 points i profit.
Well, it wasn't a case where they were really in tension, but if you go back to 2022, it was very clear that we needed to focus on inflation. The labor market was also super tight, so it wasn't really a trade-off. I think what our framework document says. It says we'll look at how far each variable is from its goal, and also we'll factor in the time it would take to get there. So, that's going to be potentially a very difficult judgment. But the data could break in a way that it's not. I just don't think we know that. The data could easily favor one or the other.
Ja, 10 poeng pluss på shorten. Nei, 20 poeng.
No need to make
this, Jeg sitter fortsatt rolig.
No real basis for doing so.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. I wanted to ask, Congress is currently debating spending cuts alongside extending the tax cuts, and I know you the path of the debt is unsustainable, but given that we're also talking right now about the economy slowing, potentially even...
Jeg sier en feil ord eller ordlyd, så kan det sprette rett opp igjen. Det algo som styrer dette nå.
Could slow growth a lot more.
We don't give Congress fiscal advice. They're going to do. We take what they do as a given, and we put it in our models and in our assessment. So I wouldn't want to, speculate on that. I mean, I think we do know that the debt is on an unsustainable level, on an unsustainable path, not at an unsustainable level, but an unsustainable path, and it's on Congress to figure out how to get us back on a sustainable path, and it's not up to us to give them advice.
Well, do you think that they should take macroeconomic conditions?
Du bruker high-risk-kontoen nå, eller?
Ja, for den andre tør jeg ikke gjøre noe med enda før vi har hentet ut litt mer marginer.
Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post. In your Jackson Hole comments last year, you said you would not welcome further cooling in labor market conditions. The unemployment rate then was 4.2%, which is what it is now. Many forecasters now predict a higher jobless rate. How has your tolerance for weakening labor market conditions changed compared to a year ago?
So it was quite a different situation. What was happening last year is that over the space of 6, 8, 7 months, the unemployment rate went up by almost a full percentage point, and it was click, 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 click each month, and everywhere downside risks of the labor market. At the same time, payroll job numbers were getting softer and softer. So there was a really obvious concern about downside risk to the labor market. And so at Jackson Hole and then in September, we wanted to address that forthrightly. We wanted to show that we were there we'd been there for inflation for a couple of years, and we wanted to show also that we were there for the labor market. And it was important that we send that signal. Fortunately, since then, the labor market has really, and the unemployment rate have really been moving sideways at a level that is, well in the range of mainstream estimates of maximum employment. So that concern has gotten a lot less. So,
Det veldig mange store forvaltere nå som vil ha dette her ned, for det fantasiprising på Nasdaq.
The risks to higher inflation and higher unemployment have
Det mange som sitter short i options med put. Det mange som sitter i put med shorta options.
Det et stort volum?
Ja. Ikke akkurat nå, men hvor det tidligere. Så jeg regner med et stort fall nå i mai.
Ja, vet du hvorfor det skjer i mai? For da kikker tariffene inn som var satt på forrige måned. De kikker inn nå. Det ikke kikker enda. De kikker inn om 2 til 3 uker. Og da kommer tallene. Da kommer det som kommer til å rase hele skitten til helvete. Husk på de tallene som kommer nå fra forrige måned, før tariffene kikket inn.
So I'm not going to try to be really specific about what we need to see in terms of a number, but if we did see, significant deterioration in the labor market, of course that's one of our 2 variables, and we would look to be able to support that. You'd hope that it wasn't also coming at a time when inflation was very bad, and again, we're speculating here. We don't know this. We don't know any of these things. It's very hypothetical. We're just going to have to wait and see how it plays out.
Thanks.
Ja, altså, det påvirker vel hele verden, Sondre. Så krypto blir jo påvirket av det som skjer.
A lot of economists are attaching an awful lot of importance to what we hear from those talks. How much importance are you attaching to them in terms of judging what will happen to the US economy going forward? And just in a similar vein, some economists are saying it's days, not weeks, that we have until we start to put the US economy at risk of seeing the sort of pandemic-era shortages and higher prices. If we don't kind of soothe relations between the US and China. So it'd be good to have your view on that too.
So, these are not talks that we're in any way involved in, so I really can't comment directly on them. So, but what I will say is this,
Nei, det varierer veldig, Petter. Mellom 1 og 100.
The public generally had an assessment of where tariffs were going, and then April 2 happened, and it was really substantially larger than anticipated in the and in our forecast. And now we have a different, we're in a new phase where it seems to be we're entering a new phase where the administration is beginning talks with a number of our important trading partners.
40-50 er vel det jeg bruker mest.
Has the potential to change the picture materially or not. And so I think it's going to be very important how that shakes out. But we simply have to wait and see how it works out. It certainly could change the picture, and we're mindful of not trying to make conclusive judgments about what will happen at a time when when the facts are changing.
And just on the
Jeg stoppet meg ut, og så gikk det
China over these tensions. I mean, do you share that
You
concern?
stop?
We could start seeing good short
Ja, altså i Profit, ja.
prices in the coming weeks if this isn't resolved very quickly.
I don't want to get we shouldn't be involved even verbally in questions about the timing of these things. Yes, of course we follow all that data. We see the shipping data, we see all that, but ultimately this is for the administration to do. This is, this is their mandate, not ours. And I know as you can see, they're again beginning to have talks with many nations, and that has the potential to change the picture materially. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Kosuke Takamine, Nikkei. Thank you for doing this. The volume of imported goods increased significantly in the first quarter. Do you think that this situation could cause a delay in the impact? Does this mean that it will take longer time to reduce uncertainty?
Ja, de er magnetisk. Hver gang.
So the future decision. So the volume of imports.
Nei, jeg snakker meg ut litt for fort som regel.
Increased significantly, so the impact on the imported inflation may delay. So, what is the impact to your future decision?
Okay, so I mean, I think we've there was a big spike.
Har du den ene lost in heaven?
Very big, historically large, really, and to beat tariffs, and now that should actually reverse. So that it's the difference between its exports.
Jeg tviler på de ikke la ned bedriften, de la ned opplegget.
Very negative contribution to US.
Det er ikke tefts, men traden det.
So that could in the second quarter
De har lagt ned.
be reversed so that we have an unusually large contribution to unusually positive. That's very likely as imports drop sharply. You could also have, very likely you'll have restatements of first quarter. It'll turn out that consumer spending was higher.
Ja, det går ned når jeg gikk ut. Når jeg stod på vår ut nå, så.
Those data revised up. It may actually go into the third quarter too. And so I think this whole process is going to a little bit make it harder to make a clean assessment of U.S. demand. I mean, private domestic final purchases, which doesn't have inventory.
Jeg ikke se på det. Det skal til helvete. Den makroen som kommer nå, tilsier at vi skal lage nye bunner. Eneste grunnen som kommer til å få dette her opp nå, hvis Bessent sier et eller annet, eller hvis Trump sier et eller annet. Det er eneste grunnen. Ikke noe annet tilsier at vi skal opp nå. Ingenting. Alt av selskapsrapporter av de store, tunge M7 eller Magnificent 7, de har kommet ut nå. Halvparten av dem har kommet med profit warning. Det er to store kjemper som drar dette her opp. Det er Microsoft. Hæ?
Less confusing to us than it would be
av Microsoft, så er det Meta. Apple skal flytte produksjonen sin til India. Der er det krig. Det blir et lite problem. Kineserne kommer med stimulipakke, skattelette. Det blir et problem. Trump sier fuck off, vi er ikke avhengig av Kina. Det blir et problem. Inflasjon stiger, du kan ikke sette renta. Det blir et problem. Tesla som har gått opp 30% på ræva nyheter, det blir et problem. Tesla mister så mye business i hele Europa, det blir et problem. Prisingen av disse selskapene er på et helt hinsides nivå. Du kan forklare, og du kan si det at ok, AI er stedet å være. Capexen har investert masse Capex, så det kommer til å gå som av faen. Mulig. Økonomien er ikke til stede for å lage ny topp.
No, I mean look at the state of the economy. The labor market is solid, inflation is low.
Å, fy faen, en kråke som blir banket opp av en hane. Det er bare trist, da.
Also, the sense of it is, you're not sure what the right thing to do.
Fly da,
there should be some increase in inflation, there should be some increase in unemployment. Those call for different responses. And so until we know, potentially call for different responses. And so, until we know more, we have the ability to wait and see. And it seems to be a pretty clear decision. Everyone really supports waiting. And so that's why we're waiting.
Bare ta bikkja. Faen. Havne tomme butikker, tomme småbutikker, og 2 uker, det blir et problem. Det blir et problem. De har sikkert ikke Pepsi Max engang.
Ja, det blir et problem. Smågodt må det.
Some of the signs in the softer survey data.
I think going back a number of years, the link between sentiment data and consumer spending has been weak. It's not been a strong link at all. On the other hand, we haven't had a move of this, speed and size. So it wouldn't be the case that we're looking at.
Jeg har en sånn kvinning nå.
But it's another reason.
Som jobber på økonomiavdelingen.
You're right that we had a couple couple of years during the pandemic where people
Og de kan
very down.
altså det ingen som sjekker hva det de gjør. Så i teorien så kan de bare betale ut akkurat det de vil, for det ingen som sjekker det.
Sentiment though, and so none of us is looking at this and saying that we're sure one way or the other. We're not.
Og det tar til, synes jeg.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Matt Egan with CNN. So you mentioned earlier that you're monitoring the shipping data, and we have seen in the shipping data that imports from China into the Port of Los Angeles have
Nei, det er ingen som sjekker hva som blir betalt ut.
potential shortages.
De har ikke noe system hvor de går gjennom.
If any, does the Fed have to ensure that prices and inflation expectations don't get out of hand if tariffs do cause significant supply chain disruptions?
I mean, we don't have, the kind of tools that are good at dealing with supply chain problems. We don't have that at all. That's a job for the administration.
Det kommer nøkkelringer snart.
What we can do
Frontbroker-nøkkelringer.
trade tool is we can be more or less supportive of demand, and that'd be a very inefficient way to try to fix supply chain problems. But we don't see the inflation yet. We're of course reading the same stories and watching
Hvorfor raser
everybody else. And right now we see
Markedet ser vel litt likere ut da.
sideways at a fairly low level.
If I could follow up on that, President Trump is
Og så klarer de ikke å bryte oppsida. Så det reacta på toppen der.
as chair expires next year, but your position on the board runs through January
Det har blitt mye motstander oppe nå, da.
Consider remaining on the Fed board even if
Faen ble det brusen min, da? Å, der.
I don't have anything for you.
Fy faen.
My whole focus is on, and my colleagues' focus is all.
Men jeg tror det kommer til å stå litt her nå så lenge han prater. Det er liksom ikke noe... Han må bli ferdig å prate.
To make the right decisions. We want to make
Jeg vet ikke om John snakker til oss nå, eller om jeg bare snakker i telefonen.
That's what we think about day and night.
Jeg snakker til dere nå. Jeg snakker til dere nå.
That's 100% of our focus right now.
Jeg kan snakke i telefonen.
Dollaren styrker seg. Ja, det blir ikke rentekutt.
Chair Powell, Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. Public
Det blir ikke
records
rentekutt.
of your schedule so far this year show no meetings with President Trump. Past presidents Obama, Bush, and Clinton have all met with Fed chairs, and you met with Trump during his first term. Why haven't you asked for a meeting yet with the president?
I've never asked for a meeting with any president, and I never will. It's not. I wouldn't do that. There's never a reason for me to ask for a meeting. It's always been the other way.
So would you want to meet with him if given the opportunity to get more information?
It's never an initiative that I take. It's always an initiative. I don't think it's up to a Fed chair to seek a meeting with the president, although maybe some have done so. I've never done so, and I can't imagine myself doing that. I think it's always comes the other way. A president wants to meet with you, but that hasn't happened.
And if I could just ask one question on monetary policy. When it is time to cut rates, how will you determine how far down rates will have to come to try to keep a balance on the inflation mandate as employment weakens?
Derfor har jeg ikke hørt det.
I think once you have a direction.
Vi må høre på statsministeren. Vi må være forberedt på at krig kan ramme. Nei, sier du det, du, din gråhåra ulldott? Sier du det, du? Kanskje vi skal slippe inn litt mer svensker inn da, så kan vi få litt krig og øve oss litt. Fy faen, så du han der svenske guttungen på 17 år, eller? Som tok toget til Oslo S for å drepe en fyr på Bastøy på bestilling fra Sverige. Det er faen meg det sjukeste jeg har sett. 17 år. Bare, har du tatt med gatteren? Ja, gatteren. Du må ta han nå. Han er på Bastøyferja. Ja, når er han der? Han er der. Sørg for at han får mobildekning og mat og telefon. Jeg bare, hva faen? Og så bare, hvor er gatteren? Jeg har glemt gatteren på Airbnb. Og faen, får vi ikke drept den i dag da? Nei, det var trist. Hadde jeg vært statsminister, så hadde jeg løst dette her jævla lett da. Det er ikke noe problem. Det er jo ikke et problem. Oi, har du drept han? Greit. Du mister høyrehånda di. Du går over til sharia.
if
Du
this
mistet
economy
høyre nå.
breaks one way or
Oi,
the other.
har du stjert noe? Ok, du mistet høyre beinet ditt.
I mean, honestly, if you want to know if the
Oi,
how
har du
the
drept
Fed
Da
noe?
var
Mist i fengsel.
Fed ferdig.
ultimately, I thought that line was
Er du ferdig nå?
interesting. That the cost of waiting
Ja.
didn't seem that
Og
great.
får vi se hva som skjer. Det er nå bevegelsen kommer.
Agree with that, but this right now
Det står Fed Chair Powell Press concluded.
exactly what it would do to tip their hand
Ja, vi får se.
away from that.
His speech at the Economic Club of Chicago, repeated in the news conference this time around. If current trade policy is sustained, it could mean higher
Problemet er
inflation.
at det skjer at
It
det
could also
ser ut
mean
som det
lower
skal opp.
growth. Our job, we have an obligation, Tom, to anchor inflation expectations.
The obligation is there, and of course the reach out as to when will they do something. There's a lot of heated debate. Neil Dutta sent me a note here from Renaissance Macro. He's scathing, is the only word I can come up with,
Yes,
scathing
more than.
about their delay here. You mentioned Andrew Hollenhorst with a view, and then you go all the way out. Dare I say, into next year. The dispersion here is wide. I just want to point out that if you had read the cliff notes of Moby Dick, like I did in college, he could have pulled it off.
Oh, yeah, in an hour and a half.
No mention of transitory this time around. Short-lived or short-lived
Yes.
is the new term for the chairman of the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, in the sense that they will get clarity as time goes on, and right now they have none, but it will be made apparent to them as things settle into place. This idea, though, that right now the economy is still relatively healthy is one aspect that I think maybe is going to become challenging in a month's time.
Let's get to the conversation. Joining us now, the former New York Fed President Bill Dudley. Bill, thank you for joining us, sir. They clearly face a
Nå sier sikkert Trump et eller annet.
which, as the chairman says, have not yet materialized. Can you walk us through how you think they've responded to the risks they face and what you make of the news conference from Chairman Powell?
I don't think the news conference is surprising at all. I mean, the Fed is not really sure where tariffs are going to land, which is important. And when they land, they're not really sure what the consequences are going to be on growth versus inflation, and which side they're going to miss their mandate of, but by a greater degree. So I think I was expecting him to say something pretty similar to this. And if I was in his shoes, I would have done exactly the same thing.
I thought that the most notable line was the cost of waiting to see further data seemed fairly low. Do you agree with that? Do you think that the cost is fairly low of simply being parked on the sidelines at a time where a lot of people think that there are
US dollar rise.
of a rapidly slowing economy?
Gulla.
Well, I think the costs are low relative
Ja,
to
gull faller.
the risk of
Det er litt
making a
spesielt.
mistake. You know, let's imagine
Åh!
the Fed cut rates dramatically because they were
Kjøpe
worried
dollar.
about the labor market, and then it turned out that
Ja.
inflation expectations got unanchored and the
Men gull bør fortsatt stikke av, da.
that'd be a big mistake. And so the Fed really wants to make sure that they don't go down that path. This is not just about the central scenario. It's also about risk management. Try not to do the wrong thing so that you can respond effectively as things actually unfold. So I think the fact that the tariff policy is not set is important, and the fact that we don't have any experience with a tariff shock of this magnitude is also important. So in that
Nå
environment,
må alle meglerne ringe kundene sine.
do no harm to your patient.
Short. High interest rates.
You had a day
Higher
job
inflation.
before the Fed job of
Empty-
actually trying to forecast
empty
out
shelves.
the economy. How would you frame that now? You've got the luxury of not being
Buy
at
gold.
Goldman Sachs.
Buy dollar.
Can you look out
Sell.
1 month?
Sell.
Can you look out 2 quarters? Can you model out a fancy McKelvey Dudley jewel out a year right now? I don't think you can.
No way. I mean, I think the only
Kan
thing
man
that's saying is the
guldva?
economy, like Chair Powell said, is the economy right now seems to still be in good shape. I think the most important thing I took away from the press conference that people
Gullregnes
should take on board is the
guldva.
fact that don't
Palme.
take the first quarter GDP at face value. The
Husk på nå, i 1,5 uker nå så har vi ikke hatt noe volum, så det blir spennende å se om volumet kommer nå. Eller om de venter til i morgen når han er ferdig med Kina.
Big accumulation of inventories and domestic private final sales, which he brought up repeatedly in the press conference, is really a much more representative measure of how the economy is
Ja, det blir spennende.
rising 3%. So I think-
Også verdens viktigste nyhet som han har på mandag.
I'd point out Jan Hasius with a 2%
Ja.
statistic for this present quarter.
Det var spennende.
Published, I believe, last weekend. Bill Dudley, how
Det høres ikke ut som du synes det er så jævlig spennende, Stig.
given this mess that has
Hæ?
been wrought,
Høres ikke ut som du synes det er så jævlig spennende.
doing speeches coming up. John and I were talking here as we were looking at PSG Arsenal about Jackson Hole. How do they get to Jackson Hole and communicate to the nation?
Jeg bare død innvendig
Well, you can only communicate to the extent that you actually
av alle tre
what's
tingene.
actually going on.
Jeg skal lære deg å prate norsk vakker dag, Stig, så vi kan kommunisere samme språk.
Magic ball that allows
Ja.
them to see into the future
Gleder meg, altså.
when the future is actually very.
Det er jo kjempebra, det.
What I'm expecting
Ja,
at
da.
Jackson Hole, frankly, is the Fed to talk about their monetary policy framework review and wheel that out. And I thought some of the questions at the press conference on that were interesting. Maybe we could have been wrapped up a bit sooner.
Skal vi se indiske vakter og pakistanske vakter. Se det her.
They can improve in the monetary policy framework. And so I think that's going to be the most interesting outcome of Jackson Hole.
Bill, we've spent a lot of time speaking to Fed watchers
At de er det der.
They've all said a similar thing.
Det er indiske og pakistanske vakter.
They won't be able to act preemptively. And I guess it's important to understand his definition of being late. Because there was an interesting moment at the news conference, and I'd love your thoughts on it. He looked
Det er
at
høy fotføring.
Høyt med beina.
100 basis
Oi,
points
hva har
of
du
rate
sier?
reductions and said,
Veldig høyt med
"It's a
beina.
little late to start cutting
Oi.
last year." Just what is the definition of late
Wow,
on the FOMC?
han sparket høyt da.
I think late is when you realize that the risks on one side of the mandate have become, have become very predominant.
Han lager merch til det her.
The fact is,
Det er dance-off og dance-off. Det var dance-off.
You're probably late because the risk of really.
The underlying
Minus what
economy.
I
I just wonder what that means going forward about that 2% inflation target. If we're still not back there, if we did see something
Ja,
firming
hva
up.
er Vandalua alt for sterkt? Eller madrass er kanskje sterkeste, eller? Madrass?
Well, I think there's two things that are relevant going on. Number one, the monetary policy may.
Jeg elsker curry med sånne der hvitløksnavn, sånn som renner, bare renner smør og hvitløk overalt. Det er faen beste av verden. Shorter her, Robert.
It's really important that people aren't putting enough weight on is the labor force is going to grow much slower in 2025 than in 2023 and 2024. So the change in the are much dramatically lower this year.
Er vi heldige nå, så får vi med oss hele raset. Da har det vært verdt det.
Before they start to have the clarity that they need to actually make.
Ja, nå blir det lenge.
Da skal jeg lage en TikTok
He said maybe a
snart.
0.5% increase in the unemployment rate, something material that they could point to. What's your assessment that would actually provide clarity at a very unclear moment?
Well, I think Rich Florida is broad.
Ja, det ramler med 100 poeng nå.
Our rate starts going up rapidly, like we go from 4.2 to 6.6. Then the Federal Reserve is going to be thinking, boy, the labor market really is weakening in a big way. We are moving meaningfully away from full employment, and the risk in that environment. About the recession. The Som roll didn't work well last year, right? The Som roll, we triggered the Som roll, and there was no recession. But that happened because the labor force was growing very rapidly, and so the rise in the unemployment was driven by labor force growth. This year, if the
Sondre har jo
it'll be driven by
laget en genser.
Bill Dolly, let me throw in an audible.
Ja, det var jævla fet, Sondre. Det blir et problem.
Are we at risk of damaging the
Fristen å bli værende på shorten. Ja, men hvis dere skal trade sånn fornuftig, så skal dere vente til at vi ser at det faktisk bryter ned. Makroen tilsier at vi skal ned nå. Den har ikke brytt ned ordentlig enda. Vi må bryte ned, da kan vi ta en short. Da begynner volumet å komme sikkert og sånn.
And then that means there's going to be a lot less time to replenish stores for
So
supply chain disruptions to some degree are almost inevitable, and that's assuming that you switch things back, you turn the whole tariff thing off.
Hey Bill, appreciate your thoughts. As always.
That's Gollum.
The former New York
That's
Fed
Gollum.
president. The Federal Reserve see it like this: the risks have risen to higher unemployment, to higher inflation, to lower growth, but the risks haven't materialized.
Longene har ikke økt noe veldig da, Stig.
The President of the United States, in the last 2 hours or so, we've had a load of headlines from the Federal Reserve, but maybe the most important headline came from the President. The President said we're unwilling to lower tariffs to get China to the table. Now, the US is in negotiation mode at the moment, going into talks at the weekend. Talks about
Det er faktisk jeg vurderer å kjøpe en sånn symaskin.
And they can dial up and down the tariff-free policy whenever they like. You can't set policy in a moment like this because you don't know what policy is going to be on the other side of Washington.
You don't understand necessarily what the supply chain disruptions are going to look like. Let's say they don't lower tariffs in anticipation of these types of talks. China has said that is the only way to start talks. So does that remove the idea
Det
of
som
talks from the table
printerstikk?
entirely, even though they might be
Nei, det er
each other in
symaskin.
passing?
For å sy på klær og sånt.
Skal du ha det nå?
How do they start to game out whether this is
Ja, jeg vurderer. Ja, eller vi har
inside
vurdert.
shop, or whether this is something entirely different that can get remediated?
Da blir det sånn, der ekte sånn der, da blir det sånn shit.
Ja, det blir sånn der.
Ja,
For eksempel.
Dragon Ball.
You don't have to wait for the vaccine. The president has the vaccine.
Okay.
He can take the tariffs off, put the
Er det
tariffs on.
Pocahontas, eller hva faen er det for noe?
He's in control of the virus.
Nei, jeg kaller det, vet ikke. Det er sånn anime.
Er ikke det Dragon Ball, vet dere?
Comparisons to COVID, the
Sikkert.
president is running policy here. Not some runaway virus that we don't have control over.
Is he the chairman of the Fed right now?
I think he's in charge of what the Federal Reserve's about to do, without a doubt. And this is the problem for the Federal Reserve. Let's just say in a month these talks are fantastic.
Skjønner meg ikke å få
And the
til.
Federal
Nei,
Reserve
det
cut interest rates by 50 basis points. 75
Eller jo,
basis
ja, eller
points,
nei,
100
eller jo,
basis points,
nei.
because they
Jeg synes det er jævlig kult å se, ikke som anime, jeg synes det er kult å se på animasjonsfilmer som er ikke sånn der japansk psycho. Men sånn der, sorry, sånne gode tegnefilmer liksom, det synes jeg er litt kult å se på. Sånn som han der, The Wild Robot og han der gammeren som flyr inn i ballongene, hva heter han da? Up og sånn, og så Lion King og sånn, jeg synes det er koselig.
Ja, ja. Ja, men det er jo ikke anime.
Er det ikke?
Anime? Nei.
Ja, er det animasjonsfilmer, eller er det en sektor? Nei, sjanger.
Ja, anime, det er sånn sære folk.
Nei, det gjør jeg ikke. Det er bøker. Jeg har ikke noe mot
Det er
bøker.
sånn japansk.
Ja, gode venner av meg
Japansk
som jeg har gode venner av meg som er homofile og bifil og alt mulig rart.
initiated the 90-day pause we
Ja.
have, and that it goes.
Stig er bifil. Jeg har aldri sagt noe mot det før.
It's an industry to go after the Federal Reserve. We all partake. I understand that. We've been very critical over the years. But I have some sympathy with the institution at the moment. I don't understand how you set policy for the medium term in a moment like this one.
I think that's the reason why the policy tool that is
Hvorfor må du
communication.
bryte for at den skal stupe? Dette er for å ha motstand der, og så gir det en altså institusjoner, daytradere, de ser på forskjellige nivåer hvor du skal bryte, for der er det volum, og så får du breakouts, og så støtte, og så ned. Så den har ikke brutt ordentlig ennå. Så det er det vi ser på da. En bekreftelse på bevegelsen. Alt imellom er støy.
Couldn't agree more, TK. Mike McKee was in the room. He's out of the room.
Så at den tar imot på den streken der nede som er tegnet, det må bryte den
In
blant
the lead
annet.
up to this, I don't have anything to add on that. Chairman Powell.
Og så må han bryte
on a number of issues,
19.006.
he didn't have much to add.
No, he didn't. You've been talking about it. The Fed doesn't know what's going to happen. Nobody knows what's going to happen, so you can't make policy. But one thing I would add
Albert
is
Aalberg.
Det koster
you've been talking about this
80 000 eller
supply shock, which is
Jeg husker Albert Aalberg, det var en jævla koselig tegnerefilm, men så har jeg sett den i voksen alder, og da tror jeg faktisk jeg må ha vært rusa da jeg var liten. Fy faen, hvor kjedelig. En som var veldig koselig, var en serie om en gutt, jeg tror han var svensk, som hadde gullbukser, hvor han kunne bare plukke masse penger ut av buksa. Masse penger. Jeg vet ikke om det var gull eller penger.
Drømte du det?
Nei, jeg drømte ingen. Jo, Karlsson på taket, så jævlig bra. Men den filmen var, en serie var med en gutt med sånn potteklipp, og hadde sånne der slengbukser, brune slengbukser. Og så enten så var det gullegg han hadde, eller så var det han fått penger ut av lomma på. Det husker jeg synes den var så fin. Og så hadde du Bompibjørnene, det var klassiker da.
Ja, Bompibjørnene er fin.
Bompibjørnene er bra.
This has a parallel in recent history.
Halla Peder, du gjorde det bra da, gjorde du ikke det? Fine lover, gratulerer, skål.
Så det fine gamle Epaere. Jeg vet ikke om du så på det der.
1200, det er bedre enn 0.
And so the Fed was stuck in a situation where it knew things were bad. It knew it had to do something. But how long did that have to go on?
Det lille vannet.
How far did it have to go? That was the question that was never really decided and we kept talking about for months and months. But the
Husker dere Shagma? Det var kompisen av liten fransk tegnefilm, skjønner jeg egentlig en sånn sånn.
And if it does happen, we don't know how bad it's going to be.
Shagma
or
vet
when
jeg
it's going to
ikke.
happen.
Fy faen, det er jo, ser ut som Stoltenberg og Støre da der.
And you and I know the shadow FOMC.
Pumpet og pilt.
Jeg ser faen meg så Stoltenberg Støre. Støre han til høyre og Stoltenberg han til venstre. Jeg skal vise deg en jævla kul serie. Skywalker.
Send messages, critique Jerome Powell.
Nei, ikke Skywalker. Han bare Dragon. Yellow Sword. Sword. Og så hadde han på en øy. Nei, ikke en øy, men på Spaceship. Veldig bra. Og så var det sånne små alver, sånn tre.
Talked last week, week before, about that. But really, the opposition or the people who are going to raise the questions are in the administration right now, because the president wants to influence the Fed. He can't really do it, but he wants to. So there are going to be other people who are going to pick up on this stuff and talk about it. Scott Bessent's been asked about it. He was asked about it today. They want the Fed to lower rates. But I think Mr. Bessent knows, even if Mr. Trump doesn't, that the Fed can't move right now because they don't know what Mr. Trump's going to do.
Mike McKee, appreciate the reaction. We'll hear from Mike throughout today on Bloomberg TV and on Bloomberg Radio. So we've had plenty of sympathy for the institution. It ends right now. Here's the criticism. It goes like this. I've heard it now from the previous Minneapolis Fed president, St. Louis Fed president, rather, Jim Bullard. I've heard it directly from Mohamed Ali as well, that this Federal Reserve is only really entertaining one scenario. But you hear a lot of people talking about a wide range of outcomes, but emphasis matters.
Inspector Gadget også jævlig bra.
With Chairman Powell keeps landing on stagflation without saying stagflation. And Jim Bullard said this, and Mohammed said it as well. What they don't entertain is the prospect of a good outcome. The prospect that the Chinese turn around over the next few weeks and say, you know what, we'll give you what you want. The Europeans do the same thing, and you end up in a situation where you have lower tariffs. And maybe you end up in a situation where you have a reduced tax rate as well. And perhaps by the end of this year, you're in a better position for both risk assets and growth too. And you don't hear any of that when you listen to Chairman Powell, and I didn't hear much of that at all in the last 90 minutes.
There's a key question here. Is there a scenario in which they would have to hike rates? Is there a scenario in which they don't have to move at all because this is a soft landing in the same kind of way that they used to with no tariffs? There is a positive economic outcome that he kind of alluded to in passing, but it wasn't necessarily the main story.
Yeah, kinda, but not really.
But not really.
Joining us now to discuss, Jeff Rosenberg of BlackRock. Jeff, I'll make it simple. Is this a moment to own bonds? And if so, where on the curve?
It's certainly a moment to be adding diversification to your portfolio, because the whole theme everybody's been talking about, and Powell answered in multiple ways, is we don't know, and he doesn't know, and it's heightened uncertainty. So you need more balance in your portfolio. Now the subsequent question is,
Trump
and there I'd say you got to be more anchored to the front end of the curve. The back end has a lot of uncertainty. You got to look for alternative ways of finding diversification in your portfolio. And beta exposures are just directional. Is the market going up? Is it going down? Is it a good outcome? Is it a bad outcome? As Lisa was just outlining, you know, it's incredibly uncertain. And so it's a time for diversification.
Jeff, this feels like in high school when someone really likes someone else and they keep talking about them ad nauseum, and you feel like there's nothing else to talk about, and you're kind of sick of the conversation, but you feel like you have to keep entertaining it. It feels like everyone's trying to get into the head of one person again and again and again, and it's sort of exhausted by the end of the day. How do you rise above that and understand what's actually happening in the economy in some kind of way to understand which way things are turning?
Sikkert bare opp og teste.
Yeah, it's a good metaphor, fun metaphor, and a tough question. And I think one way is to really think about it from a portfolio construction point of view of what am I exposed to in my portfolio, right? So if it's about one person and one outcome, that's kind of the antithesis to we've all learned over the years of how to build a good portfolio. Don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Rangers.
In this context, don't have all of your outcomes determined by that.
Hva du vil, long. Det hadde aldri vært.
And so that's really about diversifying my sources of return. I've talked about it on this program before. Often all we talk about is the beta outcome, the directional outcome. And there's another good news story here for investors, which is all this uncertainty actually increases opportunities. But if you're investing,
jeg tror du kommer fra samme sted som deg, Stig. Han skriver jo faen som en
And so if you have strategies that are more about betting on the differences and
Gundlach.
Er det ingen her som husker John Blackstar, liksom? Er vi seriøse nå? Er det ingen som husker John Blackstar? John Blackstar? Kødder du med meg?
Away from this kind of unipolar focus on that, popular person in high school.
Jeff, is there anything else you'd like to add right now?
Jeff, thanks for entertaining that. Thank you.
You know exactly what I'm
Was
talking
this
about.
a Friday night party?
Just
Ja, det tar jo 10 over 10.
No, but you get the idea that it's just sort of exhausting. There's something more to say or
Jeg tror
talk
ikke folk
about.
helt skjønner
Det
maken.
er ikke på ørene.
Nei, men det kommer bevegelse etterpå.
What I'm seeing is a
Må gjøre det.
multi-standard deviation move in selected currencies. Where's your unexpected out there across equities, bonds, commodities, and particularly the depth of the currency markets?
Yeah, I mean, the FX move is really important here, right? And so, let's just kind of look at what's happened in markets since April 2nd is you've had this remarkable rebound in risky assets, equities, sub-equity indices, factor exposures, and we've kind of are above in many of those measures the April 2nd tariff day, Liberation Day announcement. The one exception, a lot of these boxes are the same, which one's different, is the dollar and the FX piece of that. And that's really talking about kind of the global impact here and that has
Marketing communication. Our ETF offers exposure to 100 leading European companies, equally weighted, diversified across countries and sectors. The VanEck European
lower tariffs. This could be really positive. But the former is what was the initial thrust of the policy announcement is deficit equalization. That's very problematic, and it's problematic on the flip side of deficit equalization. Basically allows the US
Ikke du skal da? Jo, eller skal du med?
She's there in the temple of the cavings.
But the cavings worship her, my lord. Will they let us take her?
They worship her, but they fear me.
Faen, god minner jeg har fra det, ass. Jeg skal på 2 kjappe til det er Alex. Oi, hva skjedde nå?
Increasingly international as a result of that uncertainty around the dollar and the space going forward.
Hva kom nå, Stig? Kom melding nå et eller
That's a
annet
huge
sted?
theme. You see it in the
Donald Trump?
flows, you see it in the relative equity
Sikkert.
returns. It's partly what's reflective in the currency.
Hva skjedde nå igjen nå, fra å være minus 300 poeng her?
Of the overweighting that has existed in, say,
Ja,
equity
Trump to resign global chip curbs.
markets, right? You look at GDP
Hva skrev han nå?
differentials, and you have a very big gap. The
Yeah,
largest
that-
gap is in the U.S., and so that's one way of sort of thinking
Men
about.
er dette her liksom får vi ikke noe fred fra han, eller? Han gjorde noe, var på bånd nå, igjen.
On this policy towards deficit equalization, then I think you're going to be looking more
Dette går jo ikke an å jobbe med.
between market cap and say GDP contributions in the global cross section.
John, the fiscal debate may get overwhelmed by the actual data of employment and interest rates.
Vi gikk opp 200 poeng på den tweeten til Donald Trump nå. Er det pressemelding eller er det tweet? Han har ikke sagt noe på Truth Social.
Strong Swiss right now, and as Jeff alluded to, anybody in equity
Jeg får den fra meg selv.
and viewers in the stock market, don't forget to monitor foreign exchange each and every day. The Swiss franc is talking right now.
And these central banks will have a decision to make, how to respond to some of these shocks. And I think it's clear the kind of decision they're making so far. Lisa, we've talked about it. The
Trump
ECB
to
reducing interest
sign
rates,
global
the
chip
Chinese coming
curbs.
out, reducing interest rates. The Federal Reserve
Ah,
doesn't really
så lei
understand
han
the
er,
nature of
han
the shock yet. The rest of the world has decided it's
Det
disinflationary.
her-
Maybe they have the capacity to
Oh.
reduce interest rates in a way that the Federal Reserve does not. But we've talked about this a million times.
Jeg har laget egen newsdesk, vet du.
Things can change from hour to hour. Never
Nvidia gikk jo opp 4% på den meldingen her da.
President of the United States that said he wasn't willing to reduce tariffs to engage in negotiations with the Chinese. And then we have reporting moments ago.
Da får vi Han får jo dratt opp indeksen ganske kraftig den meldingen der da.
Every single headline moves
Ja.
this market one way versus the next. The Federal Reserve can't behave that way. It can't reduce rates 25 minutes ago and then hike them the next. That's the problem they've got at the moment.
In fairness, a lot
Du
of
tuller, du var ikke lang.
like this right now. A lot
Nei,
of
fy faen.
traders out there are there saying, what's the point? I mean, you see that whipsaw in the NASDAQ in particular. This is something that NVIDIA has wanted. There is this tension between the fast-moving headlines of a tweet or a truth or a statement with
Du skulle ønske at du var noe nå, tenker jeg.
companies that have to make longer-term decisions. And as an investor, especially where
Markedet jo fortsatt faller, skjønner du. Det er bare AI-chipene som holder oppe. Det er fortsatt dritt med tariffen, fortsatt tomme butikkhyller neste uke, fortsatt inflasjon som stiger. Alt er helt likt. Selv om han kom med den der jævla fittetweeten sin her nå.
Ja, vet du, det er komplisert.
In this last conversation, this is sort of in our kind of systematic framing, it's like momentum signals versus reversal. Momentum is a really tough strategy right now. Reversal, much better. Exactly the description that you're just talking about. One day it's one headline, even within a headline, within a day, the headlines are reversing around. So that creates opportunities if you're weighting your sources of returns to the right.
Han forandrer lover hele tiden.
Recognizing, look, the easy momentum macro trade of the post-COVID environment is not the trade right now. It's much more in the cross-section, much more reversal. That's where you can find some opportunities. And if you're trying to predict, what the next, trade headline is going to be, that's going to be a very frustrating place.
Yeah, good luck to you. Never mind within a day, within the hour. Jeff, thank you, sir. Jeff Rosenberg of BlackRock. The latest reporting from the team here at Bloomberg. The Trump administration planning to rescind Biden-era AI chip curbs, according to people familiar with the matter.
You look at NVIDIA shares, they're over 2% on this news, and it makes sense given how vociferously against this they've been. This goes to the question of what is the ultimate goal of some of the tit-for-tat in the trade war that is between China and the U.S. Is it just complete decoupling when it comes to tech? Is this trying to tweak the rules? Confusing.
The team will guide you into the close. Good luck to them. Coming up, Jason Thomas of Carlyle, and tomorrow, if you're going to be tuning in on Bloomberg TV, you'll catch up with Stuart Kaiser of Citi, Kelsey Barrow of JP Morgan, Nouriel Roubini of NYU Stern, and the former Kansas City Fed President Esther George. And if you're listening to Bloomberg Radio, TK might steal a few of those guests. From New York City this afternoon, good afternoon.
Det her faktisk helt sykt. Faktisk. Han forandrer loven igjen nå.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories.
Han var smart, vet du, for han slipper nyheten rett før close, så at den stenger høy. Jeg håper han får den rett i trynet, for det blir faen ikke noe rentekutt, og det blir faen ikke mindre eller mer varer på havnen om 2 uker. Det der skittent spill han driver med nå, ass.
Asia is a continent of contrast. The region is a nexus of rich cultural.
Han får Nvidia til å gå opp, vet du, for Nvidia gikk ut i dag og sa det at de får problemer med distribusjon i asiatiske markeder, så Nvidia falt på det i dag, og nå skiftet han akkurat regelen. Han forandret loven nå, vurderer å forandre loven nå.
If NASA is designing a lander, their approach is they're designing a Formula One car. So we take, say, a Jeep approach.
So give us a sense of how you
translate
Korean architecture for the rest of the world.
We call this Madang. In general terms, it's where we can be ourselves, where we belong.
There is an old saying in Korea that says, "Call me blue, white brichi."
Nå var vi på full fart ned.
But not humble. So it has a tremendous impact on Korean architecture.
People tend to think the robot AI taking the job from them. We want to use the robot as a basic asset. meaning people have an income through the robot.
From space tech in India to robotics in Japan, Asia is driving the future, reshaping industries, societies, and the way we live. Join me as I take you through the bold innovations. Discover Asia's next-gen technologies on Momentum.
The top names at the Fed are on Bloomberg.
I'm not going to overreact to any increase in inflation that I think is attributable to the tariffs. But if I see a significant drop in the labor market, then I'd be ready to go. I wouldn't be sitting here waiting to determine whether the inflation is transitory or not. It's time to worry about the real side of the economy. I would expect more rate cuts and sooner once I start seeing some serious deterioration in the labor market.
Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg.
Fy faen, det er også.
This week, Bloomberg Television and Radio are live from the Milken Conference in Los Angeles, speaking with the biggest names in business about the top issues for investors. Live coverage continues this week
Han
on
klarer ikke å holde
Bloomberg
toppen av.
Television and
Å,
Radio.
fy faen, det raser.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for
Endelig får vi fall på
capitalism from business,
For fall på nye
markets,
volumer nå.
economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think
Han
about.
kan ikke bare forandre loven hver gang vi faller. Det kan jo ikke. Folk må jo se gjennom det.
Welcome back to Beverly Hills.
Er det bare jeg som er gæren, eller?
Special Bloomberg coverage day 3 here at the 28th annual Milken Institute Global Conference, a mashup of two of your favorite shows, The Close and Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Romaine Bostic.
And I'm Carol Masser, less than 10 minutes away from the closing bell on this Fed Wednesday. I mean, so much going on, but it's kind of fascinating that often the Fed meeting and what the Fed chair has to say, always important, but there's just so many other questions, and I feel like tariffs, White House policy has really...
Nå falt vi rett ned i det. Nå kommer sikkert en ny melding fra Trump.
I assume, but you see that playing out in financial markets today. A lot of oscillations between gains and losses. Some people looking at the Fed statement, seeing a red light. Some people looking at the press conference, seeing a green light. And then, of course, you still have a lot of commentary coming out of the White House when it comes to trade policies, and that's having a big impact on where prices go.
For the
People want some clarity and certainty on, but Fed chair always important.
All right, yeah, it was just about 2 hours ago when we did get that Fed decision. Of course, no real surprises there. They unanimously chose to keep their benchmark rates where they are. Jay Powell standing firm, but he did warn of risk to higher inflation and rising unemployment. Here's what he had to say.
In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up. Survey respondents, including consumers, businesses, and professional forecasters, point to tariffs as the driving factor. For the time being, we're well positioned to wait for greater clarity before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. And so we think that leaves us in a good place to wait and see. We don't think we need to be in a hurry. We think we can be patient.
Hva skal vi si nå, Stig?
Obviously, Fed Chair Jay
Ah, ja, det går
Powell,
langt.
analysts seizing on the Fed's inflationary warning. Let's see what our next guest has to say here from Milken.
Han forandret loven midt foran trynet vårt, liksom.
Won't come for a few months.
Når det falt på det verste her.
Ja, normalt det nå.
Two mandates will likely move in opposite directions. It's a tough spot to be. Pleased to say, Seema joins us right now, Chief Global Strategist at Principal Asset Management, the global investment business for Principal Financial Group. They manage...
Nå skulle det ulovlig for at kineserne skal ha TikTok, men det skal bli lovlig også å selge amerikanske AI-chipper til Kina. Litt skurri litt grann, eller?
To make any kind of even forecast about growth, where inflation is going. And certainly to us, it makes sense, right? We can see that the soft data is weakening. It's likely that the hard data will weaken in a couple of months, but we're not there yet. And then at the same time, they still have to wait and see exactly what the administration is going to do with tariffs. You saw, just before Powell started speaking, there was a headline about Trump and the China negotiations. Put them in a really tough spot. So the best thing to do, particularly when there is chance for a policy misstep and inflation is already above target, the best thing to do is just wait and see.
Is there a moment, though, when it's almost too late in terms of if it takes too long to actually get some kind of trade decisions or tariff decisions, especially between the U.S. and China, done, that the damage will already be done to the U.S. economy?
I
think that's exactly what it is, and that's the reason why 2 years are coming down right now. It's because they're worried that Powell will wait too long. And remember, if you're waiting to see the labour market cracks turn through, labour market indicators are usually the most lagged in a recessionary environment. So if you're waiting for that before you respond, you're typically going to be acting too late. So then I think there is a chance that once they do start cutting rates, if they're waiting towards the end of the year, you end up moving to a place where they have to cut rates more aggressively than certainly if they started in July or any other time.
Of course, Powell's argument would be we can't really start cutting until we have that hard data show up. What gives you the confidence that a lot of the survey data and the anecdotal evidence that we have of a weakening economy will actually translate into that hard data reflecting the same thing?
I think as the days are going by and we're hearing more and more from companies thinking about layoffs, it is becoming more and more likely that that soft data is going to lead through to hard data. But historically, that hasn't always been the case. You have had times where that bifurcation between soft and hard data has persisted for months and months and months. So I think there is a little lack of clarity. You could argue that Powell could maybe look through a lot of that and say, look, the data is ultimately going to weaken and we need to act preemptively. But of course, it's the inflation story that they have to be really concerned about. And as he said, the inflation expectations from the surveys and market-based indicators in the last month have started to move even higher.
I know you're not a politician, but I'm going to ask you a political question because Powell was asked repeatedly about his tenure and whether he would serve out that tenure, which actually comes to an end naturally, organically, in about a year's time. If there was to be more pressure on Powell to cut rates and he does not give in to the president's wishes, do you think, is it plausible that we could see a change in Fed chair before his term is up?
I think that what we saw from the bond market a few weeks ago is enough to ward Trump off from making that move. Let Powell finish out his term and then suddenly bring someone in. I mean,
Det Nvidia alene som drar opp markedet nå, opp 2,6%. Den loven som kom nå var jo til Nvidia. Basically. Så hvis han skal få opp Nasdaq, så må Nvidia gå opp. Da kan man like gjerne bare forandre loven på Nvidia, så går det opp.
Whether people are still saying, yep, U.S. is still the premier destination for investment, global investment dollars, I do feel like there's a lot of side conversations here at Milken that people say otherwise. What do you say?
Well, so I was on a panel yesterday
Nvidia vekter 7,6% av hele Nasdaq, så nå gjorde han at Nvidia gikk opp 2,5% fra å være minus 2% i sted. Gikk opp da 5% totalt, drar med seg Nasdaq opp. Så gjør det på close, så det stenger opp. Det går jo faen ikke an å holde på sånn at
Having said that, if indeed we see a recession in the United States, or worse than that, we see stagflation, is the expectation, the research that you guys are thinking about, is that the whole world is impacted by that because the U.S. is the dominant economy, and still in terms of investing too.
Kan man svare han her, eller?
We're anticipating to see is the U.S. will weaken and the rest of the world will follow. But it's interesting that investors...
No doubt about it, right? No doubt about that.
It's very difficult to see a situation
Skrev you fucking twat til Donald Trump.
But importantly, investors have almost made their peace with the idea that this year is going to be a tough year. But when they're looking out to 2026 and beyond, particularly for Europe, they're looking at all the fiscal stimulus measures and they're feeling more optimistic about the future. So it is more of a forward-looking, secular discussion that people are having rather than being worried about the tactical near-term dynamics.
With regards to that discussion, do you have a sense that that will be sustainable? Because I can understand in the moment why people would be thinking about these reallocations, but of course, we've kind of been here before under different circumstances, but we've been here before.
Absolutely, and we always see this, that the market has a tendency to extrapolate what the current events are. And certainly
Skjønner dere hva som skjedde nå?
yesterday was a good reminder that things never really run smoothly in Germany. But we are seeing really important discussions from a policymaker perspective, European Commission, really talking about potential deregulation. It's really early days, as you said, and we have to be still a little bit...
Vi var kraftig ned på ikke rentekutt på tariffer og hele pakka. Så tar han og snur om loven helt på Nvidia, AI-chip. Så går Nvidia fra å være minus 2,5% til å gå opp 3% nå, og dra med seg hele indeksen. Det var det som skjedde nå.
meaning riskier assets, or is everyone really just looking for the safest bets?
Samme som de gjorde med Tesla for 2 uker siden.
Quality, slightly more defensive plays. But here in Milken, I think the one word that I keep hearing about is opportunities. People are not too concerned about it. They're waiting for there maybe to be a market pullback, and that for them would be the time to swoop. So it's a little bit safer right now, but I think there are people are looking out for when is the opportunity that they can really start to increase their risk assets.
3,20% på Nvidia nå. Nvidia er basically hele Nasdaq. Nesten 8%, 7,6%.
And before we get to the closing bells, I just want to talk about the treasury market. It's kind of fitting that right now the 2-year yield is unchanged on the day, because maybe that's a reflection of just how critical today's Fed meeting was, which was not very critical at all. A wait-and-see approach, that was a real takeaway here. The idea that not only is the Fed wants to wait, but I think the real sentiment here is they have no choice but to wait.
I think that's so true, and I think it reflects the sentiment that we're feeling when we talk to CEOs and a lot of investment folks, that everybody's just kind of waiting, and the Fed chair is waiting. Okay, so what's next? Where do we go from here? Because there are some very clear different scenarios in terms of how this plays out and the impact it has on markets as well as companies. All right, folks, we're nearing towards the closing bell. We got some green on the screen.
Well, we're not nearing them. You can hear the closing bells in your ear, Carol. That means the closing bells are here, as is tradition. Carol Massar, even though you've been doing this for decades, they actually start the bells before we actually hit the 4 p.m. mark.
Nvidia opp 3% fra å være ned 2,5%. Tredje største selskapet på Nasdaq klarte han å snu på under en halvtime opp med 5% på grunn av en melding.
About almost 300 points on the day, or about 0.7%. The S&P up about 0.4%. The Nasdaq up about 0.25%, and the Russell 2000 adding 0.3%.
And let's not forget that there are some trade headlines that continue to come out. And we had, I don't know, about an hour or so ago, President Trump rescinding global chip curbs amid AI restrictions debate. So this is a churn that continues to go, and I think this is very key, maybe in terms of why we have a little bit of support on the equity side of things.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because it really kind of encapsulates a lot of what's been going on here at Milken, from Beverly Hills to Wall Street and Washington, smack dab in the middle of it all. Jason Thomas, he links it all together as head of global research and investment strategy at Carlyle. And it's interesting because he actually made a very prescient call back in January, saying the run-up in big U.S. tech stocks had actually gone too far, and that was actually boosting the appeal of beleaguered European equities. Well, since he made that call, European stocks have outperformed the S&P by 9 percentage points. And it's outpaced the Mag 7 by 20. Pleased to say that Jason joins us right now. Great to see you, Jason.
Thanks for having me.
Great call. Well done.
Thank you for reminding everyone. I appreciate that.
It was a great call, and I think it's interesting, too, because it was a call that was made before we really had a clearer picture of what the tariff rollout were going to look like. We kind of knew tariffs are coming because Trump promised them on the campaign trail, but now that you have the visibility from Liberation Day and everything that's transpired in between, does that change your call at all?
Well, I don't know how much visibility we have. And I think that is the big challenge today. What's remarkable about what we saw in the April data was how many management teams decided to really not be hasty, not overreact. We don't know where the tariff rates are going to end up. So as a result, it's very interesting. For the last month, we've had 25% tariffs on auto imports. Just this last week, we now have 25% tariffs on auto parts. Of course, there's very complex carve-outs and things like that.
Right.
But if you go to a dealer lot today, you don't really see any price increase. If you go to assembly factories in the United States, you don't really see any change in production schedules. And this is, I think, what we see in the economy more broadly. It's management teams, again, not wanting to overreact, not wanting to have those really tough conversations with their suppliers where they're demanding a discount, not wanting to have those tough conversations with their customers, trying to push on price.
Yeah.
Because that can burn bridges, and you find out policy changes, and you've made all these changes for no reason. And so I think that we're in this interesting period where, because of the inventory accumulation in Q1, you have a lot of companies that have months to sort of wait and see how things play out.
Satt du short på toppen? Ja. Satt en halv där.
Things are just going to hum along.
I think that it's setting up for a cliff effect in some sense. Okay. Yeah. Because eventually those inventories run out.
Right.
So that's my concern.
A fair amount of pull forward.
Really, I mean, starting in December,
it's
intermediate goods, components,
took min profit.
raw materials, enormous increases in inventories. And of course, intermediate goods don't count towards GDP. So
blir bare deppa, jeg. For nå var vi på vei ned igjen, hardt. Og så bare snur loven, og så går det opp på 1 minutt. Og smeller alt rett opp. Boom. Jeg blir skikkelig utenfor det. Altså, det går faen ikke. Det her jo ikke fair game i det hele tatt.
Ja, men han har jo ikke endret lov ennå.
Nei, du snakker om å gjøre det, men det nok til at det går opp da. Hadde den holdt helt kjeft, så hadde det ikke gått opp i det hele tatt.
Ja, men han prater jo bare piss.
Jo, men markedet, algoritmen reagerer jo for det.
Det gjør det.
Ja. Makroen i dag tilsier at vi skal kraftig ned. Det blir ikke rentekutt. Tariffen er fortsatt på 145%. Det helt sinnssykt. Det piss, det blir liksom ikke verre. Og så i det vi faller hardt, så bare «Å nei, nå skal vi kanskje forandre loven på AI-chipmakers». Så går Nvidia fra å være minus 2,5% til å gå opp 3%, opp 5% på kvarter. Den tredje største selskapet i hele USA, liksom, går opp med 5%. Det faller jo faen ikke da.
Det ganske riktig.
Det jo helt sinnssykt.
We run about $100 billion trade deficit in apparel and in sneakers, athletic wear, with China and Vietnam. They're not sending us Chinese or Vietnamese branded sneakers. No. They're not sending us Chinese or Vietnamese branded apparel. So, it's these aspects. The same thing, the deficit in semiconductors, almost entirely explained by U.S. designed semiconductors. So these are the kind of production networks and decisions that I think are going to change over time.
I want to ask you, Jason, because we've got ARM Holdings just crossing the Bloomberg terminal, and I'm going to go right to the outlook, which is something we care so much. Players certainly in the semiconductor space. Sees first quarter revenue $1 billion.
Jeg tror ikke det blir så normalt av det, Timmy. Du da fyker jo vel opp 5.000, opp og ned 5.000 poeng. Men så han kommer ut og sier at han pave. Det pave han skal bli.
Hvor det jeg finner det jeg skrev av? Jeg burde kanskje slette det, så ikke jeg blir blokka nedover. Hvor det jeg skrev den da? Hæ? Hvor det trykk? Det her nede? Det her bare botter som svarer da. Og så det meg. You fucking twat. Det var kanskje så jævlig bra. Det kommer sikkert ikke inn i USA lenger da.
On goods from China, that's where you have the really significant potential economic damage. And those are the questions. When does that get resolved? Does it get resolved?
Right.
It's a big issue for investors right now, because even if you are a long-term investor, even a short-term...
Har noen peiling på det, eller? Jeg må slette det jeg skrev til Trump.
Ja, har du ikke plass til å spare mine kommentarer eller ikke lenger? Jeg har ikke gjort inn på Truth Social i det tatt.
Faen, jeg bare dra til helvete jo. Det var ikke så bra da.
Da kommer han og henter deg.
Jeg mente ikke det, Donald Trump. Det var litt sånn in the heat of the moment.
It's almost impossible to time the markets. I think, again, we have to appreciate that this is a more or less fundamental change.
Hvor faen var jeg her nå? Hvis jeg trykker der. Prepina, du flink på sånn der finne ting. Hvordan faen finner jeg hva jeg skrev til han?
Hva faen var det?
Og nå ramler det faen meg med mye her da.
Nei, det gjør ikke.
Jo, etter den tweeten hans.
The Trump administration has come out, or at least tried to articulate these policies. If this had been more elongated, if it had been a more real policy papers, the Federal Register, and just giving people a chance to digest it.
Truth Social, Prepina.
Do you think the market, the negative market reaction might not have been as negative?
Trump Social heter det.
Ikke Trump Social, Truth Social.
And I think what we saw was that there's a sense that if the market doesn't like it, or if the Treasury market starts sending some really negative signals, that policy will recalibrate. And I do think that that's what investors are banking on today. that once we get some bad data from the real economy, once the markets start to sell off aggressively, once treasuries yields start to move up, or just a sense of more of a sell America trade, that policy will recalibrate once again. So I think that is what's interesting right now. When you have an economy where the real data look fine, when markets have rebounded, perhaps that strengthens the administration's resolve to push forward on some of these more aggressive tariff rates, and you end up in, ironically, a somewhat worse place.
But the big risk is if we read the Trump administration wrong in terms of backing off to an easier place, and that's a massive risk.
And again, with the markets rebounding, with the economy looking good, what incentive do they have? What message are they receiving that would suggest that they need to back off? I think that's the paradox right now.
All right, great stuff. Jason, thank you so much. So appreciate it. Yeah, be well. Jason Thomas, he's head of global research and investment strategy over at Carlisle, joining us from Milken.
Yes, yeah, go away. No,
Let's head it over to Bonnie Quinn over New York with a quick look at market reaction.
Kommer och slår ner dörren. Det blir som spotting.
It ended up being a really fascinating last few minutes of the session because after hours we got ARM earnings and they were big disappointment. A tepid outlook for the fiscal first quarter.
ARM Holdings bomma helt jævlig.
Falling well short of estimates for the first quarter. Now, the fiscal last quarter, it came in with revenue of $1 to $1.1 billion. The estimate was at the higher end of that scope, and revenue did beat slightly, operating income beat, but again, the first quarter outlook was very tepid. Now, that's interesting because right before the close, and it's not clear that ARM knew this when it was preparing its financial statements, we got a word from people familiar with the matter that the administration, and specifically President Trump, is going to rescind global chip curbs amid AI restrictions. In other words, the Department of Commerce
Gå in på profilen din, ned i appen, så ser du alle tweets du har spart.
With a much simpler rule that will unleash American innovation and ensure American AI dominance. Now you put that together with the idea of China tariffs. Well, it's not quite clear how this will affect chip makers. At the very end of the session, you did see NVIDIA and Qualcomm surge. They finished the day up 3.1% apiece, bringing the SOX index up to a gain of 1.7%. But as you can see in the after hours, there's a little bit of confusion as to what should happen with Qualcomm and NVIDIA down very, very slightly. That's partially because of the ARM earnings. And again, would ARM say the same thing if it knew about these chip curbs being rescinded? Not quite so sure. We might get some clarity tomorrow. Let's take a quick look at how we ended the session, though. Otherwise, with the Powell press conference, we had the S&P 500 up 0.4%, the Dow up 0.7%, the dollar index also stronger by 0.7%, and treasuries as well were also pretty much unchanged. Not too much news out of the conference. Now let's get back to you guys at the Milken Institute Global Conference in Beverly Hills, California, and Carol Massar.
All right, Bonnie, thank you so much. A lot going on here, I gotta say. BlackRock's chief
Donald Trump ler så halvt ihjel.
Among those members of the U.S. financial and tech business community that will visit Saudi Arabia along with
Han sier dere tror at det skal falle, så bare lager du en ny lov, og så går det rett opp igjen. Men han klarer ikke å holde dette oppe. De tariffgreiene han gjør nå, og at det ikke blir rentekutt, det skal ned på det. 100%. Men Nvidia går som av faen på det greiene her, og Broadcom. Det liksom de største selskapene på hele Nasdaq etter den nye loven. Nå vil dine apper så slå alt vi skal svare på. Ja, men jeg har ikke app, kompis! Jeg har den her, nederst til venstre.
What are you guys seeing that maybe we aren't capturing in the narrative?
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me. Good afternoon. I've been struck by the optimism of this conference. I think one of the things that's really stood out to me is a proactive, almost offensive approach to taking advantage of market dislocations and volatility. I think there's widespread acknowledgement that there's a lot of uncertainty that we need to navigate. We probably haven't seen the last of it. It's very dynamic, as you've been saying, but I was really impressed upon kind of let's make advantage of this to find opportunities for our investors outside of the U.S., as you mentioned, was one of the things as well. Private credit was another.
You're impressed. Yeah. Do you buy it? Are you surprised by it?
I do, and I think it makes sense because I think really what
what I took away from a lot of the conversations over the past 2 days was kind of a back to basics approach to real credit work. Credit is my universe.
Right.
And I think there's an acknowledgement there are things we can control, there are things we can analyze, there are things we cannot. Let's make sure that we have diversified portfolios, that we can navigate this. But I'm not sensing a risk off.
Det er den der,
I'm not sensing a retreat.
det er den,
What I'm sensing is, okay, there are opportunities that will come out of this, and how can we make the most of it? I was really pleasantly surprised to see so much.
Jeg er en venn på social med pepino.
Opportunity set. I think on private credit, actually the convergence of public and private credit markets was something that came up a lot.
Vi skal
you fucking
fant du den?
The next generation.
Ja, se på pepino. Du har truths, og så har du replies, det er noe som heter på profilen din.
You fucking twat. Hva faen, må fjerne den da. Hvordan helvete fjerne den da? Du må fjerne den da, you fucking twat. Helvete. Du må fjerne for Trump! Faen. Fjern for Trump da. Jeg finner den ikke. Jeg må ikke bli Trump til helvete.
And I think you see that in asset classes. So I do think there's a recognition that we need to be a bit front-footed.
Well, talk about some of the lower-rated companies in the world of credit, because I know, look, if you're a relatively healthy company with good cash flow and maybe profitability, you're probably not too worried. But if you're a company that's struggling,
jo, men nå trykker jeg på den her. Så det er vel under innlegget, så jeg trykker på innlegget. Jeg må fjerne det, så ikke jeg blir bannet av Trump, for faen.
Så trykker du Ctrl+F.
Ja.
Og så skriver du Hallo?
I would say the very low end of the high yield spectrum, triple C's, parts of the leveraged loan market that are levered over 7 times, right? You have pockets of these markets that the left tail was already under stress. That's where we're watching. So you can't be reaching too far down in credit risk.
But I'm curious with regards to the pricing in that part of the market, as well as the potential yield that you're getting. That's enough to entice people back, and if so, is that just relative to the fact that other areas of financial markets like public equities are down?
Within reason, it's enough. Parts of high yield have actually outperformed investment grade year to date on a total return basis. Part of it is basic. Credit just sits higher in the capital structure. We don't talk about it enough. Part of it is you are picking up an additional spread premium. With the volatility in the treasury market, that incremental credit spread is meaningful. But I think where we would draw the line is reaching too far down the quality spectrum, given the uncertainty, into companies that just aren't viable. That's really the distinction.
I want to go there because I can't tell you how many times I think we've had a conversation since we've been at Milken about people saying, you know, you're going to have to be very selective in private credit. Know your manager. Make sure that So I'm just curious about all those other companies that maybe aren't making the grade. Does that mean you anticipate we will see some fallout, especially when it comes to those firms that just can't find either a way of, you know, finding the funding they needed?
Absolutely. The dispersion that we expect in liquid credit also applies to private credit. One of the striking stats that we track, actually private credit fundraising since the Fed started hiking in 2022, the lion's share of it has gone to managers with 4 or more vintages. Why? It's because allocators are valuing restructuring expertise, workout experience, the actual ability to navigate a cycle like this. There will be winners and losers, absolutely, for sure. We see dispersion amongst certain sectors, companies with certain size profiles, but I would say in average, actually, just like in liquid credit, the aggregate fundamentals are still pretty attractive. The technicals are supportive, and I think what I'm sensing from this conference, there's an opportunity cost to being so yesterday. Someone was basically making the point, I'm hesitant to be too short if there's a really positive potential outcome that's on the horizon, so I need to make sure to kind of navigate that. So I think, going back to your question, Romain, there's this delicate balance of what is the selectively taking risk, maintaining a diversified portfolio, and not being too defensive, because actually the lesson from 2024 was that there was an opportunity cost of being too defensive.
It's a full plate.
Yeah,
it's a full plate.
That's a great point, and that's a great place to end. Amanda, really great to catch up with you. Amanda Lynham, she's the head of macro credit research over at BlackRock. A lot more coming up here from the Milken stage, but let's go back to New York and Bonnie Quinn.
Well, remain very fascinating final 10 minutes of the session. We were all focused on the Federal Reserve Chair and what he was saying about everything to do with the economy and the dual mandate and so on. But then we got a headline that the Trump administration, according to people familiar with the matter, is going to rescind global chip curbs amid AI restrictions. People familiar with the matter telling Bloomberg News that the repeal means the administration will not enforce the so-called AI diffusion rule when it takes effect May 15th. Now, how does that interact with China tariffs? We're going to have to wait and see, right? Because it obviously means that there will be less restriction, or at least different restriction on chip exports. But is there still going to be a 140% tariff on Chinese goods coming in, and will China retaliate on US chips and so forth? Well, we don't know. What we do know so far is that we got more earnings, and that's earnings from ARM in particular. ARM was giving a very tepid outlook for fiscal Q1, falling well short of estimates with a range of 30 to 38 cents for adjusted earnings per share when the estimate was 42 cents, and also saying that revenue would miss what Wall Street had been anticipating. Now, current quarter-wise, it did okay, but the shares dropped precipitously in the after-hours trade. If you look at Qualcomm and Nvidia, they're dropping, but not that much, and in the regular trade, Qualcomm and Nvidia, in fact, soared at the end of the session, up more than 3% apiece, which brought the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index to a gain of 1.8% on the session, when it had spent most of the session in the red or barely in the green. So that's the story for tomorrow. We'll see how those chip makers react to both sets of news, the positive news out of the Trump administration and the Commerce Department, and the potentially negative news from the ARM earnings. That's why ARM didn't necessarily know that there was going to be this change when it comes to China in its earnings preparation. So we don't know how ARM will trade tomorrow. So I'll get it back to you now at the Milken Institute Global Conference. Romain Bostic. Romain.
Fikk jeg slette meg for Trump? Jeg vil ikke være på hatlista til Trump, ikke enda. Jeg sletta nå, Provina, takk. Jeg så jeg fikk sånn der alert fra deg.
East Africa's largest economy had been showing signs of recovery, but the trade war may be potentially threatening to restart a deep structural and fiscal challenge. I'm pleased to say, joining us right now, who served 2 4-year terms as Kenya's central bank governor. Mr. Governor, great to have you. Thank you. We've been through a trade war before, back during the last Trump administration, and a lot of African nations had a chance to sort of recalibrate around that. When you look at the contours of the current trade war, emerging trade war, how are some of those nations prepared to deal with it this time around?
Thank you. So first thing is a lot of our African countries have been trading with the US according to the AGOA, which is
USA-børsen endte kvelden pluss etter nervøs handelsdag. Det er ikke derfor endte pluss, din tullekuk. Endte pluss på grunn av melding fra Donald Trump. Jævla idiot.
In terms of the tariffs that have been imposed, or at least the intention is to impose minimum 10%. So the shock there is significant. And as happened before, there has been, you could say there have been other occasions, like for instance when Ethiopia lost the AGOA opportunity, and they lost a lot of the companies that were actually producing garments and other services that were being exported to the US. So it is significant.
Vi var faen meg nede på 1900 stas før han der Trumpen blandet seg.
What's different now is that there's more maneuvering with other nations.
Ikke det koselig?
There's more maneuvering with other African countries regionally, and already there's been a lot of discussions about the African Continental Free Trade Area, and also with other countries such as the EU, etc. So there's more maneuvering in that space.
I'm curious, do you think we'll see more intercontinental trade? Because that's been a big bugaboo. People look at Asia, and you talk about intercontinental trade there, that's something like 53%. In Africa, last time I checked, it's still below 20%.
It's 16%, the last number I saw. So it's still small, but the intention, of course, is to increase it. And I think this
du fick fjärna kommentaren.
Some dynamism in that direction.
Ja, måtte det, så er helt fucked.
The big issue will be to protect those industries or protect the lives and livelihoods that will be damaged.
Det helt fullt av det.
Even as the US confirms what is the level that will be imposed going forward.
Patrick, one of the things you said is more maneuvering within the African nations, which is something you and Romain were just talking. You also said more maneuvering with the EU and et cetera. Does et cetera include China?
Yeah, the et cetera includes China. I mean, China, as you
Opptur på Wall Street rentebeslutning, det ikke derfor de gikk opp.
At this moment, and also has
Det falt på rentebeslutning. Han tullbukken sier for noe.
with the African countries.
Pretty substantial links, right?
Yeah, but I think beyond that, one should also see the emerging countries such as the countries in the Middle East. So you have all those oil.
Det her som litt sånn skummelt med sånne norske steder. Gikk opp.
Trump said that you can't predict whether US-China will get along. Trump to pitch sweeping Medicare drug price plan.
Well, Trump cannot predict. Hva for noe?
Whether US-China will get along. So it's a big meeting on Saturday in Switzerland.
Of course, at this moment is much more disposed to
Trump cannot predict whether US-China will get along. Ja, det greit da.
But I think the point here is
hvem det som tweeter det? Det han?
so it has to be done sort of
Jeg regner med det.
and that's what the diplomacy
Når det står, så lenge det står Trump framom, så det han som sier det. I hvert fall.
Finally, it's also important to note that there's the short term when nothing will happen, and the direction of trade
Nijo har ikke fått sett på den der.
will take some time. So the short term will necessarily be negative for Africa.
I think we have to leave it there. We love talking about just the relationship, and this has been something like the soft power that the U.S. has certainly done in Africa has been very important going forward. We're going to leave it there. Of course, Patrick Njoroge is the former central
Hva skal vi si om den dagen her da?
governor. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your time here.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Really great.
All right, still.
Nei, det så mye å si da. Vi gikk opp, og så gikk vi litt ned, og så gikk vi, skjøt vi opp.
About what other people also had to say about the Fed decision. Christian Strack is PIMCO's president and global head of credit research. He's going to be along.
Gikk vi high of day? Nei.
Lorenzo helps her run Guggenheim Investments. She's going to talk about
Det var visst faen jeg med det.
clients about. I know they have to be getting a lot of calls here.
På en melding fra Donald Trump.
Public markets and the private from the milk and
Jeg skrev faktisk high of day, men jeg har fått det.
Fra å være på day low.
Ja. Nei, det er fint. Det er fint.
Day high på den weekenden.
President Trump has called Wednesday Liberation Day, and that seems like liberation from the rules-based order on trade.
We're seeing a lot of orders being canceled, particularly on product being sourced out of China. There's a threat to seeing a shortage of certain products because, look, China's our #1 supplier of footwear. When I got this job 15 years ago, it was 88% of our volume to the U.S. It's now 56% of our volume. But the fact of the matter is, most of that volume is for the price-conscious consumers here in the States.
One of the things you see here when you talk to suppliers and buyers is that this essentially gives Asia and Africa to Chinese supply chains an influence because now as American firms have to focus more on the home market, the companies and organizations with the money to invest in new areas, that will be mostly Chinese money.
Don't miss the China Show live every weekday.
I'm David Weston. Join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week. This week, the Fed decides and economists Larry Summers and Ken Rogoff explain what they decided. Why cutting costs at the IRS will cost us all money. Why all those U.S. pharmaceutical companies are making their drugs in Ireland. And the political battle over the future of America's universities.
It's worked beautifully for America, and I would hate to see that get undone.
Watch the all-new Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Jeg kan få si en ting. Den oppturen som vi hadde nå på at han forandrer loven på AI-chipper, da får han et lite problem, og så det vil jo ikke resten av kongressen, for de har gjort det klart at ikke de vil selge, nei, ikke selge da. De har gjort det klart at de ikke vil at kinesere skal ha tilgang til TikTok, ikke sant? For ikke de skal bruke teknologi eller bruke personinfo og alt mulig drit, ikke sant? Og som sagt tidligere det at vi ikke at kineserne skal tvinge til amerikanske sånne AI-greier da, for det blir jo da, det er skummelt show her. Så kongressen kommer til å steile på den han sa der nå. Og det betyr fortsatt, det er ikke noe annet enn hva som har skjedd tidligere i dag. Når vi falt på at det ikke blir rentekutt, og vi falt også på at tariffen er fortsatt høy, og utsikten er fortsatt veldig dårlig. Så selv om han klarte å redde dagen med en sånn melding rett før close, så er fortsatt butikkhyllene tomme til neste uke, eller om 2 uker. Båtene får fortsatt problemer. Altså, inflasjonen stiger fortsatt. Alt er fortsatt akkurat som det var før han sendte den meldingen ut. Eneste han kan oppnå med det er at Nvidia går høyere, som kan dra med seg Nasdaq, men totalmarkedet vil fortsatt falle. Så jeg tror ikke Nvidia alene vil klare å holde det der oppe. Altså. Det er skikkelig vanskelig med å tro. Det kommer en tilmelding her. Hva faen er det nå? Nei, det der var... Nå ble jeg jævla irritert, faktisk.
Welcome back to our live coverage here at the Milken Global Investment Conference. This is still the Beverly Hilton. You know that, right?
I know that. Do you know that?
I'm Romaine Bostic. That's Carol Masser. Of course, we've been broadcasting here all week, the final day here. Yeah. And as the dust settles from, well, the Fed meeting in Washington,
I know.
You had all the bankers here at Milken. They're finally starting to head home in a few minutes.
A lot of folks from the administration.
Absolutely. A lot of folks in the administration. And one person who is at the center of that, she's here right now to give us the big picture of the environment. And more importantly, some of the products that her investors are actually looking for right now in a time of tumult, if you will. Tina DiLorenzo is the president of Guggenheim Investments, $200 billion in total assets across fixed income, equity, and alt strategies. Great to see you, Dina.
Hey, Ramin. How are you?
I'm doing well. I mean, the question is, how are you?
Det var spiller en kort
It's been right off the hook the last few weeks.
I'm great, but I need to correct you on one thing. I have to take credit for the fact that we're
Kort
not
oppsummering. Jeg vet ikke om jeg klarer å si det. Jeg kan si det veldig kort.
Gikk ned, så gikk vi opp.
Ja, men jeg vil sikkert ha litt mer info. Bessent hadde høring foran kongressen i dag og hadde veldig problemer med å prate for seg og svare for seg. Han ble virkelig kjørt hardt. Markedet gikk opp på det, mye. Først så trynet de ganske heftig i dag. Vi ramlet med over 200 poeng. Bessent pratet det opp. Han er for øvrig homofil og har en unge og er gift med en mann. Og så sier Trump helt ut av det blå at han skal ikke ta bort tariffen på Kina. De 145% blir fortsatt, og da stupte markedet. Bang, rett ned. Og så ble det ikke rentekutt fra Powell. Han sier at økonomien er fortsatt for sterk, og inflasjonen stiger, så de kan ikke sette ned renta. Da forsvant markedet rett ned igjen. Og 10 minutter før close, når alt bare ramlet i dass, så sier Trump at han vurderer å forandre loven på forbud om å selge amerikanske AI-chipper til utlendinger, da, basically i Kina. Og da gikk vi opp 300 poeng på den ene meldingen. Og Nvidia gikk fra å være minus 2,5% til å gå pluss med 3% på én melding fra Trump. Det var alt som trengte for å snu markedet i minus til pluss. Så han sa jo hele forrige uke og i går at han skulle ha møte med kineserne og fikse dette med tariffen, men i dag sa han at han rikker ikke unna tariffen. Og Bessent sa i forgårs at de har en avtale med Kina, skal prate om handel og tariff. Så alt det var da tydeligvis piss igjen da. Så inflasjonen stiger i USA, arbeidsstokken er fortsatt sterk, butikkhyllene begynner å bli tomme, 2-3 uker nå er det ille, renta blir ikke satt ned, Nå tror jeg ikke han Trump har så mange mer våpen å komme med for at dette skal gå opp. Han har en melding på lur som skal komme på mandag, som verdens viktigste melding. Jeg tror det annonsering av aliens. Alt annet totalt ikke verdens viktigste nyhet. Det kort oppsummering av dag. Og vi falt til ny bunn. Vi var helt nede på... Vi falt helt ned til 19.598 droppet vi. Falt som bare faen før han kjørte opp igjen. Nå jeg faen meg sliten, ass. Jeg ble sliten av å sitte her, og hjernen ble ødelagt av å sitte her. Når du har så rett på markedet og makroen, så skal en jævla oransje mann komme og forandre loven. Det faen meg 3. gang han gjør det nå på 2 uker. Det ble litt satt ut. Vi gjorde i hvert fall 2 trades da, om ikke annet.
In terms of making that differentiation, you mentioned...
Nei, det ikke så mye som skjer nå. Jeg tar pause, jeg kommer på klokka 11:15, så ser vi hvordan Asa reagerer på det. Det ikke så mye mer å si nå, egentlig. Han fra...
Nei, bra. Ha kveld.
Kommer du tilbake på liven, eller?
Hæ?
Kommer du tilbake på liven?
Ja, jeg kommer på liven etterpå.
Ja, selvfølgelig.
Hallo! Hallo!
Hvorfor sier ingen hei til meg?
Ingen som hører, alle har dratt. Vi hater Trump her.
Jo.
Det har vi alltid gjort.
Nei, men vet du hva han gjorde i dag? Vet du hva han gjorde for noe?
Han endret loven.
Ja, du fikk med det?
Nei. Jeg regnet bare med at det var det der.
Ja.
Er du ferdig?
Jeg er ferdig, jeg slår han. Han endret loven. 10 minutter før det stengte.
Til hva da? Hvilken lov?
Nei, nå skal det bli lettere for, sånn som Nvidia, så kunne selge chipene sine til Kina. Så Nvidia var ned 2,5%, og så stengte den opp 3%. Så den gikk opp 5%. Det det 3. største børsen på Nasdaq.
Men kanskje det old news i morgen? Men har vi nedtur?
Ja, det ikke noe bra der. Jeg falt jo som faen i sted, så dritbra ut, og så kommer han helt største.
Skal jeg gjøre det litt bedre for deg, Joachim?
Ja. Alle, sånn på...
En liten cookie.
Åh, faen.
En liten cookie og en liten frontbroker fra meg til deg.
Ja.
Så søt. Åpne da.